Hey everybody, Cosmic here, and welcome to the Pro Play Summit stream here in the beautiful Orlando, Florida, hosted by Pro Play Games. And I am joined by a very special guest, HyRool. You may know him, the man, the myth, the legend, from the CookieRun side, but how you feeling this weekend?
Good, good. I flew out yesterday from Texas, and I'm here. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. First time with the TCG scene, but you know, I'm loving the game right now. I'm super thankful to Stepsister for actually flying me out here to cast for the first official NA Championship Cup that we're having this weekend. And today is going to be a little bit of a, we get to test and feel for things today with the first event, which is going to be the Sugarcloud Express tournament that we have. And then tomorrow is going to be our main events with the championship. And then on Sunday, we're going to end it with the Timekeeper, tournament. But we also do have a lot of, different side events as well, right? We got Junior Cup, we got Gunslinger, ton of events as well, like cosplay. They got mascots here.
Yep.
So I'm sure a lot of the people here participating are excited for them to meet Ginger Brave and take pictures with Ginger Brave as well. But yeah, how about you? How you're a veteran in the TCG space, so how is it going for you? Are you excited for this? What are you expecting for the weekend?
I'm very excited because, as you mentioned, anytime we have a new game that's here and getting to launch, and so there's just something special about getting to join in on that very first event and getting to crown, well, the first North American champion, right? What's going to come down to. And of course, as you mentioned, we have 3 wonderful events that'll be taking place. Today is going to be the Sugarcloud Express tournament, where we're going to be playing a best of 1. Just give people a little bit of rundown really quick. Best of 1, 35-minute matches, which is what you can look forward to. But the biggest thing, right, is talking about how someone's going to be winning a free trip to Seoul. Like, that is really exciting,
That's
right?
True, that is true.
And, of course, I'm going to be a little bit biased here. I want to see North America bring it home because, we are playing a little bit of catch-up in the format. And what I really love about this game is that, a lot of times you'll have, like, it gets launched first in another region, and you're always behind. The meta's kind of solved already. And I know a lot of players can go back and forth on the pros and cons of that. But for CookieRun Braverse, we are going to be getting caught up in time. So it's going to be really exciting to see where this game is a year from now, because everyone's going to be exploring a brand new meta together. And that's what I really love. So this weekend, I know people are like, there might be some red and purple that people are really excited for. But, we have 3 beautiful days of tournament. So I'm really excited to see, okay, everyone knows I got to put my own bias in here. I'm a blue player, so I would really love to see someone play blue this weekend and win it all. But it might not be the best format for us blue players right now. But, that's going to be my pick for the weekend. I want to see blue deck come out on top. But how about you, HyRool? I know that you actually played in a couple of the Pro Play Game events.
Yeah,
and so what are you playing this format?
So I played a couple of the case tournaments that they hosted every other week. And, I did decently well in a couple of them. One of them, I literally just flew right back from Korea, and then I started playing one, and it's I was making mistakes left and right. But I play purple, and I know purple are gonna be showing up today. The 3 main colors that we're looking out for right now are red, yellow, purple.
Yep.
Blue is, like Cosmic said, a little bit of because of the ban that we had earlier with the set 2 coming out. They're a little underwhelming, but still, they're really, really, powerful when you get the combos right.
Yes.
The level 2 blue deck that we have been seeing is going to be something that we can expect. And green, though, green is something that I think not a lot of people are expecting. But I do know already a couple players that are here going to be playing green as well. So I want to see how that goes. But yeah, I'm excited. The thing that you mentioned was we're playing catch-up right now. But the thing that is so different for us in Braverse is that they actually implemented that ban list and the restricted list for us earlier than how it was with Southeast Asia as well as Korea. So they actually played with a lot of these cards that, that had some play. But for us, we never got to really do that. So we're actually adjusting, as well as we're getting into that meta that was not played in other regions. So we're actually creating our own meta for the next couple of sets until we play catch-up, which is going to be for that base. We're gonna get there soon. which, you know, if you guys want to know all the other cards that are coming out, which they're actually releasing a lot of images for, it's going to be in their official social media channel. So make sure to go and follow their X as well as, you know, YouTube and Discord and everything like that. So don't forget to do that. But I believe we're going to get started very, very soon here at 9:30 a.m. EST, or Eastern Standard Time, is when we are supposed to be getting our first, you know, gameplay going on. I'm going to go and see if they got somebody here yet. But as of right now, we're still kind of waiting on the feature match to be selected.
Yep. Usually takes a little bit of time, you know, in a venue like this. It's a great event that Pro Play Games is hosting with a lot of players from various games coming out. And so there's always the challenge of making sure that people can navigate to their seats in time, make sure the pairings get posted. So there is usually a little bit of a delay before someone can get back to the feature match table. So there will be a little bit of downtime, you know, we'll say up front, but tons of great action to look forward to. And, you know, to go back to, I will say, I know everyone loves the level 2 version of the blue decks, but I love the discard variant because the stage that you can get just draw you the extra cards. And also, shout out to Black Raisin Cookie in set 1 being one of my favorite cards. Like, blue just needed that little bit of extra damage reach, and Black Raisin Cookie, you know, always kind of felt bad because you had to discard 3 cards for it. And then the stage is just like, oh, you're telling me I get to discard cards and then draw a bunch extra. Oh, here's the trap that I was looking for, by the way. Like, this is perfect for me. So I really like how they've actually expanded on a lot of the cards from the first 2 sets where, you know, the level 2 strategy was really all in on the set 3, set 4, but there is actually quite a few cards, also for the red decks, well, for every color, I should say, that really got to bring up the strength of set 1 and set 2, which was really great to see. So I'm very curious to see where it kind of goes from here, but again, I know that we're expecting a lot of purple. I think is going to be like the big one, and red is going to... If I had to pick a color, that's probably going to win, and I don't want to give the caster curse or anything like that. But
red
I know red is like the one that a lot of people are expecting because they just have such aggressive, you know, typical red decks in TCGs, being that more aggressive start that is really hard to come back from if they find the right combos. So if you had to pick a color, I know you said you're partial to purple, but what do you think might come out on top?
So to be honest with you, I think yellow has a very, very, very high win rate within the scene right now. Of course, like I said, our meta is so different from the other regions that we can't really expect the same result as the other areas because they were very, you know, dominant in yellow, you know, players.
Yes.
But for us, it's actually very diverse. Like our pie chart, if we actually get it, it's like, you know, every color is being played here and there. So, but, you know, I'm expecting yellow, or, like I said, a little bit biased on that one, but purple is what I'm expecting. The Moonlight is super, super strong. Yellow has a great combo. But before we get into any more of that, I think the players are starting to, you know, take their seats right now. But we wanted to kind of talk about the pricing for today. So the main event that we are having right now is going to be that Sugarcloud Express. If you want to quickly go over the pricing for the first place, at least, then that'd be great for the viewers.
Yep, I got it all in front of me right here, so I apologize for reading off my list. But so, of course, first place is going to get the Stardust Cookie promo version, the championship logo on it. And so there will be that kind of championship flair carried out through all the events this weekend. So I personally always love that when you get like a little trophy card to go with it.
Yep.
You are going to get the playmat that is going to match it as well. 8 booster boxes of Age of Heroes and Kingdoms, the Cookie Run Brick Collection Escape from the Oven, and the new Guardian's Power promo card. And so actually there's a lot of cool promos going on that they also just teased on X, and I don't know if we can share just yet, but there's going to be a really cool promo here on the floor for those that are here at the venue. So very excited for that to come out as well. And then, of course, there's going to be a lot of other prizes that go out through the rest of the top 8 and top 16. More booster boxes, more promos, more playmats. And also there is a couple playmats here that players can purchase and other merch that they can look forward to picking up. So for the IP and for those that really love Cookie Run as a overall, again, IP, there's just a ton of really cool promos and merch and stuff to look forward to this weekend. So, you know, if we can share some of those off on the stream, we absolutely will try to get those as well. But, you know, otherwise, I'm sure they'll be covered on X, formerly known as Twitter and whatnot. So definitely make sure to follow the main accounts there for the game as well.
Yeah, so we're going to be interviewing the players as well later down the line. So please go and, you know, stick around to watch that, kind of see what the players are expecting, what they expected, as well as their outcome as well, right? Kind of see this. Like we said, it's the first official, Cookie Run Braverse Championship. But a lot of these players are coming from other games as well, right? They're not just a Braverse player, but they are from other TCGs as well. And I think that's why this thing is so cool, is that it's so unique,
yes,
right? As a TCG player yourself, right? You can tell like the difference between Braverse and other TCG is how unique our playstyle is, and how unique the whole mechanics work actually for our game. So we'll kind of explain that while the whole match is being played out here. But I think they're getting ready. They're getting all the things set up. They're shuffling, and I believe we should be heading over to the gameplay soon. So let's see if we're good to go here. What are you expecting for the first set? What color? What do you want to see?
Well, I want to see blue, right? Because I want to make sure that we can at least get it on camera once today. And I'll be happy with it. So, look, I promise, I'm a blue player, and I got to stick to my bid, as it were. But I do play blue in most, actually, every trading card game that has like a more draw-focused engine for blue, because that's usually the identity that it gets. That's what I gravitate towards. So, being the control player from other card games in the past, that's just a natural vibe for me. And blue is just really great because it does have all this extra draw power baked in. And then, as I mentioned earlier, with the extra discard package that it got, there was a discard for payoff that then allows you to draw extra cards. So just really love a lot of what blue has to offer in Cookie Run, because it does, call back to what I'm used to in other TCGs and then offers something new for the gameplay, of course, itself.
All right, sounds good. I think the players are ready, so we're going to go and transition over to them. So let's go and meet our players for the first set here. And here we go. So we got Richie on the right side. They're, rolling their dice to see who's going to go first here. And we got King Van. I'm sorry if I butchered the name. I'm pretty bad at it.
I'm gonna go with King and just shorten it for that one.
Let's go with King.
King and Richie.
Yeah, King and Richie. So King on our left side, and the Richie on our right. So if you guys actually look at their, look at the screen right now, you guys are going to be able to see on the left side of King as well as right side of Richie, there's going to be a number. So that number is going to indicate here that their break area. So that's once that does reach 10, that is going to be where they lose the round. So everybody is going to start out their hand here with 6 cards. And let's see who actually is going to be going first here.
Yeah, and while the players are setting up, I'm going to give a quick introduction for those who are maybe unfamiliar with the game, maybe seeing it for the first time. Now they're actually getting in, and the setup is going to take a little bit of time. Cookie Run Braverse is a very interesting game because you actually have levels on each of your cookies. And the way that the game works is as you break your opponent's cookie, it goes into their break zone. And once you get up to 10, you lose the game. So it's about pushing your opponent up to 10. And there's no limit. There's no restriction. If you want to start with a level 3 on the very first turn, you absolutely can. But, of course, that means you are going to have to, and we are starting with the level 3 right at the start.
All right. So we're going to be seeing a red versus purple start off. And it's going to be a Peperoncino coming out from King's side here. And it is going to be, like you said, that level 3. So I guess we can kind of explain to them, too, that in Cookie Run Braverse, there is no restriction in what kind of level that you are, restricted to play in the beginning, right?
Yep, so we do actually have like a level 1 staring down a level 3, but the advantage of those higher levels is that, well, they have more HP, so they can take a hit. And Peperoncino Cookie is, 6 HP is a higher threshold for level 3s. Generally, they're going to have 5, so it's a very nice one that you have just up front and be kind of a wall to set up. And Red is really interesting. We'll have to see if he has the Hollyberry plan and Wildberry at the top end, because Red actually wants to go to 9 in their break zone to get like this extra power up. So Red has to play a little bit of this mini game of, if he's playing a level 3 early now, he wants to make sure he's following that up with like a 2 and a 1 to then go up to 6, and then maybe another 3 to go up to 9. if he's going to have that big payoff at the end, where purple is, okay, well, purple is very diverse. I'm going to try not to rant too much here, but purple is so cool because there's a discard package for purple, there's a break all your cookies side of purple, and there's also a I'm just going to deal a bunch of damage purple. So if you're someone who loves to sit down to a table and not let your opponent know what you're playing, purple just has so many things that they could be doing. So on the left-hand side with king, we can take a general guess of what their game plan is, but for Richie on the right with playing purple and showing the angel cookie, if I remember correctly, off the start, like, I have no idea what they're playing from the start, and we'll have to see how that develops over the first couple turns.
So the thing that red has, like you said, is the Hollyberry, as well as the level 9, which is going to be for Wildberry, to be that huge, starter, or the finisher, I guess. So we're going to hit Angel for 3 damage here with Peperoncino, and Angel, we're going to get all of those flips. No flip cards coming out, so Angel is going to go into that break area, making Richie's break area already at level 1 here. All right, and then we'll see right here what he plays in response to that first knockout. But yeah, going back to it, the thing about red right now, the big play that we got for red is going to be that Hollyberry as well as Pattaya Dragon. So the thing that we need to watch out for when you play against the red is that they're able to drop that early Pattaya Dragon. And once that does happen, there is a chance of a level 1 of your opponent's cookie going straight into the break area. But we're going to be met with the Milky Way cookie here, played by Richie in response to that angel cookie being knocked out early. No on-play happening here because of the fact that there is nothing for Richie to actually use it with. But we're going to change over to Richie's turn now. So we'll see what kind of plays he's thinking of. The thing about this game, right, we place down a cookie from our hand, or actually any card from our hand, and put it as like this support area card, right? It's a support card that we have to use as an energy to use our abilities as well as attack, use items, traps, and things like that. So right now, as you guys can see, King has already used up all of the support cards, so no traps or anything like that can be played. So we'll see what kind of move Richie makes here. He still has 3 up, so he is able to attack with that 3-2 Peperoncino. So there you go. We're going to see the 3 HP, and there is going to be a flip card coming out right there for us.
Yeah, what's interesting about flip cards is they'll either have states that say discard and gain 1 HP, which is this is the HP flip here. There'll be some that'll say draw a card, and there is a limit of 16 that you can put into a deck. Some players go all HP, some players go an 8-8 split between HP, gain, and draws. There's some really cool ones that only activate if you're like break area 6 or higher, like there's some more conditional based ones. So there is a bit of a metagame in itself and how many break cards that you run, because the downside of them is that you don't ever want to put them into the field because they generally have less health. And that's a Moonlight Cookie going to the trash, which always breaks my heart because that's a key piece for the purple player.
It is going to be. So Richie is going to take another 3 damage onto Milky Way, leaving Milky Way with only 1 HP. And at the same time, King still has that 1 support up. The thing about red is that they always have that 1 trap card. You guys, if you guys play the game, that you guys will know the swamp is going to be a massive thing here going for red, because of the fact that it's only 1 cost and you take 2 less damage. It's just simple as that.
Very good value.
And in the early stages, it's such a great value card to keep your cookies alive, get that tempo going for us, get the support areas rolling. While not wasting too many for the next play. So we still got 1 up. Another thing is that we always have on plays. So those on plays, when we do place down a cookie in response, if one of your cookies get knocked out, trashed, or anything like that, then you guys are able to place down a cookie and play those on plays during your opponent's turn as well. But you are going to have enough of your support cost to actually make that happen. So that's another reason why these supports, having them up is going to be very important. So Milky Way doing another 3 damage onto Peperoncino, and all of those is going to go through. So we're going to be left with 1 HP on Peperoncino as well as 1 HP left on Milky Way. And I believe Richie is making the decision here to play Starfruit in order to, I believe, get rid of our Milky Way so that doesn't go to the break area, going to the trash. And also, if there was a level 1 or 2 from the opponent's side, he would have been able to trash it as well. But sadly, this time around, it's just going to be used for a way to trash Milky Way instead of it going to the break area.
Yeah, that whole break denial plan is pretty limited to just blue and purple from a strategy standpoint. Like yellow will heal outside the break zone, but we spent a lot of time talking about trap cards, which we should start to see them probably from this next turn on. But the way it generally goes is you declare an attack, your opponent has a chance to play that trap card, which is just a interaction that will decrease the amount of damage the cookie takes, and then you go through the flip cards is how the sequencing would go here. But with purple, generally you can find yourself in a lot of positions where it's just like, okay, I'm going to let my guy get down to 1 HP, and then I'll have a effect that puts them into the break zone to negate that effect. So we just see a draw effect here as one of the other type of break cards that you can get, and now Richie will be going to a break of 2. So really here it's super important to note that, right, if he didn't have that one removal there for the Milky Way, he would have then been up to 3 on this turn. So how you manage your break zone is really the biggest part of this game, and knowing where are the avenues that I can be more aggressive and making sure that I'm playing out cards, or do I just need to, trash my opponent's cookie? And then in purple's case, if you don't have a cookie to play, you do lose the game. So that is one of the alternate win conditions that purple can generally lead into. But now that we've seen Moonlight Cookie, and now that we've seen I think that was the U-Log card that was in his hand. It's one of the traps that lets you cycle a bunch of cards for purple to put them back in the deck. So it does look like we are playing more of a traditional purple control style of deck from Richie's side compared to either the all-in discard or the all-in aggressive variants, as I was alluding to earlier.
Yes, so we were able to see right there Pepperoncino doing another 3 damage onto Starfruit. Starfruit not getting any HP flips. We did get the Prophet that got the draw flip, so you are able to draw. And Milky Way was, summoned in response, but King is going to respond with a Fire Spirit cookie coming out early, pretty early actually for him too. It's going to be another level 3. So now his battle area is stuck essentially,
yes,
because we are only able to have a total of 2 cookies being played at the same time in the battle area. So we're going to be doing 1 damage in sacrifice of 1 HP from Fire Spirit. So we're going to be starting off with Milky Way at HP 3 for Richie's turn here. And with 2 supports actually still up for King to use any trap cards, any on plays as well. We do see that Pepperoncino is going to be only at 1 HP, so Richie needs to make that decision now. Are you going to use 3 damage to finish it off and bring King to break level 3? Or are you going to play another cookie to try and get rid of that 1 HP and save those 3 damage for Fire Spirit? So we'll see how what kind of move Richie does make is counting his trash. So another thing about purple is depending on how many cards are in your trash, how many cards are in the opponent's trash, there are some special cards that you're able to use here in response to that particular number. And right here we're going to be summoning Win Archer Cookie, the huge damage dealer for purple here. And if you have more than 15 cards, you're able to do a total of 5 damage. Okay, so another good thing about it is that on play, 1 cost, you're able to trash 1 level 3 from the opponent's battle area. So that's what happened right there with Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit just going straight into the trash. But in response here, King is going to be putting out a Holly Berry. So you were kind of talking about the Holly Berry earlier on. What do you think is the move here?
Holly Berry is just such an all-star of this format. In set 1 and 2, there was a lot of just, hey, it's the introduction set for the game. It's a lot of straight damage. I'm paying 4, dealing 4 damage, right? And then in set 3 and 4, or set 2 in North America here, Holly Berry is just saying, hey, I am going to change the format because now anytime that I take damage 3 or more, it's going to get reduced to 2. So now you have to split up your damage, and there's been a lot more cards that'll say deal 2 and then deal 2 again, which has been really interesting. And we're finally seeing one of those trap cards come down, which is going to reduce the overall damage here. So trap cards are really interesting because they give you an opportunity to, again, respond to your opponent's attacks. And a lot of them will either have like a -2 damage or a -3 damage. But in this one, it looks like it's going to be the alternative cost, where if it is a -3 damage, you usually have to pay extra or discard cards, or in this case, you're taking a point of damage with Oath of the Shield.
Yep, so Hollyberry took that damage, and Pepperoncino is going to be staying alive for another turn here. And it looks like Richie is going to be using a trap of his own here, which is going to be that scroll.
Yep, U-Village. That was like, trying, what is that second word? U-Village scroll.
Yep.
It came back to me after. And this one is pivotal to the strategy of purple because it allows you to put key cards back into your deck. And while it probably won't come up during this match, one other thing to consider is that you are drawing 2 cards a turn, you're putting HP down for your cookies, and there is a deck reshuffle penalty so that when you go through your entire deck, you actually then have to pay a level 1 from your trash, put it into your break zone before you can shuffle back up. So purple, which generally can churn through their deck a lot, really relies on these U-Village scrolls just to make sure that they don't deck themselves out and then take that extra point of damage. So this card is often a 4 of in a lot of purple strategies. And looks like we are getting an HP flip here, so choosing to discard 1, heal 1 back up to keep that Wind Archer alive, because that is a very real threat for Richie's side. Like the fact that it can do 5 damage to effectively anything not Hollyberry. So first we have to answer the Hollyberry, but Wind Archer hits like a truck out of purple, and it can be a problem for a lot of players.
So we're going to take another 3 damage, no trap in response, but we are going to be getting a Raspberry Mousse coming out here. Another HP flip.
So thankfully, through the double HP flip here turn, Wind Archer says, I am holding on for another turn. I am getting an attack in.
Yep, so we're left with 1 HP. All of the support is down for King side, so no traps are going to be played here. We'll see what kind of moves Richie makes here with total of 6 supports that we do have for play. So Wind Archer, if you guys know, needs 4 support cards to attack. And essentially we're doing 4 plus 1 damage depending on how many cards are going to be in Richie's trash pile. But we have 1 attack basically that you are able to make. Actually, Richie is going to be using a Moonlight Shard here coming out to do 2 damage to Hollyberry. So you were talking about Hollyberry, right? The effect of Hollyberry is Hollyberry can't, take more than 2 damage. So that's another thing that Richie really needs to kind of figure out. But that is going to be another flip coming out from
the deal one
King side.
The deal 1 damage coming out of the flip is just an absolute huge pickup for King here because he's able to deny the damage that Wind Archer would have otherwise been able to provide for this turn. So again, with Hollyberry, the most important thing that we saw there with the Moonlight Shards is doing that split damage that I had mentioned because it cannot take more than 3. But this does line us up in a position if we want to use Milky Way Cookie to attack, we can still knock out that Hollyberry card.
All right, so in response to Wind Archer actually being knocked out, we are going to be getting a Stardust Cookie on play for Richie as well. So already, King is in that huge lead of break area 0 to 5 for Richie, but we're still left with 6 on the board for King, as well as now with Stardust being out, that is a total of 10 for Richie's side. So if both of these cookies do get knocked out, that's going to be game for this round 1.
Yep.
And King will be taking it. So we'll see how it goes. We have 6 versus 10. That's something that we also need to keep in mind. We need to be insightful of is that what cookies are being played out in the break battle area, because that is essentially going to be what's moving to our break area as well, right? So Stardust Cookie coming out. We still have 4 of the support up for Richie. Richie is going to be using that once per turn, discard 1 card and select up to 1 of your opponent's cookie. During that turn, no HP flips, right? So, or the essentially the flip cards that are going to be on that particular cookie can't be used, as well as you take 1 damage. So that is going to be how Richie knocks out the Pepperoncino from King side, making King finally at break area level 3. So we're now 3 to 5. And with Richie still having 3 supports up to play anything. We're waiting to see what King plays here in response to Pepperoncino being knocked out by the once per turn effect. And I think we actually went
just a pass.
Yeah, it's just a pass.
Yeah, and something important there, it's like, some on plays can only activate during your turn. Sometimes you just want to make sure that, I want to wait to see what I draw into just in case I have a different card I want to play. So there is a window whenever your cookie is knocked out to get that on-play effect, which can really turn the tides of battle too, which I really like. So leaving yourself open with only one cookie is generally where you want to be because there's a lot of effects that'll deal damage to both cookies as well. So you don't want to give your opponent too much value. And then as we mentioned earlier, when you have 2 cookies on the board, you do lock yourself out from playing anything else.
Yeah, so, right. Okay, so we're going to be starting off the new turn here by playing a Pattaya Dragon. So this is another card that I was kind of talking about earlier on. No on-play really going to be played here because of the fact that there is no level 1 being available in Richie's side of the battle area, but we're gonna summon that Pattaya Dragon. Now we're essentially at break area 9, right? Because there really is no way for red to bounce back any of these cookies, no real way to trash any of these cookies into the trash pile, so they're really just gonna be out there until they are knocked out and into the break area. So we are at that 9 that we talked about earlier to get that Wildberry out to do so much damage later on, right?
This is basically the golden tell that, King is going to have that card in his deck because this puts him at exactly 9. And at this stage of the game, level 3s are just good to be playing anyways for damage efficiency and making sure that we can hold up traps on our opponent's turn if we need to. So, again, from King's side, the fact that we just have 9 showing, I got to be worried about that, 6 damage attack potential that can be coming from the following turn after another cookie gets knocked out. But again, from Richie's side, once that Milky Way cookie clears the way, we can play 1 more, but generally from the red side, I would be knocking out the level 3 here, force our opponent to, use that level 2, but we do have ways to, if we free up a slot from the purple side, we can eventually get rid of that Milky Way cookie and then play out some other cards instead.
All right, so Richie is going to respond to that Hollyberry's 3 damage by playing a U Village Scroll once again, negating it to only 2 damage, and getting some of those cards back into his deck, and it looks like, wow, already 2 Moonlights were in the trash. So he really needs to get that in there, try to draw it, because right now you're taking 2 damage from Hollyberry, but the effect of Hollyberry is that once Hollyberry does attack, you are able to select one of your cookies, and that cookie during that turn is going to be able to do 1 more damage. And if you guys actually look at Pattaya's skill right now, after doing 3 damage, you're able to deal another 1 damage by using another support, which actually King does have enough support for. So we'll see how the response goes here. So we're going to flip those 2 cards. Another Moonlight. No. Man, Richie in a tough spot here. So another 4 damage because of the effect of Hollyberry is going to be coming out. The Abandoned Cloud Nest is going to be played here on Richie's side, only taking 1 damage with an HP flip coming out, but I don't think Richie is playing a HP flip. And Pattaya is going to do that extra 1 damage coming out with the then effect. And we're going to be moving on to Richie's right here turn.
Yeah, that is how card games go, but absolutely heartbreaking to see your golden standard 4-of card that you want to always draw in every single game, and you've seen 3 go to the trash now. Again, thanks to that U Village Scroll, we were able to shuffle them back in and hopefully draw them because we are drawing 2 cards a turn. But this is a tough spot for Richie to be in, and just knowing how much pressure that Hollyberry provides. And yes, King did use all of his support, so he can't have a trap or anything here. So we just have to deal 2 damage to the Hollyberry, but we still have to worry about kind of what is the follow-up attack because there is still a lot of power coming out from the red side. And lastly, to mention, and I don't want to cast or curse it again as I mentioned, but red has a lot of direct damage effects too that we will most likely see. Well, there's a cherry bomb that I was alluding to that we'll likely see on the next turn just to do like a double KO in a turn.
Yeah, so Stardust Cookie is going to be doing that 2 damage, and then we are going to be doing extra damage because there is more than 15 cards in Richie's trash. And it does look like, I'm not too sure how many cards are actually in Richie's hand right now, but it looks like he is not going to be playing any support. So it's just going to be still remaining at 3 support, and then we're going to be passing the turn with 3 up. And now King is going to be up to a total of 8 support. So now 2 supports already up versus Richie. And I think Richie is right now only at 2 cards in the hand. is what it is.
Yep, the HP flips can be nice because it, keeps your cookie on the board, gives you an extra turn, make sure you don't have to go into your break, but unfortunately it does come with that very, very high cost of, hey, you have to still discard a card. And you're drawing 2 cards a turn, but then you generally want to put 1 to support, and that just does not give you a lot of options as you're kind of extending out your turns, especially if you want to try to leave up trap cards, or sometimes, you just have all cookies in your hand because you do have to have a higher count of cookies in your deck. Because as I mentioned earlier, if you can't play a cookie at any time for any reason, you do lose the game. So we always have a higher count of cookies for that reason. But at this point, it is a pretty scary spot for Richie with just the amount of damage that red is potentially showing here, because we only need to deal 5 damage. At best, we can assume that he has another Cloud Nest who gives us a -3, but something like a Cherry Bomb into an attack here is still going to give us enough damage to push through. So we'll have to see how King is going to navigate his turn here. And, we did see one of those wild berries go to the trash, so we're still a little bit off from that marker, but we are going to start with the 3 damage from Pitaya Dragon coming across.
Yep, so we're going to be doing that 3 damage to Milky Way. We'll see what Richie does in response, because those 3 damage, okay, so we're going to do the flips here, and it looks like we're not going to get any HP flips. Now, that is going to be break area level 8 for Richie here, and the extra 1 damage coming out from the den effect of Pitaya for the extra cost. So now 1 HP left for Stardust, and once that cookie does get knocked out, and that is going to be game.
So slight misplay there though, because Pitaya Dragon Cookie does need to target the same cookie. But if we're looking at King's hand, that we have a slew of cards that we can deal 2 damage with. So the red player is providing enough damage here to close out the game a different way. But do keep in mind for the Pitaya's Dragon effect, it does need to be streamlined, and that it does have to go into the same cookie. But King is going to take it for the first round. Had some extra attacks there to win out on that turn, but we did have the 6 break from King's side, and then Richie, again, as we mentioned early on, going up to that 10 break is going to be the defeat condition. So King is your round 1 winner for Cookie Run Braverse here in Orlando.
All right, so just want to kind of talk about it. Actually, if we look at the card, Pitaya actually is able to choose another cookie. So it does not have to be the same cookie.
Oh, is it? I thought it was worded like the... that might be the only card that can do.
Yeah, so it's able to select one of your opponent's cookies. So it could be any cookie. You can select one to do the 3 initial damage, and then select another one. When Archer, on the other hand, it has to go to that same exact cookie. It's just that then effect cannot be trapped.
So see, us blue players have to deal to the same card. So I just assume everybody has the same conditions like us blue players, but that might be one that has a slightly different wording on that. So thank you for catching me on that regard, because I'm thinking of the fairy cookie in that case that has, or not the fairy cookie, the other one, the other level 3 in the deck that I'm blanking on now. That deals the 2 and then has to be 2 at the same target.
Yeah. So the wordings can be a little bit tough in the fact that it is a translation from what the Korean side has to English. But yeah, just that there's that wording where if you're able to select anything, then you're able to go and select another, cookie or anything else. If it's going to be just a straight up den effect, then it's just going to have to go to that same exact cookie. All right, so right there, the first is going to be going to that red player here, red versus purple. Purple, I'll be honest, Richie had a hard time catching up because of that early Peperoncino doing 3 damage. They were not able to do much in the early, game because of the fact that Peperoncino is a level 3, 6 HP, just stacking supports until he's able to just dish out 3 damage every single turn. And with Milky Way being out, with Starfruit being out, yeah, you're able to trash, but you're not able to do enough damage to actually knock it out, to get rid of it. It stayed in the battle area for so long. It stayed alive. Hollyberry was played, Pitaya was played, and it just kind of snowballed from there. I mean, we saw 3 Moonlights go into the trash, which was...
Yeah, that is a heartbreaking moment any time, because again, that is like the key piece that you really want as a purple player. The extra HP helps a lot. The effects of it is very good, and that's like the key card that you want to put yourself up with when you have a more controlling style of deck, and just unfortunately was not able to find the Moonlight Cookie in that situation, which can help buy you a turn or two sometimes against the red decks. But that is what red does. It comes out swinging, pressures you, and gets your break area very high very quickly, and then still has a 6 attack card at the very top end, you know, just because so when red can get into that level 9 break condition that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, exactly. So if Richie was able to play that Moonlight, you know, when King had 2 cookies in the battle area, you were able to trash just that one, you know, cookie, whether it be Hollyberry, whether it be that Pepperoncino who's just staying alive for so long. You're just able to get a, you know, a turn or two, like, you know, going for Richie's to start dealing the damage, start kind of controlling the board a little bit, but that never happened. So kind of sad to see. It would have been really, really nice if Moonlight came out, but Moonlight not coming out this round for us. So we're moving on to round 2 in a little bit. But yeah, it looks like players are starting to finish up their match, and we'll see how the seeding goes for the next one. But we are essentially playing I believe a total of 4 rounds of Swiss.
Yep, it'll be 4 or 5. I'm trying to figure out what the final count here was, but we'll provide an update for everyone as well for that. And of course, we'll have the top 8 happening here as well. So, and also look forward to some player interviews when we have time between the rounds to do them. And then, of course, we will be celebrating the top 8 players and all that stuff, and make sure that the photos get out on the official account and all that good stuff. So lots of great coverage for us to look forward to. So with that, we are going to take a short break here from the Pro Play Summit event here in Orlando, Florida. We'll wait for players to get seated and get taken to the round 2, make sure they get set up, and then we'll be right back with more Cookie Run Braverse. Don't go anywhere.
Yep, we'll be right back.
To ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy it, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, and so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized design on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Cosmic here, and welcome back to Pro Play Summit here in the beautiful Orlando, Florida. We are getting ready for round 2. I'm once again joined by HyRool, and we just had a wonderful red versus purple matchup that got played. We're going to be doing quite a few more rounds before we get into top 8, but we'll have another featured match here just shortly. But what did you think about that last round that we had?
We kind of talked about it, but, as a purple player, it was kind of rough to see just because of the fact that, again, that Moonlight Cookie just being out in the trash. You have a total of 4 that you can play within your deck. So you can put a total of 4 of the same card, but out of those 4, 3 were in the trash. And he was not able to draw that card to get that tempo going. But hopefully, we have more chances to see purple play out. Hopefully, we can see some blues so that you kind of get your color being featured here as well. But let's kind of explain to the viewers how the seedings and the pairings and all those things work before we move on to top 8, which is going to be that single elimination. So we're going to be playing about 4 rounds of Swiss. What is that to the players or the viewers who are not familiar with that format?
For those who maybe not joined a TCG event previously, so we will be playing a number of rounds of Swiss where the winner is going to get a point. For those who get defeated, they get 0. And at the end of those 4 to 5 rounds of Swiss, whoever has the top amount of points for winning the most amount of rounds will go on to the top 8. And then once you're in top 8, it'll be more of a playoff setting where we will eventually crown that champion for today and getting all those amazing prizings that we talked about earlier. So it is going to be the best of 1 35-minute round. So we are going to be looking for a few more hours here of great game coverage. And then, of course, there'll probably be a small break as we get into top 8. Usually players like to do, or judges like to do, like deck checks, stuff like that, making sure that everything is all right. If anyone has to live, like they split a sleeve or something, right, get some additional sleeves. And then we'll be going through our top 8 matches, which will have a full look at the bracket, hopefully, and talk about, giving everyone the excitement of, what made top 8, because ultimately that's all what we want to know, right? Like, what are the top 8 deck lists from today's event? Because that might shape up some of what we see tomorrow. And then, of course, Sunday even, having more events to look forward to. So this is really just the first event of the weekend, right, for Cookie Run Braverse. So we have 2 more amazing tournaments to look forward to. So, again, there's going to be a lot of action happening all weekend long here at Pro Play Summit.
Yeah, so total of 53 players that are playing for the Sugarcloud Express tournament for today. And then we are going to be, moving on to later, I believe at 11 or so is when the junior event does take place, because we do have a separate junior event that are going to be played out by the juniors of the Cookie Run Braverse TCG players. And then we also do have Gunslinger. Can you explain to the viewers what Gunslinger kind of format is for them?
So they are they doing the three format? So there's a couple different ways to do it, but generally it's a quick fire event where you sign up, try to win a number of times, and you get prizing based on that. So I'll try to get that for the next round, but it's just another quick fire side event that players can sign up for that, if you don't want to fully commit to the, 4 or 5 hours a tournament might take, it's just a quick rapid fire, get some promos style of format for players, again, get extra promos or other swag that is, attached to that format. So we'll have more details on that in terms of, because I know that's going on all weekend long as well, but I gotta be real, there is literally so many prizes to be had this weekend, and every tournament has its own special playmat, its own special promo, and then there's extra promos for certain events. So I just need like a cheat sheet on the side here that I can reference and go through, because again, the 3 major tournaments, there's all the Gunslinger events, there's just so much going on and so many different ways that players can earn various promos this weekend. And again, that special promo that we keep hinting at, that we hopefully will get to show off on stream from a really cool collaboration they were able to pick up, which is really exciting. So I know players here in the room are really excited to pick those up, and I'm always a sucker for how it's not always just about the collaboration or the art on the cards. Like, I want to see the special foiling treatment, so really excited to see what they're going to have for those promos and once they're able to get shared. So
yep. So we do have a lot of promos, like you said. Just going back to the Gunslinger one, which is going to be one of the side events. We do have some like feature mats that's has pure vanilla. We got one with Lilybell and Blue Lily, as well as Mozzarella. We do have some awesome looking sleeves, which I actually did get to feel them firsthand yesterday when I came early.
Nice.
They're really nice quality, sleeves featuring all of the ancient cookies, as well as some promo packs, which is going to be for the set 2, which is BS3 and 4, as well as one that we have not seen, which is going to be the Tower of Venture one. So they are going to be putting those in as a prize pool, depending on how many you win. So as of right now, we are able to see you win 1 to 2, you get some promo packs. You win 3 to 4, you get the ancient cookie sleeves, as well as when you do win 5, you do have different playmats for different days. So we have total of 3 days. You have 3 different playmats that you are able to win. But I believe right now we do have the second round going here, guys, and it is going to be here that we are going to be seeing I want to say another purple, at least based on the sleeve. We got the Witchberry, but we do have hopefully another purple, as well as we got the nice, ancient sleeves right there. And it actually, okay so I'm actually surprised. So it is going to be a blue. All right, so we do have a blue versus a purple this time around. So we got an Affogato as well as Lloyd Oyster being played out as their starting cookies here. And we're going to be starting off with blue here. So Lord Oyster is going to be a card where we do have a effect when he does die, or I guess in this faints.
Faints, don't be so dramatic.
Yeah. When they faint, when they are knocked out, you're able to discard 2 and draw 3. So you're able to get rid of those cards that you don't want in your hand, and you're basically able to kind of like cycle those cards to find what you want, right? And it looks like we are going to be going into that Affogato as well. I'm not sure what the whole situation here is, because we don't really have the sound from the play side.
So probably just a sequencing question there that's getting answered at the table. But one thing to note here, going back to just being the blue player, and we got a quick look at Avendaria's hand there. She looks like they are playing the level 2 variant, which is really exciting because it's one that I've always wanted to shuffle up and play. I've been focusing on more of the discard variant and trying to make it good. I think the level 2 is definitely the better of the 2 blue decks that we have access to as a blue player. But Lloyd Oyster is just such a great cookie to have in both versions of it, because as you mentioned, just getting that discard, getting the drawing and stuff is just so important for filtering through, making sure you're finding your right pieces, because again, there's the mulligan in this game is that you look at your 6, if you don't like it, you shuffle it back and draw 6 again, and sometimes there are going to be some hands where you're like, okay, well, I just have all level 2s and level 3s, and that's where I get stuck with. So you have to find these pieces that give you a lot of filtering. And thankfully, blue, and why I like it so much, it gives you all those options for the extra draw. Like the aloe cookie in there that is in the trash right now is actually one of my favorites, because it's another one that is on feint, and you just get to look at the top 3 cards of your deck and get a blue card that you get to pick. And what's really nice about aloe cookie in particular is that it can grab anything. A lot of times it'll say like you have to reveal a cookie. It'll say like you have to reveal a certain condition. But aloe cookie just says, hey man, if you just have a mono blue deck, I got you. Pick anything you want. Top 3, it's all yours. So it's another card that I think is just a very great level 1 to pick up, and one that also sees just a ton of play in all variants of it.
Yeah, so like you said, I believe it is going to be that level 2. Of course, we don't know enough as of right now. We do see that Custard being played out in the support as a flip already being gone, basically because of the fact that once you put it into the support, there really is no real way, unless there are some effects going on with greens and stuff like that, to actually put that support card back into your hand or your deck. So you're essentially leaving out one of those possible 16 flips being from being played into an HP. So we'll see how this one goes. We only really do see Custard, and with Lord Oyster being knocked out early, we should be seeing that discard 2 and have that draw 3. But I believe the players are still waiting for a judge rule here. But the timer is still ticking here. So hopefully they're able to figure out what is the issue here, because I'm not too sure exactly what it is. I believe it was 2 cost. We hit the Lord Oyster with Affogato, and it's been knocked out, but I'm not sure where the issue is coming from as of right now.
Yep, judges on the way. We just got the confirmation from the team. So
got it.
Again, also too, keep in mind that we are playing 35-minute rounds, best of 1 for today. But if there is a judge call in this instance, of course, players will give a time extension as needed. So we will be able to add some time to the clock at the end here as needed. So we're definitely going to make sure that these players have the full opportunity to play out their match and make sure that they clear up this ruling and then can get back to the game itself.
Yes. All right. So the judge is here. We'll see how the ruling goes here. Hopefully everything works out and we can get this round, on the way again. And it's looking like we're gonna have to play. We're gonna play the effect of Lord Oyster here. We're gonna discard the 2 and then draw that 3. And then we are going to be playing in response to the knockout. It's going to be Crimson Coral. So the effect of Crimson Coral is we do have 2 that we are able to select. So we're able to discard that 1 card, and it does look like, I believe we drew 2 cards is what it is, because instead of putting Affogato into the bottom of the deck, we drew 2 cards, and we're going to continue with the support down. Not much we can do as of right now unless we do play another cookie, because Crimson Core does require 3 energy support. But there we go. That is going to be Aloe that we talked about earlier coming out, and I believe that is going to be 2 damage coming out from Aloe, which is actually really, really strong. So as a level 1 cookie, being able to do 2 damage. But wow, so that is the Moonlight that we talked about.
Yeah.
So the Moonlight is finally coming out, and it is going to be that new Obsidian version, actually, that is being played by Zach here. But Moonlight Cookie. So Moonlight Cookie's effect is once you do play, you are able to place 5 cookies from the top of your opponent's deck into the trash. And then also, the thing that we were looking out for last game that didn't happen was if they have 2 cookies in the battle area, you're able to trash 1 of them.
Yep.
And then now Zach is going to damage Aloe for 3 damage for 3 costs. And additional to that, we are going to see if there's going to be enough trash cards in the pile for the opponent. It doesn't look like it, so we're going to see, I'm going to guess, Aloe Cookie's effect.
So I know exactly the judge rule that happened now in terms of the first round, and what's going to happen here again that they're clarifying is that you do get to resolve the effect of Lord Oyster as well as Aloe Cookie's feint abilities before having to play the cookie, because anytime a cookie is knocked out, if you don't have one in play, you do need to play one. So that was the sequencing that was getting answered here. So that's also the really nice thing about, both Lord Oyster and Aloe Cookie here is that you always want to play, and again, just the beautiful level 2 here, you always want to make sure that you're having those right pieces to find. So getting that extra filtering, be able to go right back into Crimson here is so important for the effect, because it is just such a strong on play of, again, Blue's whole identity really is just, hey, I get to draw a bunch of stuff, find the right exact cards that I want. It's a 3 for 3, which is really strong value for a level 2. That's like the right power to damage ratio that you want to see. And Crimson just giving us the extra draw here, allowing us to go into exactly what we need. So our opponent is reading across what the Sea Fairy does, the newer one of the 2, which is really nice because it can give you some nice spread damage. And there's also one that deals extra damage if your hand is full enough, which thanks to Crimson Coral Cookie and drawing you, it feels like infinite cards, you're always able to meet that hand size condition for Sea Fairy, where one side of blue wants to be at 2 cards or less, and then this side of blue generally wants to be at 5 or higher to get all the effects in the deck, as well as the additional filtering.
Yeah, so Zach is going to be counting the trash pile of the opponent right now, and then we're going to see what is going to be taking place here. So, but going back to that judge rule and what kind of took place, so when a cookie is knocked out, the entire effect needs to be resolved before we're able to say that the entire battle is over. So before playing another cookie or anything like that, that needs to take place. But we're going to do 3 damage. There was a flip card. I'm not sure if Zach actually took the effect of the flip card here. But we're going to take that 3 damage onto Moonlight. Moonlight is going to be left with 3 HP. We're going to put down another support, making it a total of 4 here. And it looks like we're going to do another total 3 damage here going on. We do have a flip card coming out. We're going to draw one, and we're going to have a Kumio as well. So we were able to do that 1 tick damage pretty much to that Moonlight by discarding 1 card. That is going to take place now. I'm leaving Moonlight with only 2 HP. So with Crimson at 1 and Moonlight at 2, we only have 1 support up for Zach. So we'll see what kind of move Zach wants to make here. But it is going to be moving on to next turn here. And yeah, let's see what happens. So another flip card being played as a support. Okay, well, we're going to see Strawberry Crepe coming out. That is another very, very strong card. So we were talking about that, that level 2, right?
Yep,
the level 2. So this is an essential card for the level 2 blue. So if you want to kind of explain to them what that whole thing is, that would be awesome too.
So the best part here too is the on play, as we talked about earlier. One of the break denials is so important to the entire identity of blue. So we were able to put that level 2 back on top of our deck, which means it didn't go into the break, and we're following that up immediately with the Wind Archer to then break the Strawberry Crepe Cookie, forcing us to play out another card. So a lot of this is why I love blue and purple, and I'm going to try not to just yap too much about this, but this matchup in particular is so exciting because there's so many avenues for both players to interact with one another, and where blue is like, generally drawing up a bunch of cards and purple wants to be more of like the denial aspect. There's so many interesting ways of how you sequence out your turns here and trying to find the right pieces. So unfortunately, we did lose our level 3. That would have been a key identity for it, but we are able to quickly follow that back up with Captain Caviar Cookie, which is nice. That can deal some extra damage and give us some extra filtering. So a lot of really quick plays back and forth here from both players.
Yeah, so what Zach did right there is going to be that Affogato play, where we are going to be playing that active ability where, for 1 cost, we are going to be putting that card to the trash, and we're basically trashing the top 2. And we were actually able to use it looks like right here, a trap card coming out from the blue side, but we are going to be taking a total of 4 damage right there, and that is going to be a massive, massive hit, guys. Zach, what Zach is doing is Zach is kind of stacking that pile of trash to get to that 15, to use that Wind Archer ability to be able to use those, Abandoned Cloud Nests as well. But we're going to be moving on to the next, turn for here.
Yeah, Zach has definitely a very aggressive opening here for what he's trying to line up. And as I mentioned earlier, and we're going to see it right here, is that break tax, right? The blue player generally wanting to draw a bunch of the cards out of their deck and being able to cycle very quickly, find the right pieces. And the version that Zach is playing today with the purple deck is saying, all right, well, I'm going to mill some extra cards, and I'm going to just burn you a point of damage effectively, because I know that you're going to have such a high volume draw engine going through your deck very quickly. And especially when purple is able to then break cards as well, which of course makes you play out more of those, health from the top, you're just going to burn through your deck even quicker. So we do see another damage denial here, which is really, really important for Avendaria, and getting some damage back at the Wind Archer.
Yeah, so that was an awesome play right there because of the fact that, Captain Caviar literally had 1 HP. Yep. We're just bouncing it right into the, top of the deck, which is actually really, really good for Strawberry Crepe because of the fact that you are able to deal extra 2 damage if that card is level 2. You just place that card right on top. You know exactly what the top card is, and that combos up. Wind Archer is going to be knocked out. So actually right now, the break area is not being updated, but Zach is going to be at break area level 7, while Avendaria is only going to be at break area 3. But we did actually see a refresh. So this is going to be the thing, right, for blues. Blues are just constantly going through those cards in your deck, trying to find the best cards, and then, you might lose 1 or 2 break area because of the fact that you are putting one of them into your break area every single time you're refreshing, but, we're already in a huge lead right now, so 7-3. So if Milky Way Cookie is knocked out here, and Milky Way is going to make it a break area 9, but we do have Milky Way being played out by Zach, with the Wind Archer being knocked out. We're going to get an HP flip right there again. Wow.
Very nice trap card, deny the damage. And again, as a blue player, you are drawing a approximately infinite card, so we don't mind paying the tax for the HP effect there. Going to keep ourselves at a very healthy 5 HP at this point.
Yep, so we're going to be making another play here. This is what I want to see from purple, right? We're going to have that Milky Way out. We're going to try to kind of cycle through. We're going to deal the damage. If we can't deal the damage, we're just going to, trash it with Starfruit in order to not put that cookie into the break area because that's just risky, right? So we're going to replace it with the level 1 of Starfruit here. Sadly, again, we don't have any level 2 or 1 on the opponent's side, so we're not able to do anything, but we're just kind of trashing. We're going to be dealing damage to our Starfruit, and it's looking like no flips are coming out, which is going to be frustrating for Zach here because we're just constantly knocking out cookies, but nothing is really happening. So another Moonlight is being played out. So again, we're trashing the top 5 of Avendaria's deck. But the thing is that this Moonlight is not able to use the other effect, which is going to be trashing a cookie from the opponent's battle area if there are 2 cookies out. Sadly, there's only 1, so that is the only effect. And now this is pretty much the last cookie that Zach is probably going to be playing here. So we're going to bounce back Strawberry Crepe for Avendaria here with
interesting
the item here coming out. And Captain Caviar again is coming out. Wow. So that combo is just being there, right? That combo of just putting those beefy level 2s out to tank most of the damage. Bounce back Strawberry Crepe with that ice cream or bear jelly ice cream, and then just play it again the next turn. Same thing.
Yeah, really interesting getting to look there at the top 3, and we saw 2 flip cards as well. So it's like, oh man, and one way you'd want to slam down a cookie just because you know that they're going to get that double HP right for their last flips. But at the same time, we are really trying to stay on that break denial plan, which is why you can do the Captain Caviar cookie, which is normally a lot of people would say an unexciting, level 2 damage ratio and whatnot because it has 5 HP, but because of our level 3 combo, it is so strong in what it wants to be doing, right? And exactly, this is why we knew that we had the double HP on top. And
what is that?
I didn't see the third one, but there you go. So we know that we have 3 HP flips right on the top because we got to see them with Captain Caviar, plan out our turn perfectly, and have the biggest HP flip there.
Man, she must have saw 3 of those.
Yep, we got to see him off of the Captain Caviar. So
we're
feeling pretty good as a blue player.
It's like we're good. Oh my gosh.
So Zach doing a refresh here because he finally did churn through his deck, not getting a lot of his U-Village scrolls to prevent the 1 damage. On that side, we're trying to see if we can burn Avendaria through the deck again, trying to set up the Windbreaker. But we do have the Moonlight Shard here, which is going to deal some damage and mill some more cards here. So unfortunately, we're not able to get the flip, as it were, to really get any more value. But that Captain Caviar has kind of already done his job at this point, right? We have a level 3. He's going to go on top again, and we were able to deny effectively 4 break. That's the most important thing here is like how much effective health, right, did the blue player play around here? And we were able to bounce, well, I'm assuming that we're going to play the level 3 here. We're going to be able to bounce the Captain Caviar back to the top of the deck again to prevent a total of 4 break from hitting the break zone.
Yep, so there you go, the Strawberry Creek coming out. So for the viewers out there who are wondering what is actually happening because so many things just happen, all together, but those HP flips. So essentially, once those HPs are flipped around and it's revealed, we're able to see the effect. And that HP flip is where we're able to discard a card from the hand and then place another HP from the deck as the top HP for that cookie, essentially gaining 1 HP to stay alive in the battle area longer. Essentially, Captain Caviar taking 3 HP, which is actually an insane move. And again, like you said, bouncing back that Captain Caviar to the top, and then we're able to combo it up again. And it looks like we're going to have Moonlight with HP flips as well. But we are going to be playing a Sorbet.
My boy.
Right there.
Yeah, put him back to the bottom of the deck, and you can just get to draw extra cards. So just another beautiful filtering option. So I really got to give it to Avendaria here. Like, she has shown a pure masterclass of what blue has the potential to do. If you find those early filters and draws to set up these turns, like having that level 2 and level 3 combo play turn after turn after turn is so incredibly strong for making sure that you are keeping your break area healthy, and then still saying, like, I'm going to do 5 damage with my Strawberry Crepe. Like, that is going to knock out most level 3s in the game when you set it up. So just a absolutely amazing showcase here.
Yeah, I got to say, this is like an almost perfect. Okay, obviously we can't have a perfect play, but this blue, level 2 blue that we're seeing right now is just absolutely amazing. We're going to have a trap card coming out as well, the Fallen Eye statue, which is going to negate more damage of that, you know, Moonlight. Really just can't even knock out a Strawberry Crepe. And then another flip card comes out. Another thing about Kumio, as you guys already saw, is that this is able to do that chip damage or that tick damage, which is going to be discard 1 card, you deal 1 damage to that cookie that just kind of attacked you. And now Moonlight is left with, it looks like 3 HP. Strawberry Crepe still at 2. We don't have much support left for Avendaria here. But we'll see what kind of move we're able to see. So another Affogato coming out. And it's looking like Affogato is just being used to kind of
deal 2.
Yeah,
just
deal
knock it
2
out.
now here. Oh, okay. So there's that 8, not an HP flip. That one's going to be a draw flip. Okay, and then now we're going to finally see Strawberry Crepe going into the break area. That took long enough.
Yeah, a lot of looping, a lot of damage denial there. And now, of course, we're going to have to see, you know, what we're going to follow this up with sequencing-wise. But looks like we have another Crimson that we're able to play here and, you know, set us up for maybe another level 2 action. But again, looking at Zach's break area, I mean, that's a level 1. That's all we need. We only need to do 2 damage at this point. So, any level 2 and being more efficient with your resources, you know, this is a very quick knockout. We know that Zach doesn't have a lot of, any support left at this point. So it's, you know, you basically have to play around how many cards they have left in hand, how many flips for healing could they possibly have. But we just take out the level 1, put our opponent to 10. That should be a quick victory for Avendaria.
I think that is going to be a victory right there for Avendaria. So just that quick, like 3 damage to Affogato, and that is going to be it. All right, so that is going to be for round 2 here, going to Avendaria. That level 2 blue that we kind of talked about. And, you know,
I'm very happy.
Man, dude, I'm 2 purples, and both purples are not having a fun time here.
No. It's maybe it's just a blue day, but again, that was a wonderful showcase of what the blue deck can actually do. Again, just showing that the filtering matters so much, getting all that break denial, and Avendaria just perfectly navigating the traps, denial into setting it back, into seeing, we got to talk about that triple heel turn, right? The triple heel on top, like, I am the worst. I have the worst poker face. If I saw that, I would just look at my opponent like, I'm so sorry to do this to you, and just like set it back on top, right? So,
yeah, that 3 HP flips coming out back to back to back is not easy.
I thought it was just the 2 when we saw it, too, because, you know, we saw just the first 2 pop up, and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good for a setup, and then just had the third one there looming as well. So
yeah, so hopefully we're able to get an interview going for the winner. So we'll see if we can get an interview going for Avendaria here. Just kind of want to see, you know, her excitement as well as what she was feeling during that time when she was able to get that perfect, you know, gameplay going, as well as the 3 HP flips like we talked about just happening. Once that happens, like, you just know. It's like you feel so good, but at the same time, it's like, I am so sorry for making that happen to you as an opponent. Like, yeah, I want to win my games, but at the same time, it's like, wow, man, you must be having a hard matchup right now, not able to knock out my cookies.
It is card games at the end of the day. Luck is, you know, certainly a value factor to have into the bigger picture. But again, just beautiful pilot skills there by Avendaria and playing the blues. So really exciting to see. Again, the biggest part for that match for me was, again, showcasing the damage denial aspect of CookieRun, because blue and purple really are the best 2 at doing that and showing like the more controlling aspects that you can pull off, where as we saw in round 1, red is like, I'm just going to deal as much damage, throw everything I can at you, and be done with it. So I'm really hoping now if we can just get yellow on camera to showcase like all 3 highlights of CookieRun, like that would be a perfect tournament for me. Getting to see all the 3 like major play styles showcased would be great.
So exactly, we saw that red being super aggressive, putting down those level 3s right off the bat, just doing so much damage, getting that control of the entire round, and then we're able to see blue doing a really, really good job in negating those, damage coming and putting those cookies into the break area, which purple is actually really, really good at too, which we did kind of see from Zach. It was just a little bit tough that, it just happened more from the blue side. Avendari just played it really perfectly, like just putting out that beefy Captain Caviar, like 5 HP. You're not going to be able to do anything.
Oh, man.
And, just Strawberry Crepe again. I'm just going to bounce it back to the top. You're not going to be able to kill it or knock it out, sorry. And then you're able to just combo it up constantly.
Yes.
It's just a tough one. So hopefully we can get an interview going here for Avendaria. So we'll meet you guys at the interview area.
Hey, Cosmic here, and joined by Avendari, who just won with the blue level 2 deck on stream. And of course, I'm a huge blue fan, so thank you for bringing blue to the tournament. But yeah, tell me about your service. What made you bring blue to today's tournament? The level 2 versus maybe the discard, which I'm more partial to. But I haven't been having much luck with it, so you're inspiring me a little bit here. So tell me a bit about it.
Blue is the first color I ever built in like the first set, and I just have such a love for blue. It's just so fun to me. This is my first TCG ever. And so I'm glad that I built something that is fun. And even if it's not like a top tier deck like a lot of other colors, I wanted to bring something fun to just enjoy my first ever tournament.
Have you had a chance to play any of the other decks? Is there a second favorite color that you might like that you've been enjoying?
I'm starting to like yellow. I hated yellow first set, but I'm starting to love it because I like the cheese cookies. So.
All right, well, that's a good. I was just going to ask, what is your favorite cookie? I guess you have to tell me what your favorite blue cookie is then from the deck, or what your favorite one.
I like Black Pearl cookie. Yes.
Yes.
I like Sea Fairy. I like all the sea see cookies.
So we were having, hopefully we weren't too loud back in the booth, but it was super exciting to see after the Captain Caviar showcase the HP flips. How are you feeling in that moment? Because I mean, that is a awesome spot to be in.
There's so much like pure luck in this game, so just pulling those up, and I'm pretty sure they were in the exact same order I put them back in. So like even if I wouldn't have done that, like the luck that was already in there, like it's a good feeling to know it's there, because like I'm just like, yep, it's coming, I'm just gonna do it. Like.
So last question I have for you, what was the one color that you're hoping to dodge in today's tournament? Is there one matchup that you just really don't want to see in the next couple rounds?
Red. I think everyone hates going against red. A lot of people hate going against purple, but I feel like I can do well with purple, being blue and like drawing a lot and having a lot of like opportunity there, but I do not like going against red.
Yeah. So any other shout outs or anything you want to say? Are you here with like a team that you want to give a shout out to or anything of that nature?
We have a ton of Orlando locals from the Haven Games playing, and we love our little community here in Orlando.
Awesome. Well, that's going to do it for us here in the interview section. Thank you so much, Evan. Daria, good luck in the rest of your rounds for today, and we'll be right back with more Cookie Run Braverse.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos. TCG.
I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drunk, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now, so the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like.
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Cosmic here, and welcome back for Pro Play Summit here in the beautiful Orlando, Florida. I'm Cosmic, joined here by HyRool, and we're getting ready for round 3 here in just a moment. Just showcased amazing matchup for blue and purple. And, the other thing I forgot to mention, I got to give the players a shout out for, blue versus purple is a matchup that can just drag out forever because there's just so much drawing, so much filtering, so much back and forth. And both players played at a very, very good speed and didn't go into overtime, which honestly I thought if there is a matchup other than yellow that would go into overtime, it's definitely going to be blue and purple showcasing it. So we will have the next round up here shortly. But, what are some highlights from you from that last match?
Yeah, I mean, we got to keep going back to it, but that extra HP flips constantly. And you were doing that interview earlier with Evan Daria, and just knowing, it was gonna happen anyways. But just knowing that, knowing it's happening soon, it's like it's just a great feeling, right? And as an opponent, if I was the opponent, I would be very, very, very disappointed in having to not only deal 5 damage to knock out a cookie, but having to deal 8 damage now. Because of the extra HP flips, essentially, there's no way you're actually going to get that out of the battle area. So, again, I think that HP flip was just so, crucial in ending that right there with that combo of Strawberry Creep. Again, going out, bouncing back and forth, which Evan Dury actually very unique playstyle is that, Crimson Coral, there are players who uses Crimson Coral in order to not draw 2 cards, but place those, annoying level 1s from the opponent's battle area back into their deck. But instead of doing that, it was just a straight up constantly draw and draw. She got her perfect hand and just kind of played it out, and it worked out perfectly for her. Kind of denying those moonlights being played out, preferably with 2 of those cookies out in the battle area, trying to, negate that from happening. But it does look like right here, we got the players for round 3 set up, and they are getting ready here. So we'll transition over to them right now to see what we are going to be playing. All right, so we got Truck and Cooper. All right, so Truck, they are both going to be at 2-0. So they have on that winning streak here. All right, and I'm excited to see what kind of, what kind of decks they're going to be bringing to the table for round 3 here.
Yep, and just to confirm for those at home, we were able to get the final count number and make sure everything lined up well. So it looks like it will be 6 rounds of Swiss today into the top 8 cut. So a lot more rounds to come, a lot more coverage, a lot more Cookie Run Braverse action, and we are going to let our players shuffle up and see what they have. Now, I will say, I always love when we, I am someone who uses a solid color of sleeves for tournament play. It's just easier to use and whatnot. But I really do love, too, when people bring their favorite cookies on their sleeves as well. Sometimes it's a little bit telling, and there's the advantage that, you're giving your opponent because they, figure out what color they're on. You could argue for it. But hey, in that last round, we saw purple sleeves on a blue deck. So
yeah, exactly.
You can always throw off your opponent, too, if you want to mix it up a little bit.
I was surprised. I thought we were going to be seeing a purple, but a blue came out, which, it's cool. But we're going to be getting to that shuffling. They're cutting their opponent's deck just to get it started. And I think they're rolling their dice to see who goes first. And dice went off the screen, so we're not able to see. But it looks like Cooper is going to be the decider on who goes first or second. So let's talk about the first and second here, because it is going to be played out differently depending on who goes first and who goes second. So first person who goes, the first player actually is not able to draw, is not able to attack, and is only able to use Cookie's effect as well as place down that 1 support card. while the second opponent or the player that goes second is going to be able to do all of that, which draw 2 cards, put down the support, and also have that ability to attack the opponent. So, you know, there's a lot of players that goes back and forth between, you know, it's better to go first or better to go second. How about you? What do you like to play if you had the, you know, chance to decide on who goes first or second?
Yeah, for me personally, I always love going first, especially as a blue player. Like getting the early support just matters so much, so that you have the extra, you know, support to use a trap card. And then also, we have so many ways to draw extra cards, right? That's usually one of the downsides that people go back to. It's like, well, I really need the card draw just to make sure I find the right pieces. And blue is like, oh, it's okay. Half my deck draws extra cards. So I don't mind as much. I'm a little bit biased as the blue player. I know green players in the set 1 format really loved going second because you got the extra support, get the extra draw to find like the ladybugs and stuff, and that was fine. So there is still, I think it depends on, you know, what the matchup is and then if you're more comfortable going first or second.
All right, so we're going to be seeing a purple versus yellow here, and you guys were able to see right there a mulligan happening. So kind of you want to explain the mulligan aspect of this game because it is a little bit different.
Yeah, so in this game, you know, you look at your 6 cards and you're saying, you know, especially if you don't have like a level 1, a lot of times you say, okay, I really want to have a low level start so I don't generally break a 3 very early on. So you look at your 6 cards, realize that you don't want them, shuffle them back, draw 6 new ones, and then that is the hand that you get to play with. So Truck did take a mulligan on the left-hand side, and I missed it if Cooper.
Cooper also did take a mulligan.
So both players taking a mulligan here at the start.
And it is looking like Truck is going to go first, put that, you know, Fairy Cookie as a support, and then we're going to be moving on to Cooper, who's actually going to be putting that support and a stage card that we have not, you know, seen today. So the first time today seeing a stage card being played is going to be the Star Candy Row, which is going to be allowing your cookies to get some extra HP if you do use that 2 support cost. So that's going to be a thing for yellow as well. A lot of sustain happening as well, where you're able to add extra HP to your cookies, as well as, you know, kind of manage your break area in a sense, because you're able to trash those, you know, level 1s, level 2s from the break area with certain cookies effects. So we're going to be able to see how that's going to be played out here with the yellow, because it is going to be our first yellow and our 3rd purple.
Yeah.
So hopefully this time around the purple player, Truck, is able to kind of, you know, get those combos out. We do see the Soul Jam actually being played early, which is going to be, you know,
nice.
good in the sense that if Truck does have a crunchy chip, that's going to be really, really good. But we are actually seeing a orange cookie being played out by Cooper, which is very, very interesting move here, because that is going to be a flip card. That is going to be a level 1, but we're able to do that early 1 damage to that angel cookie, who is going to be the set 1 blocker. And if we talk about it, Moon Rabbit is going to be our set 2 blocker.
Yep.
A little bit different because, you know, set 1, you can block as many times as you want as long as you do have the support. While the set 2 blocker, while they are a little bit beefier in the sense that they have 4 HP, can only be used as a blocker if you have it active. So you do need to rest that card in order to make that happen. But it's looking like we're going to have a Starfruit come out, get that combo going, so that the combo that we couldn't see during the last 2 you know, plays is going to be coming out here in the 3rd round, which is going to be getting rid of your level, you know, 1 or level 2 from your battle area. This time around, it was going to be that Angel who took that 1 damage, and then we're able to get rid of that beefy Moon Rabbit off of the field just for 1 cost.
Yeah, this is the crazy dangerous part about, you know, purple versus yellow in particular with that stage we wanted to play out, because traditionally in every other matchup, yellow is like, yeah, let me just throw a bunch of HP cards under my guys, heal them up, drag out the game until I can get my late turn combos. And purple just has such a great ability of just trashing stuff, and we're just going to see the double Starfruit pickup here by Truck, knocking out the Moon Rabbit cookie back to back.
Oh my gosh.
That is a beautiful start for the purple player. And this is where we want to start to see the combos. Now, they could have waited, you know, if maybe there was a couple chip damage to get across, and that's generally when you want to use Starfruit, but he had recognized that level 2 is like, no, man, I don't want you to keep that. I want to burn some extra cards, fill up your trash, and that is a good value target for Starfruit's ability. And now we have a ton of cards in the trash, because if you remember to the last round, we want our opponent to be at 15 cards in their trash, and this is a great setup by Truck.
Yeah, so that early combo of 2 Starfruits coming out, knocking out or actually trashing the Moon Rabbit, which is going to be a beefy, again, 4 HP, which means that 4 cards from the deck was already placed below it as HP cards. That's a total of already 10 cards, essentially, in the trash pile for Cooper, which, you know, already so close. And only in the 3rd turn of these players, and you're at like 11 trash for Cooper, and that's going to be a tough place. Of course, we are able to knock out that orange cookie super easily, but it does look like, because of the fact that Truck knows that, hey, well, I'm playing against yellow, they're going to try to, you know, manage their break area as much as possible. So instead of having to knock out, you know, cookies to get to break area 10, I'm just going to try to trash and then just mill the opponent to victory. So I think that's essentially what Truck wants to go for. But it does look like Cooper is going to play a Stardust Cookie here and try to do that 2 damage onto Starfruit. And the effect of Stardust is that if there is one of your opponent cookie who has only 1 HP remaining, you're able to place that cookie into the break area. However, though, it does look like we're going to see just not enough of the support. But yeah, we're just going to see Starfruit going because of the fact that we took 1 damage from Orange, 1 damage from Stardust, and right away, wow.
All right, it is Purple's round. We're going to get that Moonlight Cookie back out. And, you know, one thing I do want to stress here, too, about this matchup in particular is that Yellow doesn't have as many cookies a lot of times compared to some of the other decks because they have to have so many traps or extra stages and stuff. So Purple has a opportunity here where just getting a lot of the burn on their units and just putting their cookies and fainting them into the trash or putting them in the trash, right, is going to very quickly put them in a position where they might not have a cookie to play. So if Truck has a lot of extra discard package to back up these couple of plays that we saw, we could be running Yellow out of viable cookies to play, and this could be a match where we see that alternate win condition that we talked about earlier finally come out in this game.
Yeah, so right now, as you guys can kind of see, you know, it's not too visible, but Truck does have 4 cards in hand as of right now, and it is going to be Truck's turn, but Cooper also does only have 4 cards. And with Orange Cookie being out in the field right now, we are going to be dealing that 3 damage onto Orange. We're not going to use that HP flip right there for Orange because, you know, obviously it's going to still die or get knocked out. Sorry, I keep saying it. But
we're fainting cookies.
All right, we're fainting cookies. All right, they're knocking out. And then we're going to have another Moon Rabbit.
Is that the third one?
Third one, yeah. That is going to be our third one here. And then because of the fact that I believe there's going to be a 15 cards in the trash pile for Cooper, we are going to be able to draw 2 cards and trash 1, which is going to be Moonlight Cookies, then effect. All right, so we're essentially able to draw more cards, get those cards that we want in our hands, trash the one that we don't want, and then we'll kind of let Truck play out the next turn because we do only have 1 support. The thing that would be the best is to have something like the U Village Scroll, which you do kind of see in the trash pile already. But it does look like Cooper does have it does look like I think there's 1 trap, 1 item, as well as a Timekeeper.
Yep.
So the thing about Timekeeper, right, is that it is such a great card. You're able to get rid of, you know, a level 2 from the break area. But the thing is, you do need to have cards in your hand to discard, as well as enough supports to play those on plays.
Yes.
Which right now is so difficult that the thing that Truck has done so well is that early on, you're able to get rid of those cookies that are going to be, you know, helping Cooper sustain the battle area, just knocking those things out super quickly, putting them in the trash, and then forcing Cooper to play whatever is in the hand right now, and at the same time not have enough supports to play those on plays if he wants to. So right now we're gonna be left with Moon Rabbit, still Moonlight still having 6 HP, dealing you know, that 3 damage earlier. But it does look like we're gonna be adding 1 extra HP onto Moon Rabbit here, making it a total of 5 HP, and that is gonna be, looks like, the turn for Cooper. So nothing else except for that extra HP because again, we don't have much support, and it looks like, I'm gonna guess, I kind of see it, it's gonna be the Cyborg as well as Timekeeper. So Cyborg is another cookie that's gonna be really strong late game, but right now it's just not the time to play it. So we'll see what kind of plays Cooper is able to make here. against Truck because, man, this is the type of purple that I wanted to see play.
Yep.
You know, those early star fruits, negate those, cookies from being knocked out and just trash gets those values out. Like the value between, Angel being trash versus, Moon Rabbit being trash is enormous. And at the same time now, we're going to deal extra 3 damage onto Moon Rabbit here. And it doesn't look like we're going to be playing any traps. We're just going to flip those cards. No flip cards coming out. We're going to draw 2 again. The same thing. Discard 1, making our hands more favorable for the next turn if we need to. And it looks like we're going to drop a flip card, which is good. And then a Crunchy Chip comes out. So that is the card that we kind of talked about earlier. That early Soul Jam being placed into the support area is for this. So Crunchy Chip is going to be a restricted card, actually. The first restricted card we see today, and that is going to be a card super powerful. It doesn't look like we're going to be using the on-play. We're just going to use the, the ability and the attack here, which is going to be 1 damage first, and then I believe... I think it's going to be extra 2 damage is the play here. But we're going to use a trap card coming out from Cooper, all right, to try and negate those damage coming out from Crunchy Chip. But the thing is, we do also need to realize is that even though you're able to use that trap, the then effect is not affected by that trap. So you're essentially able to get rid of that 1 damage in the beginning, add that extra 1 HP, but you're still taking the 2 damage coming out from Crunchy Chip later down the line. But it looks like we have 2 HP remaining for Moon Rabbit. That's going to be end of turn for Truck. We're going to have 2 huge damage dealers here coming out.
Yes.
Moon Rabbit, 2 HP, while Moonlight and Crunchy Chip are still really, really healthy.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here coming from Truck's side. Like, Cooper really wants to stay in this game, kind of draw it out, be able to get enough support down, making sure that he's able to draw enough cards, keep his hand healthy, and, eventually start looping that break area to get the more value out of just kind of prolonging the game even more, where Truck, again, has just come out swinging and has a lot of damage he's offering back with just the Moonlight and the, again, Crunchy Chip just being such a great damage dealer. But we'll have to see how he follows it up, because even looking at his hand, I think we still have just the Timekeeper, which doesn't get too much value here in terms of, we got to keep up the on-play if we want to really use it. So that means we just have to navigate our turn and just leaving up a bunch of support. So that's why I see just the pass here very quickly.
Yeah, so another Millennial Jade Deer being played out here. So again, we're negating that first 1 damage, adding that extra HP, and then we're taking the 2 then effect. We get a draw card, which is going to be very, very good for Cooper as of right now, because you kind of want to get more cookies in your hand so that you're not forced to play the Timekeeper. But it looks like we're going to do that 3 damage. Another 3 damage coming out from our Moonlight. Flip card coming out. Not going to take it because obviously we don't have many cards in our hand. And it's looking like we do have 3 cookies. There's going to be the Timekeeper, the Cyborg, as well as I'm going to say it's Chestnut, a flip card. So now Cooper needs to decide on what you want to do, because you are able to play that Timekeeper, play the on-play. However, because of the fact that there really isn't much in the break area, you don't want to sacrifice that early. So we'll see what kind of play Cooper does make. Not sure what they're doing.
He was just waiting for the Moonlight to resolve, so he plays the unit here.
All right, and then we are going to be having that Chestnut come out. A flip card is going to be that level 1 as well as 1 damage, kind of similar to what we saw with Orange, but it is going to be the draw flip instead. So we're moving on to, it looks like Cooper's turn here. Kind of slowly building up that support area to be able to use all of those on-plays, then effects and stuff like that. So something with Yellow is that you really want to sustain, have a good sustain in the early game to build those support area, because a lot of these cards are great, but they do cost a lot of support costs. So even Timekeeper, like we said, it's 2 supports to be able to play that on-play, and then another 3 plus 1 if you want to do the entire package of Timekeeper. So we're going to deal 1 damage, but we're going to negate it by using Village Scroll.
First one of the game, and you love to see it. Helps you put back important cards. It allows you to just cycle another one. And, anytime you can fully prevent the damage, you're in a good spot. It looks like he's actually choosing not to put anything back because he's probably trying to keep his deck discard healthy for the 15 that he needs for Moonlight Cookie's effect. But we are going to very quickly go into another attack here.
So
and
Stardust,
and get some damage in on that Crunchy and try to get Crunchy Boy out of here.
Yep, so we're going to deal that 2 damage. We're going to check the 2 damage. No flips are coming out. Sadly, we're not able to use the Den effect because of the fact that there is no cookie with 1 HP remaining. And Truck is going to take the next turn again. So drawing 2, we're going to put down another support, making it a total of now, total of 7. So that already for Truck is really, really good just because of the fact that, Crunchy Chip, the beautiful thing is it only costs 2 energy. Or 2
so
costs,
efficient.
right? 2 supports are going to be the only thing that you need to deal a total of 3 damage. And the beautiful thing about it is that you don't need to choose or like that's 1 cookie. You can split the damage however you want. So you're able to deal 1 damage if you want to Chestnut and then deal 2 damage to Stardust. But this time around, it is going to be 1 damage to Stardust and then 2 damage additional to Stardust, knocking it out. And now we're at a total of break area 5 for Cooper and only 1 for Truck. But the thing is now, we're waiting for those Timekeepers to come out. We're waiting for those, like, Millennial Trees to come out, trying to manage those break areas so that it is not going to be, building up too much. Chose not to play anything. Moonlight did 3 damage to Chestnut. Chestnut does get knocked out. We're now at break area 6. Now we'll see what happens. So Timekeeper does come out here. This is the one that we talked about, and this is the card that, is essential. Yes. And a core for yellow decks is that, again, we're able to use that on-play effect. Discard 1 card with 2 costs of yellow. You're able to select 1 level 2 or lower from your break area and just place it in the trash. So you're kind of managing that break area again. We're going to discard or put the Stardust into the trash. So we're back down to only 4 for Cooper.
Yep.
So that's a very, very, very important card, and that's what Cooper was kind of waiting on, right? Only had the Timekeeper, wanted to get the best value out of it, and we were able to do that. So we're moving on to Cooper's turn here now with 2 supports up still for Truck, and now 7 up for Cooper for the next turn, or the new turn that we do have. But the thing about Timekeeper, compared to something like Moonlight, 3, 5, so 5 HP. A little bit weaker in that HP sense, but we're able to do something if we want to with the stage. But Truck is going to use the remaining 2 support for a Abandoned Cloud Nest and kind of just negating the 3 damage that Timekeeper is able to do.
Yep.
And,
Timekeeper just being so good at healing up, as we were mentioning, but one of those downsides that we talked about is that it only deals 3 damage, and a lot of the traps that players are having access to in all colors, one of them is going to be a -3 effect. So Timekeeper is great for giving you that heal, extending out the game, making sure that you can get into your late game combos and go into your big cyborg, which hopefully comes up and deals a lot of damage. But it can be really difficult to get in that damage and try to get more break into your opponents if they're just having all the -3 attacks.
Yeah, so the thing about the reason why Truck, when he did use that U-Village score and chose not to place any card, I believe, is to keep that 15 to use that Abandoned Cloud Nest, right? So you keep that Crunchy Chip alive, doing 3 massive damage on the Timekeeper with only 2 support costs, and now we're just trying to finish it off with Moonlight, and that is going to actually happen here. So now Cooper back to 7 because of that Timekeeper being knocked out. So again, Truck still has that Moonlight Cookie, still has that Crunchy Chip, able to draw 2 cards, discard the one that we don't want to see, and now we're going to see a Millennial Tree, another cookie that is going to be a very, very, very core, card for yellow here, and it does look like, I'm going to assume that we're refreshing
doing a refresh here.
Because we don't have enough cards from our deck to place it as the HP for Millennial Tree. And it does look like we're going to be putting a Cyborg Cookie into the break area, making Cooper at level 8. So if this Millennial Tree does get knocked out, or if the 1 level 2 or lower card that he does decide to bring from the break area, which most likely is going to be Moon Rabbit, I'm assuming, does get knocked out, that is going to be game.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what kind of trap support that Cooper is going to have, try to extend out his turns here a little bit. But again, it is a heal, in that sense still. So, but then again, that cookie is going to get broken and get put into the break zone one way or another, because Truck just still has such a commanding presence. Like when you have this board set up from Truck's side, you are able to just be very efficient, just deal your damage. Moonlight is just giving you what? I mean, he's attacked with Moonlight, I think, 4 times at this point, so you've drawn 8 extra cards effectively, and all that extra filtering that you get just allows you to sculpt these perfect hands that say, okay, even if you answer these 2 major threats that I'm presenting to you, I am still going to have a follow-up. He might have the Grimoire that deals direct damage. He might have just another Moonlight Cookie just to mill out his opponent and get that engine going again. Like, there's a lot of hands that Truck can sculpt here that, because he was able to take that early pressure and advantage, can lead to these types of board states where Purple is just slowly but surely getting ahead turn after turn after turn thanks to Moonlight Cookie.
Yeah, so just going back to what I said earlier, so it's not Moonrabbit just getting knocked out, but Millennium Tree does need to get knocked out along with the Moonrabbit in order to get that break area over to 10. But it does look like we're finally able to do a bit of, or at least try to do a bit of damage here with Millennial Tree. Sadly, we're going to negate it again with the Abandoned Cloud Nest, but the dead effect of Millennial Tree does come out where you're able to use, I believe that's what Cooper did, where we do deal 1 damage to our Moonlight from Truck's side. And then after that, we're kind of just leaving it at that. We're going to place 1 HP, it looks like, to Millennium Trees to kind of beef it up to a total of 6 HP instead. But now Cooper still has 3 up, but now Truck is at a total of like 9 supports. That's a ton.
More than enough. More than any Purple player ever needs. So it feels like.
You only need like 5 right now to use all of the effects of Moonlight and Crunchy, and then you have plenty to use for traps.
Yep.
And it does look like the thing about Truck that he's doing so wonderfully is that he's managing his hands so well that you're not left with any like 1 or 2 hand situation where like, oh, if my cookie gets knocked out, I only have this card to play, or I don't have enough cards to play, my flip cards or anything like that because of that Moonlight. Like you said, we drew 8 times, right, to get rid of those cards that we don't want, and then also like fill up our trash area to get to that 15. And it does look like we're going to deal those damage out to our Millennial, but we're going to take that damage from to Moonrabbit because of the block effect, so we're going to rest that card, take that 3 damage from Moonlight onto Moonrabbit so that Millennial Tree does not take more. Okay, so we'll see how this plays out afterwards. I believe Truck should be able to... no, actually, Truck is not able to draw more cards because after the refresh, we don't have enough cards in Cooper's trash right now. So we need to get that up to 15 right now. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near it, and we are going to pass the turn after that.
Oh, and he has the Wind Archer in hand, which is really nice to see. So, it does open up a position here that if one of Truck's cards get knocked out, he's able to play that Wind Archer, effectively burn the level 3 here to get 5 cards into Cooper's trash, and really start to build up that plan again, and then really slam down the 5 damage from Wind Archer, which will very quickly close out a game because it's just too much damage for Yellow to try to heal or mitigate through.
Yeah, exactly. So that Wind Archer is going to be a key play here, especially for the late game, because of the fact that, Cooper is in that situation where, like, you really need to try and not get these cookies knocked out, right? Moonrabbit is super, super close to being knocked out. If Moonrabbit does go, and then, you're met with that Wind Archer, then Millennium Tree either gets trashed or maybe Truck does something crazy and just decides not to trash it and just knock it out and just end the game like that because you're doing a total of like 5 damage, and then you have also the Moonlight if you want to do that extra 3 damage too. So if Cooper is not able to answer that with any traps, and it does look like Cooper does not have anything, it's just a Cyborg, another Moonrabbit, and that Timekeeper. So what you want is to get that Moonrabbit knocked out first, to use the Timekeeper to be able to trash that Moonrabbit again, try to lower that break area once again, and then try to finish off like that. But I'm not too sure. It looks like we're going to be damaging with Moonrabbit instead. And then I'm going to assume that Truck just used a U Village Scroll as well. And
yep, going to see what we want to put back. And
so,
putting all those cloud nests back are pretty good for giving us the extra -3. Again, just a key card. And I always like to shuffle back one U Village scroll just so you can keep that cycle going. So one scroll always puts another scroll back in. And that's how you can continue to loop your deck and make sure you don't get that break tax.
Exactly. And it looks like we are going to be choosing that Dark Cacao. Dark Cacao is a very interesting card. I love using Dark Cacao in my deck too, but I only have one of them. Because of the fact that he is very, very expensive.
Yeah.
He has to use 4 supports to actually do damage. His on-play is great, but that also costs a lot. So we're going to check the damage out from Moon Rabbit onto Crunchy Chip. Only going to take that 1 damage because, again, we negated 1 with the U Village scroll. Crunchy Chip still hanging on to that dear life with that 1 HP. Not letting go of the battle area here. Just want to try to do as much damage as possible. I think it's been like 4 or 5 turns since these 2 cards has been out already. And Cooper is just not able to deal with it.
Again, having those -3 trap cards when yellow has a very hard time dealing more than 3 can make your units just stick around and be on the board. And those cookies are just getting value turn after turn. So looks like we do have a Moonlight chart, so we do have some extra milling options here in case we do need a refresh. So Truck just has a beautiful hand here just to sculpt this game, honestly, however he wants at that point. But that's truly the value of Moonlight Cookie here coming through.
All right, so we're going to deal damage with Crunchy Chip here going on to Millennial Tree. And it does look like we do have an HP flip coming out as well as a draw flip that earlier that took place. And then we're going to check the last 3rd damage. And now Millennial Tree is going to be left with 3 HP. We're going to try to finish her off with the Moonlight here. We're going to check all 3. We'll see if there's any flips that do come out. It does not look like we're going to have some. So now Cooper in that situation of 9 break. And the thing is here, if you do play a response, we only do have 1 support remaining for Cooper. So if you even wanted to use that Timekeeper, we're not able to do so right now. So we'll see how it goes. We're trying to count the trash pile for Cooper to see if Truck is able to use that Moonlight Shard that you talked about. If it's going to be 15, then it's going to be a bad situation for Cooper. And it does look like we are going to move on to the next turn for Cooper. All right, and we'll see here if Cooper is able to do something.
They might have just been looking at the time because we got 2 minutes here, counting down for our players. But I mean, Truck is at a break of 1 compared to Cooper's 9. So we really just have to make sure that we can extend these turns and try to find out, if the yellow player can find a quick way to get Truck up to 10, or if this is going to be a very quick look at I just have too many cards in my break, and yep, we're going to heal a little bit there, but time is important.
Time is important, as well as that value right there. Sadly, there was no level 2, so you're only able to heal 1. Again, even if that happens, if Moon Rabbit here gets knocked out, that is going to be game. We're just going to do 3 damage onto Moonlight. Not able to do much. I mean, there's still 2 HP remaining, and I don't know what more Cooper is going to be able to do here. We're going to do 2 more extra damage onto Moonlight. Oh, HP flip coming out, and it does look like Truck might just let it go. And I think the reason why is because you want to play that Wind Archer.
Yes.
Play that Wind Archer out, trash that Timekeeper, and just say, hey, sorry, but your Timekeeper is gone. It's just Wind Archer.
Maybe the Timekeeper, but out of time in the break area it goes, or in the trash area it goes, with Wind Archer coming down with a strong on play, and we are going to be threatening just, hey, I have a 5 damage now, and that is, I do not care what support you have up, because this Wind Archer is going to be crashing through and dealing the amount of damage that we need.
Exactly. So another Moon Rabbit coming out from Cooper's side as a blocker. However, again, we're going to deal that damage onto the Moon Rabbit. So we are able to block the first initial 1 damage. However, so a little bit thing that they don't, they kind of misplayed there. Truck is able to go and place that then effect onto the 1 HP Moon Rabbit if he wanted to. Because, again, we're not able to block both damage. The then effect, it actually works as kind of like an item or anything like that. But it does look like we're going to end it out here with Truck taking it with only 1 in the break area, which is kind of crazy. This is the purple that I want to see. Like, this is the play that, that I was expecting from purple to come out. And that early, Stardust, early Starfruit, and then the Moonlights and Crunchy Chips just allowing truck to manage and just control the battle area for so long, getting so much value out of it. So that is our round 3. All right, so I mean,
yeah, I mean, hey, look, I love to see a control matchup is definitely what we got to see there. The purple player realizing, or truck realizing they just got to be aggressive. They know that this is a matchup that can very easily go to time, which is not a spot either player wants to be in. And again, because that early double star fruit, just being able to take control, get the cards into the trash for truck there, get the activated abilities online, and then just say, hey, here's my Moonlight. I'm drawing a bunch of cards. Let's play the game, right? Like, and just getting that extra filtering is just so important. So really 2 great showcases back to back for both, one for blue, one for purple, of just why that drawing and filtering is just so important. And again, while yellow is able to heal up a bunch, when you're limited to only dealing 3 damage per attack, having the cards like Cloud Nest, or again, every color has access to a -3 attack, is just so strong at slowing down what yellow can do, that unless they can get to their big cyborg cookie payoff, to play and deal the damage, it's really hard to get cards into the break zone, as we just saw in that last game.
Yeah, so the ability to be able to draw constantly, cycle. But another beautiful thing is that once you're able to do that, you're still also able to discard a card to get to that 15 for your trash, as well as that 15 early for the opponent's trash. So like it's just so powerful in the sense that, you know, Truck was able to play everything like really well, perfectly.
Yes.
Not you know, allowing Cooper to kind of just sustain himself, get those support areas built up early on, so that you're able to play out those heavy hitters. You know, that Millennial Tree needed to stay alive a little bit longer to deal more damage, but Cooper just didn't have much, because of the fact that if I do attack with my Millennial Tree, you know, I'm not left with anything for my support area to do anything else. And, you know, all these damages that I'm trying to do is being negated by these early Abandoned Cloud Nests, these early U-Village scrolls and things like that. So that is our round 3. I mean, I wanted to see a purple play out perfectly. And finally, after 3 rounds of seeing purples being played, it's going to be the one that takes round 3. Are you excited to see if a green gets played?
I'd like to, yeah, we got to round this out at this point, right? Would love to get green on camera here, just so we can showcase all the colors, what makes each one of them unique, and just highlight just the different strengths of the game itself. So with that in mind, I know that the time was running a little bit over. Again, we're going to try to do interviews as we can, but I want to make sure we don't miss out on anything. And the next round, I'm sure, is going to be starting very soon. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, make sure that we can get the players set up for the next round, and we'll be right back here in Orlando for Pro Play Summit Games, hosted by Pro Play Games. We'll be right back.
TCG.
I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like, to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is
All right, so we did say we're going to be right back, but we are here right now with Truck. We just saw round 3 being played out by him, and it was a beautiful victory with that purple deck that I really wanted to see being played out, which you actually just nailed it right on the spot. So, yeah, how did you feel about your plays against the yellow, right?
I felt strong. You know, anytime you can play Crunchy Chip and have it stick on the field for longer than a couple of turns, it's insane.
Did you have Crunchy Chip right in your hand when you started out, or?
I drew into it on the first turn,
okay,
so it was...
So when I saw that Soul Jam being played out early on in the support area, I was like, does he have that Crunchy Chip? Yeah, because, again, it's the restricted card, right? So we only have one in that deck of 60 cards.
Right.
So you have to draw that early, or you have to draw it so that you just get to play that. It's such a good value, right?
Yeah.
Where are you from, though?
Dallas.
Dallas. Okay, so I'm actually from Dallas, too. So, yeah, fellow
Hey,
Texan here.
Shout out to Madness.
Yeah, so, yeah, actually, I do play at Madness, too, here and there. I haven't been able to go, but are you excited to be able to, you know, possibly get to that top 8 and win those nice prizes?
I'm going to try my best. I think purple's the best.
Is there a color, like we actually asked earlier, but is there a color that you don't want to play against right now?
I feel pretty confident in everything, but red's obviously the one that can do the most stuff. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. But thank you. Any shout outs to anybody here? Did you come by yourself?
Shout out to my partner, Crystal. She's playing over on the tables right now. Shout out to Get 'em Games. Check us out on YouTube. We talk about Cookie Run.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the time, man. We'll be right back with the next.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming. What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Welcome back to the Pro Play Summit, hosted by Pro Play Games here in the beautiful Orlando, Florida. I'm Cosmic, joined once again by HyRool, and we are in round 4 now of 6 for the CookieRun Braverse event. Again, we're going to be playing best of 1 and heading into our top 8 as well. And we're going to be diving in really, really quickly for this one since they are already seated and get some next matches up here for you. But, you know, again, for me, I think the big thing is if we can see a green player today, I'd really love to get that on camera, or at least sometime this weekend, because we've had some amazing matches so far.
Yeah, so we saw all of the colors pretty much here. We saw yellow, we saw red, we saw purple, we saw blue. Now just waiting for that
again.
green. Oh, yeah.
Then more purple. And more
we just
purple.
saw too many purples. But, yeah, finally, the round 3 was the purple that I wanted to finally see. So we saw those purples being played perfectly. And now we'll have to see if yellow is able to redeem themselves with another play as well. But it does look like the player's already on the player side. So we'll go into the gameplay here for them. And we'll see what kind of colors we're going to be seeing for round 4. And it is going to be a mirror matchup of purple v purple.
Oh, man.
All right. So we got William on left side and Jasmine on the right. And we're going to be starting out with the Sugar Glass. So actually, this one's a card that we haven't really seen today.
Yeah, this one is
played.
one of my favorites, purple, because it allows you to just burn one of its HP and draw a card. And that is a consistent effect that you can do. So especially if your opponent starts off with like a very heavy, high-costed unit, you can just slowly draw extra cards turn after turn. So we are just going to quickly see the quick sacrifice here by the Milky Way cookie. And, you know, the one thing I will say that I love about purple, as I mentioned very early on, is that there is a lot of different ways you can build it. So I'm very curious to see if both players just end up bringing the more Moonlight heavy top end, or if we will see more of like the heavy discard package. So there's a lot of different ways you can build it, but you know, these are some very familiar plays that we've seen so far here today at the Pro Play Summit.
Yeah, so finally we're able to see that Milky Way actually being played the way you want it to, that extra effect. So we're able to get rid of that you know, early level 1 from our area, and then we're able to deal 2 damage to the enemy Affogato, which we knocked out super early. So we're already starting out with that 1 break area lead, while another, you know, Affogato is being played, but now matched up that same energy with a Starfruit. So these cookies are just going back and forth and back and forth. But the thing is that William is still on the lead because of the fact that instead of actually trashing the card, it's actually going to be damaging the to the level 1, which was Affogato, knocking it out early. Now we're met with a level 1 v1, which is going to be Angel as a blocker versus Starfruit with the, you know, on-play effect gone now. So we're going to be going into turn 2 for William here with the 2 support. We'll see what kind of play William wants to make. We're actually going to be dealing 1 damage onto Starfruit with that Angel. So we're not going to do anything special here. We're just going to count those trashes, see what we got in the trash, because there's so many cards that already got trashed right on turn 2. Like, you know, we trashed, you know, Sugar Glass, we trashed the Milky Way, we trashed Affogato. So
yeah, both players are like helping one another out. It's like, you're at 15 cards? No, we're both at 15 cards very quickly in our trashes. So we are
wow, another Milky. So the thing here, right? So the thing that William could have done is actually take that HP flip for the Angel, and actually would have kept the Angel alive because it would have just been at 3 HP instead of the 2. But because we didn't take that flip effect, we're going to be taking that 2 damage from the Milky Way, trashing that Starfruit from our from Jasmine's battle area, which also negates it from going into the break area instead. So now we're left with the Milky Way left on Jasmine's battle area, which is reversed from what we saw earlier with William. So we'll see what William plays in response to it. Now, this is kind of the thing that we see with Purple v Purple is that we try to constantly trash each other, and then we're left with a hand size of like 1 or 2, and then it just comes down to who has a cookie or who has a better cookie.
It really does come down to, it feels like, who has the better level 2 versus who has the better level 3. So it looks like we are just shuffling. It looks like there was a card that was flipped over, so just being fair and being randomized.
This one is a little bit of a misplay from William. You know, I think William's a little bit nervous here, kind of shaking the hand, but yeah, I mean, those flips, the thing about shuffling in this, you know, in this game is that those shuffles can make it so that those HP flips kind of come up to the front and stuff like that. So we really got to be careful with placing these cards down, and also when it comes to shuffling, because the reason why Village Scroll is so good is not only is that you're able to place down these, you know, the cards from your trash into the deck, but you're also able to shuffle it. So that shuffling does actually have a very big impact in the gameplay. So we're gonna see William doing 3 damage to the enemy Milky Way from Jasmine's side. Left foot 1 HP. We'll see if Jasmine is able to do anything else to get rid of this Milky Way and trash it possibly. So we'll see if there is something that comes out, or we're just going to do 3 damage. We'll see.
Yeah, and one thing to know here, too, is that we're in a matchup where we know both players are going to shuffle through their decks quite a bit, and Jasmine has 4 flip cards gone already of the 16 total. So when we go into that deck shuffle, you know, we're not going to have that advantage of having those flips there. And it looks like for William's side, we only have the 2 down. It looks like the Prophet Cookie and the other one. I think the middle card is a trap, it looks like. So, you know, those flip cards do matter, but also at the same time, because we're burning so many cookies, what we don't want to have happen is only have flip cards in our hand that if we're stuck with a cookie to play, it has just 1 HP, and then it's very easy for our opponent to break it. So this is a really important match for just knowing what you can play when, because if you put the wrong card into support, or if your opponent breaks too many things and you don't have the proper follow-up, it can cost you the game. Not completely on the spot, but it could heavily flip the game in their favor if they get a really good break. So very interesting to see how both players are going to navigate this purple versus purple problem, and which cookies they have. And, you know, no pun intended here, but who will be the last cookie standing? Because with all these break effects, it's very difficult to keep a cookie on board.
Yeah, so we're going to be met with the Milky Way being knocked out by Milky Way from, you know, William's side. So that is going to leave Jasmine at break area 3, which has not been updated, and William is going to be at 1. But we are going to have Pepperoncino come out from Jasmine's side as the response to the Milky Way being knocked down. Not too sure how many of the trash, you know, Jasmine's got, but that Pepperoncino does have an effect. If there's 15 or more cards in your trash, you are able to do 2 more damage. So essentially, we're able to do 3 damage instead of 1 with the cost of 2 supports. So we'll see what happens here, but William is going to place that Angel Cookie down as a blocker, and then pass the turn to Jasmine. Jasmine is going to play this Ninja. So this Ninja is a what we call part of the Power Rangers or the you know, the 1/4s that actually did get restricted as well. So we're only able to have 1 of these inside of our decks out of the 60. So there's, you know, 5 different colors. We're able to put 5 different in if we want to of that 1/4. But it is going to be that rainbow support, which means that you're able to use it with any color. Okay, so we'll see what happens here with the whole effect. Okay, so I believe we did 2 damage with Ninja here is what we're trying to do.
They went for the Grimoire sacrifice there to negate it. And
Got it, okay.
Pepperoncino is just going to be able to get the 5. I have to assume there's 15 cards. At this point, there's just so many cards that got milled back and forth that I have to imagine this is for 4 in total.
Yes, so I actually did not see the Grimoire being played out, but yeah, the Angel did get sacrificed, and we are actually only dealing 1 damage, so I guess we don't have enough for that extra damage. So we're left with 1 HP still for that Milky Way.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Grimoire is a select a cookie, right? It's not this attack gets -3. It's select a cookie, so that one gets -3.
Yes.
So they did have 15 because they were attacking for 4. The Grimoire effect was still active, so Pepperoncino could only deal 1. I keep forgetting that Grimoire
No,
is
I
worded
believe
differently.
what happened was you select the Ninja. Ninja's supposed to do 2 damage, but negated that 2 damage, and then now just doing 1 damage with the Pepperoncino is what happened here because Milky Way was only left with 2 HP. So we're going to now go into Milky Way, doing that 3 damage onto Pepperoncino, and then we're going to be left with 2 HP, and it looks like we're going to have, we're doing a little count right there.
Yep.
So that is going to be more than enough for that 15 now. All right, and we'll see what kind of play William wants to make before passing it on to Jasmine here.
Yeah, I do love the good old back and forth. It's like, no, how many cards do you have in your trash right now? As both purple players, again, we have effects that care about your opponent's trash as well as your own. And we are going to see another filter, another break, another discard, another deal 2 damage by it. This is the Milky Way game. That's what it is. And this is the Sugar Express Tournament Cup, right? So it's very fitting to see so much Milky Way happening in this match.
This is exactly what we want to see from William. Like, you just want to, you had that Milky Way at 1 HP. I'm not going to let you take it. I'm going to trash it, and I'm going to deal 2 damage to your Ninja. So it's just that constant trashing and preventing your cookies from actually being knocked out and also getting value out of it. Another Angel being played out here as a blocker. We do have that 1 support to be able to use that blocking effect if we want to. So Pepperoncino is able to do 3 damage total for a cost 2 with the amount of trash we have on Jasmine's side, as well as Ninja being able to do 2 damage with 3 costs, and that is exactly what we're going to do. We're choosing Milky Way to deal that 2 damage. We're going to, redirect that to the Angel, so taking 2 damage onto Angel side instead. Now we are going to see what we do here with, Pepperoncino. So 2 damage, actually 2 costs, 3 damage onto Milky Way here. So we're, not actually. So this is a very interesting move by Jasmine because of the fact that you're kind of leaving these cookies alive with 1 HP, not allowing a empty space to be there for the next turn to possibly negate another cookie from being knocked out. So we'll see how this turns out because you're essentially leaving 3 damage left into the board, where it can knock out your Ninja, where it can knock out your Pepperoncino as well, because Milky Way is going to do a good amount of damage, which is going to come out right now. So we'll see what kind of, decision William makes, and that is going to be the Grimmer coming out again from Jasmine's side this time. So we're trashing the Ninja.
Double Moonlight.
Double Moonlight on the flip. And then we're not taking any damage onto Pepperoncino. We're going to use Moonlight Shard, doing that 2 damage. Flip card coming out, doing that draw flip, and then that Pepperoncino is still going to be knocked out and making that break area into 5, which still is not being updated. All right, but we are at 1 for William and 5 for Jasmine, and with 1 support still remaining on William's side, I believe. We're waiting on Jasmine to use or
play out something for the turn and figure out. It looks like we have a flip card in our hand, and so this is the spot that I was mentioning where it's like, yeah, you get to a point where you just have cookies you really don't want to play out or put yourselves in a position where you just have to break it immediately. So Prophet Cookie, having just the 1 HP, if we had a sacrifice effect would be fine. But, with Angel Cookie, if I remember correctly, is 1 and anything else to deal 1 damage. So the Prophet Cookie can stay there, but this is not a card that we want to leave on the battlefield. This is something that we are looking for a way, like a Starfruit, literally anything here, just to get it off the board, free up a slot. If you don't have the perfect setup, you can attack with it first and then break it if you really wanted to, or trash, I should say. So we'll have to see what is available to Jasmine to try to get this card kind of out of the way. But it is still a free poke otherwise, and then hopefully with the follow-up, you have some way to remove it.
All right, so it is going to be that poke that you talked about, and instead of that Milky Way being knocked out, we are going to choose to redirect that damage into Angel, knocking out Angel and making the break area into 2. This time around, we did see the Starfruit come out, but we'll see if Jasmine actually decides to use the effect to trash Milky Way or just deal the 2 damage, or actually 1 damage for the 2 costs to knock out or potentially knock out the Milky Way, because there still is that chance of a flip card coming out. All right, so we'll see what kind of decision Jasmine does make, and it does look like we are choosing to trash Prophet first, and I want to see if No. So we're not going to use the effect of trashing Milky Way. We're going to do that 1 damage. And flip does come out, not an HP flip.
Just a draw.
So,
it's okay.
Yep.
It's okay.
So that Milky Way does get knocked out, which makes William at break area level 4 and Jasmine at 5 still with a Starfruit being out. And then a Moonlight Cookie does come out. All right. So Moonlight being out. But the thing is, again, we're not able to use the effect that we really want to see, which is going to be that trashing one of the cookies if there's 2 in the battle area. But we're still going to be trashing 5 from Jasmine's deck, making that trash pile even bigger and having a beefy Moonlight Cookie with 6 HP out versing a Starfruit with, 3 HP.
Yeah, this is one of those awkward parts where it's like, how long can you prevent from playing the Wind Archer, right, to break the Moonlight? And, well, never mind. We're playing it immediately as if almost called it, because Moonlight is a great card for getting ahead in the mirror match of just giving you that extra draw and filtering. And Wind Archer instead just comes down and says, nope, I'm going to pop that immediately. And then Wind Archer still has the threat of 5 damage behind it, which is super important because every other cookie that is going to be available for the purple players is going to be stuck at 5 HP. So this is going to be a very, very nice turn for Jasmine for the damage and saying like, hey, now you have to worry about my Wind Archer or it's going to come through and crash into Dark Cacao Cookie for a full 5 value.
Yeah, so it is going to be a Dark Cacao Cookie being played in response to the Moonlight being trashed by Wind Archer. I don't think we had enough support to actually use the on-play for our Dark Cacao, which is going to be selecting 2 of your opponent's cookie, and then you're able to place their top HP into the trash. Sadly, we were not able to use the effect, but we are going to be going and using the Soul Jam. So this is something that we were not able to see in any of the other purple matchups that we have seen. But Dark Cacao being played out, and then a Soul Jam, the Light of Resolution being played out here, which is going to be 3 cost, where you're able to select 2 of your, up to 2 of your level 2 or lower cookies from your opponent's battle area, and you're able to place 1 of their HP card, or the top HP card, into the trash, which we chose Starfruit. And then the beautiful thing is we're able to attach it or equip it onto Dark Cacao, and that prevents Dark Cacao from being selected from any effects or being trashed, which is actually really, really good and powerful against another fellow purple, which, kind of, you can't use Wind Archer is basically what it is. You can't use Wind Archer. You're not able to use, Moonlight to trash or anything like that. So that is what is taking place here. All right, and yeah, so...
Yeah, Wind Archer coming across again, still being able to chip in 2 damage is very important because it forces our opponent that even if they have the Dark Cloud Nest on the next turn, it's going to put it down to 1, and then we likely have some other ping effect. And looks like they're just going full protection here with the double Dark Cloud Nest, just keeping our card alive, which means it looks like they have 1 card left in hand before the draw. So this might be the only cookie they have, actually, in this setup. So we'll see if we can get a look at William's hand, but this is now a little bit telling that we're overprotecting, right, the Dark Cacao in this case that says, hey, I probably don't have another cookie unless I draw into one. So huge telegraph here to Jasmine if she was able to pick it up and realize that, that's not an ideal situation to be playing that card. So if we find another discard outlet and or trash outlet for, the Dark Cacao, which again can't be trashed right now, but if he tries to play something else and doesn't have a cookie, that might just be a very quick game.
Yeah, so the thing here that some purples do struggle with is that, again, you just start trashing so much that your hand just becomes so small, which is the case for William right now. And it looks like we do have that Abandoned Cloud Nest in hand. However, you're not able to use it anymore because of that refresh. You don't have 15 in your trash anymore. We're going to try to do that damage right now with Dark Cacao onto the Wind Archer, which is going to be a good amount of damage, but we'll see if it's going to be enough. We do have a flip card coming out, so you're able to see that we're able to do 3 damage with 4 cost of purple, and also we're able to select 1 cookie from the opponent, trash it. That is not going to actually affect or trigger the flip effect because it does get trashed, but William now left with only 3 support, deciding on what to play, and Sugar Glass does come out. I'm not exactly too sure what you want to do with Sugar Glass.
Just draw, man.
See.
I gotta get some cards.
Exactly. I want to see what decision you make. Yep, there you go. That is exactly what we want to see. Use that 1 support, and then now we're going to use the rest of the 2 to try and, damage that Starfruit,
No,
but
it's
yeah,
sticking around.
Jasmine is going to be like, nope, I'm just going to use the U Village Scroll. I'm just going to negate that 1 damage. Now you're left with no support. And I'm just going to try and knock out your Dark Cacao next turn with my Wind Archer. So we'll see what kind of cookies and cards Jasmine does decide to put back. We're going to put back 3 U Village Scroll with a Moonlight, it seems like. So total of 4 cards that are going back into the deck. And it does look like we only had a total of 2 cards left in her deck. So that's actually really, really good because now you're able to keep that 15 plus in the trash to use the effect of Wind Archer while still having enough, cards to draw next turn.
Yeah,
So-
very perfect setup for Wind Archer here because, again, keep in mind, when you're drawing those scrolls again, you're just dumping more cards back into your deck. So I don't think we got to look at Jasmine's hand if she has another Wind Archer to follow up with, but we're basically threatening 5 damage every single turn for the rest of this game because we have the U Village loop, as it were, being able to refresh our deck for us.
Exactly. The beautiful thing about having U Village Scroll around this point of the game is that you're able to constantly cycle this thing. Like you only have like 5 cards. You're drawing 2 every single time. You have a chance of drawing these U Village Scrolls or the card that you basically put back into the deck. And it does look like we're going to knock out that Dark Cacao, making the break area into 8 for William. And it does look like we're going to pass the turn like that. All right, so we're going to put down the Fairy Cookie onto the support area. Now we have total of 4 cards left in William's hand. And I do see a Sugar Glass again and a Starfruit. So no real card to actually, do enough damage to knock that Wind Archer out. It's just not enough. So we'll see what kind of move William does make. We're going to, it looks like damage the Starfruit. And I'm going to assume Jasmine has another U Village Scroll, but we'll see how it goes. And she is flipping that, and there you go. That's the U Village Scroll.
Very high probability when, 6 of the cards that we had, or sorry, 6 of
so we had 2,
card left.
and then we put back 4 cards. So yeah, basically we had like 3 U Village Scrolls that she could draw out of a 6 card. So half, it was a 50% chance of drawing it. And we're now putting back in, it looks like another U Village Scroll, some, traps, and, I think there was a Moonlight Shard, I want to say.
Yes.
And there was that Abandoned Cloud Nest, which she is able to use compared to William, who had to refresh, and just make that trash pile into basically nothing. So we'll see what kind of thing William tries to do. We're summoning another, Starfruit, trashing the Sugar Glass to try and, negate that from actually going to break area. We're going to deal 1 damage onto Starfruit. I mean, if she has another U Village Scroll, this is going to be really sad.
Oh, and I think we do. So, again, this is really a great showcase of watching the purple decks. If you're able to get the scroll, maintain your deck size so that you do not refresh, keep the 15 alive so your effects are still online, and then just having Wind Archer become such a late-game threat that you effectively could just keep around for multiple turns, deal 5 damage, and, we are putting in another copy of it here with some extra traps that just saying, hey, I can go multiple turns now. You're probably going to knock out this Wind Archer on the next turn through a variety of means, but I now have a large enough trash I can find the right pieces that I need, get all my effects to be online, and William, of course, just being at the 8 break is so close to hitting that threshold of 10 to give Jasmine the win here. So a very nice loop of the U Village Scroll that we're seeing here and just how important it is for purple players to see it in the late game.
Yeah, so at this point, Jasmine probably knows that, hey, William probably doesn't have much in his hand right now because he's playing all these level 1s, just trying to chip those, do those chip damage to Starfruit to try and knock it out. I'm just going to prevent that from happening so that he keeps using his supports. He keeps using whatever he has in his hand, and I'm just going to keep my Wind Archer alive to do that damage if I needed to. HP Flip does come out. I don't know if William is choosing to use it. No, we're not going to choose it, so we're going to now essentially be at break area 9, and the only card he really has in his hand is going to be that Sugar Glass again. Only able to do 1 damage. Not enough to knock out that Wind Archer. And again, it does look like we're going to have U Village Scroll coming out, negating that Starfruit damage from taking place. But this also, the thing that it prevents is you prevent your trash pile from being 15 again.
Yep.
So he's trying to,
it's
push that, Wind Archer back, Moonlight back, whatever it is, so that he could draw it. But, I mean, next turn, if Wind Archer does full damage onto Sugar Glass, is pretty much over.
Yeah, it's a very rough spot to be in, right? You're staring down 9 break. We have the Sugar Glass because we kind of just have to play it here. It's what we have access to. And you're like, well, 3 HP is not an easy thing to defend, even if you're not staring down the Wind Archer. Like, just the 3 for 3 is a lot to pressure the opponent's hand that says, hey, if you don't have, the Dark Cloud Nest to give the -3, it's going to feel pretty bad. So William definitely in a tough spot here, going through, trying to find some big hitters back in the deck. Of course, the big thing about purple is that you do play a lot of level 1s because you have ways to sacrifice them or cycle them. So it is okay to have a level 1 on board, but usually that means you have a level 3 that you're protecting and giving that -3 ability to, like we saw earlier with the Grimoire plays. So, the perfect hand effectively from this point from William's side is ultimately finding a level 3 that's very beefy, giving us a couple more turns, and then having that Grimoire to sacrifice the Sugar Glass Fairy and staying alive just one more turn if they can.
Yep, right there, using that Sugar Glass effect where you place that top HP card into the trash. Sadly, it was an HP flip, but that is not going to take effect. We are going to draw that one card. I'm not sure exactly what card William was able to draw. I'm not sure, but I do see a pumpkin pie. Oh, okay, so we do see a Moonlight right there as well. So we are able to use that Moonlight if we want to. William does need to make a decision here because of the fact that if that Sugar Glass does get knocked out this turn or next turn, it's essentially over because we are at 9. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to put that Moonlight Cookie out. We're going to try and, mill or trash the 5 cards from Jasmine's top deck. And that's going to be a lot of Moonlight Shards. Wind Archer, Moonlight Cookie going out into the trash. And now we're going to allow William to choose which one are you going to trash. Are you going to trash the Wind Archer? Are you going to trash the Starfruit? Which I don't know why he's not doing it, but I'm going to decide that he didn't do that because of the fact that he wanted to try and knock both of them out so that he does, essentially put Jasmine at break area 9, level 9.
Yep,
but
9
that
9.
is not going to happen because of the fact that we do have another U-Village scroll being used by Jasmine and then allowing Jasmine to cycle back more cards back into her deck. And then William, left with another Wind Archer that you have to deal with. So that's going to take place. So a little bit of a, thing here going on is that what we should have waited for Jasmine to do all of those things where she's putting back the cards from the trash into her deck, shuffling it, and then William should have done the 2 draws and then this card so that it's more organized and everybody knows exactly what's happening. But William kind of going ahead of, of things, doing all that stuff, drawing 2, discarding 1. To see, what can I do this turn?
What saves me, right? That's the question that William is asking himself.
For the next turn, because now the Moonlight's gone. You weren't able to finish it. Now we're just moving on to the next one. It does look like, I want to say there's 15 cards in William's trash now because William does have those Abandoned Cloud Nests left to play. So we'll see if that is going to be enough to keep our, Sugar Glass alive because we essentially need to negate total of 6 damage. So 1 damage coming out from Starfruit onto our Sugar Glass. Here, trying to do a chip damage here, see what William has, and it's going to be a Grimoire. Okay, so we're going to use a Grimoire. Get rid of those. Oh, man, those flip cards are coming out again. We're going to -3 damage onto Wind Archer. Wind Archer is only able to do a total of 2 damage now onto Moonlight, even if, Jasmine wants to. Now we're going to play Pumpkin Pie, something that we actually did not get to see until this round. It's going to be a promo card that came out with this set, and that is going to be a on-play effect coming out.
Man.
Place the top HP card of each of your opponent's cookie into the trash, making, I believe it was,
it's knocked out both here because they only had 1 HP left. So Pumpkin Pie Cookie, I mean, that was the literal perfect setup that William could have asked for. And we talked about the, going into that Grimoire for the exact play that we commented on last turn. But I totally forgot about Pumpkin Pie Cookie because that was such a perfect setup to knock out both. And very quickly, William might just win this in the next round because now it's 9-9, and Jasmine can't deal enough damage.
Exactly.
In
so
this one
now
turn.
only left with the Affogato dealing that 2 damage. Another
wait.
Affogato coming out though. Okay, so we do have enough damage to possibly knock out that pumpkin pie.
Oh, it's going to come down to the last flip.
Draw is coming out, and that is going to be game.
God.
Wow, she did actually have another Affogato in hand.
I swear she only had the one left, and I'm like, oh no, that's just not enough damage. And then we're able to get exactly enough, to knock out the pumpkin. Again, I want to give credit to William. That was a beautiful last turn play.
That really was a beautiful play where you're able to really get that, the 2 cookies down to that 1 HP, and then just play that pumpkin pie right out, and then just knock both of them because their flip effect can't be activated when they're getting trashed. Now you're just putting Jasmine at a rough, tough situation, whereas both of them are at break area 9, but man, she just had 2 Affogatos able to deal 4 damage. So that was one of those very, very interesting mirror matchup coming out from Purple. Like, you were able to see a lot of the things that Purples do struggle with from time to time, which is going to be trashing constantly, not having that hand size, which was what William was kind of dealing with. And then he was able to kind of recover from it later down the line, even after playing those, weak level 1s, trying to get that Sugar Glass to try and, knock out that other Starfruit. But, Jasmine honestly had a better hand at that late game where she literally had an infinite amount of U-Village scrolls to just negate those 1 damage, constantly cycle back those cards that she wanted, and in the end she was able to close it out with those 2 Affogatos, knocking out that pumpkin pie. So that was a really, really amazing play. Another Purple. So that's already actually every round that we have seen.
Yeah, it was Purple all the way through,
Purple.
right?
Yeah, we had a Purple versus Red, we had a Purple versus Blue. We had a Purple versus
Yellow,
and
then Purple versus Purple.
Purple versus Purple. So I don't know when Green's gonna come out, but we're just constantly seeing Purple. I really want to see that pie chart now of how many Purples are being played in this tournament right now, because it looks like more than half of the players
it feels like half the field is Purple at this point.
So I mean, again, we're still looking out for that Green play if possible, but it does look like. We are actually in that situation where I want to see the junior event is actually taking place right now too. So
awesome.
Starting at 11 a.m. EST or Eastern Standard Time was when the junior cup also went live, which is going to be a separate event that we are sadly not able to watch, but we do have more rounds to play out still until we get to that top 8. And I think we are going to be going into an interview. So we'll be right back with Jasmine, who just got that round victory. So we'll be right back with the interview.
Cosmic here, and welcome back. I am joined by Jasmine, who just had a masterclass of Purple versus Purple, showcasing just how strong those decks can be, and also just, U-Village Scroll, right? MVP we got to talk about. So just tell us how you're feeling, especially at the end where you had like the quad U-Village Scroll, getting to loop them back into the deck, have Wind Archer at full strength. It's a pretty great spot to be in.
Yeah, that was great. Honestly, it was like last minute today that I put in the 4th U-Village Scroll. So I'm glad I did that. It was a really close game.
Yeah, and again, Purple just having so many flexible options. I really love it because you can play a heavy discard package. You can play a very trash-heavy package. I really love Moonlight Cookie as just being kind of the MVP. But what is like your key card that you love to play in the deck in particular?
Ooh, key card.
Or favorite? Just
favorite. I feel like, let me think. I guess. Honestly, probably Moonlight Cookie. I mean, it just kind of does everything it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And it has 6 HP.
Yeah, the 6 HP, the extra draw, I mean, it really does do a lot for just giving you that extra control that you need and carrying out the game so you can finally loop the U-Village scrolls as we saw there at the end. But, you know, Purple, I think, is really great in the field overall. But if there's one deck in particular that you don't want to play against, say, what's like the one you're trying to avoid?
Ooh, I've barely played any games against yellow decks, actually. So I just don't like the Timekeeper Cookie. I don't like,
it's a very long match.
Yeah. And I do take a long time sometimes to figure out what I'm going to do. So.
Now, on the other side, is there a matchup that you like to play, that one that you really feel that you know how to play inside and out, you're very comfortable with, and you just feel that Purple has an advantage?
I kind of like the mirror because I kind of feel like I know what they're thinking sometimes. So.
That can help out a ton. But again, congratulations at the winning round. We have a few more to go. So any last minute shout outs you want to do, or friends you're here with, shout out your local game store or anything like that.
Shout out to Jeremy and Nathan. They brought me here. Hey.
Perfect.
They're on Club Lorcana podcast. Yeah.
But
cool. Shout out.
But
we're done. We're good.
Now again, congrats on that round. Appreciate you joining us for a little bit, but we'll be taking a short break before the next round for the Cookie Run Braverse here at Pro Play Summit here in Orlando, Florida. So we'll be right back.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming. What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Welcome back to Pro Play Summit here in Orlando, Florida, hosted by Pro Play Games. I'm Cosmic and joined once more by HyRool for some more Cookie Run Braverse. About to be starting our round 5 of 6 before we get into the top 8. And we have seen a lot of purple up to this point.
Yeah, seen way too many of them.
maybe not purple on the next matchup, but of course we'll have a full meta coverage and breakdown and all that stuff after the event. But feels like a lot of purple in the room. But
yeah,
we'll have to see what we have next. So if you could pick a different color to pick on stream, what do you think we're going to hopefully see next?
Honestly speaking, I do want to see some sort of yellow versus another color. Preferably something like yellow versus red or anything like that. Just see how a very, sustaining, like this, the color that plays to manage that break area versus a color that wants to try and aggressively get to that 9 and try to close out the game, which is going to be really, really fun to see. But again, yeah, we're just seeing way too many purples. I mean, I gotta say, purple does have a lot of beautiful cards like Moonlights. You know, we have different variations of like Wind Archer as well as Darker Cows, alt arts and stuff like that. We didn't get to see too many of the alt arts, but we do have a lot of beautiful cards in purple. We got to see a lot of Milky Ways last round, which was really, really good to see. But yeah, want to see those other colors, and especially I want to see green.
Yes,
we still haven't seen a
holding
green.
out.
Yeah, so I do know one player that does play green. He's here today. I'm hoping that we're able to see him someday or in one of the rounds, but we'll see. Right now, they are getting ready for round 5 now already. It just seems like we just started. And
quick best of ones. That's how it goes sometimes.
We're already at round 5, and it does look like we are going to be playing one more, like you said, to that round 6, and then moving on to the top 8, which is going to be that single elimination until we get to the end. We're moving relatively quickly here. We're probably going to finish this up. And again, we talked about those side events as well, which was going to be the Gunslinger. That is going to be taking place here later in the afternoon, so that we're able to go and play those as well. I'm thinking about playing Gunslinger. How about you? Are you planning to play it today, or just kind of?
If I would have brought my deck, that would have been a smart thing to do, because I didn't know how long that the event was going to run versus Gunslinger and how many players we had. So of course I'm having the most fun just getting to cast some amazing games here. So I get to do what I want to do this weekend and have fun.
Yeah.
But I have a blue and I also have purple on me this weekend that I brought. So the blue player brought his blue deck. I know, shocker, but I still am trying to make that discard deck work one of these days.
Yeah, so I'm planning to play that Gunslinger so that I can try and get that playmat. Those playmats do look great. I actually got to see them in person earlier, so I'm excited to be able to try and win it. Hopefully, I do play well today against these players who are bringing their A game. Like they're here to win. They're here to play, and they're here to get those prizes. So we'll see how the next round goes. I believe they actually
looks like we're getting ready to get started.
They already got started. So we're gonna move right into it. Sorry about that, guys, but it is gonna be a red versus yellow. So it is the one that I did talk about. So we're gonna actually see already a turn 1 come into play. So this is the thing that we talked about. So Pattaya Dragon is so powerful to play in these matchups because of the fact that you're able to directly, without any cost, put that level 1 into the break area right away. So we're already starting out with Dylan being at a lead of 1 because of the fact that we had Pattaya Dragon come out. And it does look like right now that was literally round 1. So round 1, we played at Royal Berry as the starter. We placed Pattaya out, and then we knocked out the Kumio without anything. Now we're gonna move on to the next, where Royal Berry is gonna do 2 damage with 2 cost, and then going to turn it to the next player here. So we'll see how this yellow kind of deals with this whole red aggressiveness, but we are gonna turn it to turn 3 already to Dylan. We're kind of letting red build up, and now it's going to be 3 support, which means that Pattaya is actually able to do 3 damage instead. So we'll see how this one takes place here.
Yeah, and early on we talked about how those flips, generally aren't ideal to play because they have a lower HP to level threshold, and generally it's very easy to break them. But some of them can be very strong, especially in this matchup. Dylan recognizes that he needs to be the aggressor, so getting that early 2 damage is really important for just making sure you're getting those breaks.
So we're gonna try and attack that 3 damage with Pattaya Dragon. If HP Flip does come out with the usage of the Jade Deer, and now that also does allow our Banana Cookie, to still stay alive. And with 2 HP, that's relatively healthy. So we are able to move on to the 3rd turn here, and that also does open up a way for our Banana Cookie to deal 2 damage to potentially knock out that Royal Berry and put Dylan at a break area 2 compared to 1 that we have right now. So we'll see what kind of move, I'm gonna butcher the name, but Ende? So I'm gonna need your help on this later, Cosmic, but we're gonna actually do exactly what I said, deal that 2 damage with Banana onto the Royal Berry. So we'll see if there's any HP flips or anything like that to prevent Banana or Royal Berry from actually being knocked out. But it does look like we don't have any HP flips. That's going to be 2 for Dylan here. And then we are going to see if there's any response cookie come out. No response cookie. So we're left with Banana at 2 HP and Pattaya still being out with that nice 5 HP. Moving on to turn 4 for Dylan. So we'll see what kind of decisions Dylan wants to make, if there's another cookie that is going to come out, or if we're just going to use that Pattaya to knock out Banana and force another cookie out onto the field. It does look like that is exactly what Dylan is going to do. We're going to do that 3 damage. Nothing else is really going to come out. We're going to get that draw flip, and Banana Cookie is going to get knocked out, making it 2v2 now. And in response, we're going to get a Churro Cookie come out from the yellow side here, and that is going to be a very interesting card too that we did not get to see from the last game of yellow being played out, because this is the card where if you do have 2 or more HP remaining, then you can select up to 1 of your opponent's level 1 cookie, and that cookie receives 2 damage. So it is a very powerful cookie that bullies level 1s, but for something like red, it is a little bit harder to use because of the fact that we are just putting out those higher level cookies. Yep. So right now we're just going to deal 2 damage onto Pattaya, but the Swamp comes out. That's the card that we talked about.
Yeah, giving you that full value of block there for just 1 red is so good.
It is such a powerful card. It's such an annoying card to play against if you guys do play against red. And we are going to end the turn by putting that Candy Road down, and then we are going to go back into Dylan's turn here. And we're going to see what kind of moves that Dylan wants to make. And we're seeing right now Snapdragon come out.
Oh,
and
the good old combo.
Snapdragon is going to be an amazing card here. If you guys don't know, Snapdragon here is going to be where if this cookie is in the battle area, your level 2 or higher cookie gains 1 attack. So that means that Pattaya is able to do 4 damage right there. Yeah, so we were going to check only 3, but that Snapdragon effect makes it 4. Churro takes the 4 full damage, and then now we're just going to see if Snapdragon is able to. Yep, that's going to be 1, and Churro's going to go into the break area. And now we're going to be met with Stardust.
I mean, yeah, very fast, aggressive start by red. This is exactly what you want to see in this matchup. Having a couple already at 4 right for Aiden Ross's side, and red just not slowing down anytime soon because, you have to remove the level 1 because it just provides so much free value in that extra attack boost. And then you realize that I'm only breaking a level 1 from their side, and that doesn't feel that great either.
Yeah, so it does look like we are doing 1 more damage here with the Snapdragon. Oh, it was actually, so what happened was Pattaya used the Den effect to knock out that extra damage. So Pattaya is not only doing 4 damage, it's actually doing 5 damage.
Yep.
And then now Snapdragon is finishing off the turn for Dylan by doing 1 more damage onto Stardust, leaving it at 2 HP instead. Now going to see if we're going to use that HP flip that came out from Mustard, and it is going to be used here, and we're going to move on to the next turn for Ross. I'm going to use Ross because that's easier to pronounce.
Yeah.
So Ross is going to go into the next turn. We're going to place a support card down. Now we're at 5. So see, this is the thing about Yellow. Yellow really needs that time to start building up those supports to use those heavy hitters. But that is not really being allowed by the red player. Just constantly doing those damages, not worrying about too many things except just, hey, I'm just going to have enough support to possibly use Swamp if I need to. If not, I'm just going to let it die or get it knocked out. I'm sorry. Get it knocked out.
What's going to counter going on this other side here?
And then, just build up my break area and then get up to 9 if I need to. And then, bam, I'm just going to pull out my Wild Berry. And what are you going to do about it? It's like that kind of play going on for Dylan.
Yeah, this is, again, one of those turns where it's like red players really just want to have like 1 or 2 turns where you hold up a more defensive option just to keep a cookie from breaking or fainting and what have you, right? And then you just want to turn things sideways as much as you can, and having this insane combo of getting that 5 damage, up to 5 damage, I should say, with Pitaya Dragon just always going to be a heavy pressure, because we talked about earlier, like 5 is that sweet number to hit against all level 3s. So you're happy just, taking the damage here. Of course, if we can find our Holly Berry, that would be the ideal situation. But Pitaya is still doing a great job at threatening the yellow player's break area and just forcing out 5 damage turn after turn.
Yeah, so Stardust right there is going to deal that 2 damage onto Pitaya, knocking it out into only 3 HP. Not able to use the Den effect because there is no cookie with 1 HP remaining. So we're just going to move on to the next turn for Dylan with 3 supports still up for Ross. And it looks like we are going to be at 4 break with 2 for Dylan. And now we're moving on to round 6 for Dylan. Now we'll see what kind of, we'll see what kind of move Dylan wants to make, because we have so much damage. Like you said, there's 5 damage coming out from Pitaya if you want to. So we'll see what the next move is. Dylan is taking a little bit of a time to think about what the move is, because there's so many cards in hand still that Dylan is able to play, and it does look like we are going to be wow, oh, that is going to be painful. So that card that we were able to see 2 times that came out is going to be Earl Grey. That is going to be a powerful flip card, was able to regenerate 2 HP if there was 6 or more in the break area. But because of the fact that Ross was only at 4, those HP flips are essentially nothing. And now we're going to finally pull out the Timekeeper. That's the reason why Ross kept those 3 supports up. And we're going to, trash the Stardust from the break area, making it still at 4 again. And Timekeeper is out with 3 supports remaining for our, red player. And Cherry Bomb comes out. So Cherry Bomb is something that we actually didn't get to see being used last time. But it is a card that you talked about that essentially 3 damage coming out onto the cookie, just straight up 3 damage as long as you just, discard 1 card. So that is what happened with Timekeeper.
Yeah, and we've seen this a lot, right? A lot of the battle or damage in this game revolves around the attack window, which you can play traps and negate some of that damage. Giant Cherry Bomb is just a item, which means it is just a straight burn effect in this case, that you don't have a trap or anything. There's no window to counter that damage. So I think every color has at least one way to deal direct damage like this. It's just red has the most efficient options at being able to do it with Giant Cherry Bomb and with like the Cactus Punch getting you some extra damage. So red has a lot of items that are just really good at pushing some extra damage for you.
Yeah, exactly. So that Timekeeper, being out in the field and then just instantly getting knocked out 3 HP, only leaving it with 2 now. Ross is, deciding to put down another support card, making it a total of 6 now. We're going to deal 3 damage onto Pitaya. So now this is where, the effect of Timekeeper does come out. But it does look like we are going to get an HP flip of Princess Cookie coming out for Pitaya, which means that Pitaya is going to still, live with 1 more HP. And then we are going to use the dead effect of Timekeeper to instantly put the Snapdragon into the break area for Ross. So it's going to be now 4v3, and it does look like, I want to say, Ross may have something to possibly knock that Pitaya Dragon out. I'm not sure if Dylan is deciding to play a response, which it does not seem like that is going to be the case here, because there is that Holly Berry in hand. I know that there's a Holly Berry that Dylan does have, but it does look like we are going to be putting down the Moon Rabbits, again, a blocker, who is able to negate some of the damage if, Ross wants to. and then prevent the Timekeeper from being knocked out by the enemy Pattaya. So that is going to be it. We're going to keep it as active because of the fact that we do need to keep it active in order to use the block effect. So we're going to move on to the next turn, even though actually, if you really think about it, there could have been a possible way if there was another card to knock out the Pattaya, do that 1 damage, but we kind of went with Ross taking that safe spot right now.
Yep, keep the Timekeeper alive, right? It's going to accelerate our break zone very quickly. The Rabbit Cookie, we can always loop back later or heal it later with another Timekeeper. So giving ourselves a way to slowly increase how much our break area is increasing by having that blocker, because we know that we're going to slam across for 3 damage. Then it just comes down to what does Dylan have in his hand that he's going to use as the second attack? Because once you start getting into these turns with red, you have just so much support that you are saying, all right, well, I am just double attacking every single turn and making sure that I'm doing, anywhere between 6 to 8 damage. And then if you're at the very late game where you have like Wildberry, doing 6 off a single card is just a lot of damage. So at this point, Dylan is just trying to be the aggressor. We know we probably have at least 1 more Timekeeper we have to battle through. So yeah, I'll just say I like playing the Hollyberry here because it is such a good attacker, but also it is going to take 1 less damage effectively from every level 3 that the yellow player wants to be playing, so it sticks around longer while also boosting up the damage that Pattaya can be doing. So as you've seen past couple turns here now, it's just like we are finding more and more ways to boost that damage up for red, and Hollyberry into the Pattaya Dragon is a great way at doing that.
Yeah, so the Hollyberry does come out, and it does look like we are going to be, hitting the Timekeeper, but we are using the Jade Deer here by Ross in order to try and negate 1 damage, as well as add 1 HP onto the Timekeeper. Now, though, Hollyberry is able to use the Den effect and allow the boosting to happen for Pattaya, which means that Pattaya Dragon is able to deal 4 damage onto our Moon Rabbit, if most likely that's going to happen because of the fact that the block effect is going to take place. But instead, we're just going to directly choose a Moon Rabbit, and then an HP Flick comes out. So that means that we possibly might be able to survive because, again, if you guys remember, Pattaya does have that Den effect. We are able to select 1 opponent cookie to knock them out, possibly, which is going to be Timekeeper. So we'll see how this one takes place. We're going to get that HP going. We're going to check the 4, and then another Mustard Cookie comes out, and it looks like Ross is choosing not to use the effect, and then we're going to...
Oh, he's on Timekeeper.
Yep, there we go. That's going to hit the Timekeeper, knocking out Timekeeper, now bringing Ross at break area level 7. And it does look like, I'm going to assume that's just 1 card in Ross's hand, right? So that is a rough situation for Ross now going into the next round, because now do you decide to put another support down and then make your hand at 2, put a cookie down, and then just, let the opponent know, hey, this is all I have. You knock out my cookies, it's over. What is it going to be?
And, the sad part here, too, is like we had that stage online of just trying to get us some extra HP, and yellow is just very expensive at what it wants to be doing, right? You want to hold up support for a trap. You want to use your stage, which is going to cost 2. You want to attack, which is going to cost 3. So this is where you really start to see that for like yellow to be online and to fully get to do what they want to do, you really need like 8 support to do like the full combo plan of yellow. And when you're going against someone like red, who is going to try to end the game, honestly, before that point, a lot of times, it's very difficult to ever survive to that late game strategy that yellow ultimately wants to utilize.
Exactly. So Ross still trying to decide whether he really wants to place that support down or not here, because, again, 3 cards in hand, and the next turn, if I do place that, or like, if for Ross, if I do place down a cookie, my Moon Rabbit only has 1 HP. That's a level 2. That's going to put me at level 9 now. Do I place another cookie down that is going to be able to, possibly, get rid of some of those levels from the break area? Or, what do I do here? Because a lot of those actually cost so much of the support. Like you said, you just need so many supports to actually make those combos work out, especially right now against someone like Hollyberry and Pattaya Dragon. Pattaya is very low, but we'll see what kind of card Dylan does have in hand in case Pattaya does get knocked out. But that Hollyberry, man, it's going to take a total of 3 different hits in order to actually knock her out. So that is, Hollyberry really doing what she does best and shielding all of those damage for Dylan, and yeah.
Like, this is one of those awkward situations, right, where it's like, in a perfect world, I could Timekeeper, so, like, let the Moon Rabbit get knocked out, play my Timekeeper in response to heal one back up, but that's not really a winning position either in this standpoint, because, a Timekeeper only getting to do that 3 damage and not getting the extra damage-dealing effect, it's hard to climb back up in break damage levels.
All right, so an interesting card does get played, something that we did not get to see in the last yellow matchup that we did, watch, but it is going to be Mozzarella Cookie, another level 3. So essentially, we are now at that threshold of getting up to 10 for Ross if both of the cookies do get knocked out. But Mozzarella is going to be a cookie that does have a little 4 HP actually compared to her level of being 3, but she does get to use that on-play effect, which is going to allow a cookie from the opponent's trash to be placed into the break area if they do have a level 6 or lower. However, I'm not sure if that's what Ross decided to choose to do. It looks like that is not going to be on-play being played here, and we're just choosing to do 3 damage onto Pattaya, knocking out Pattaya, and then giving that 1 HP onto Mozzarella, because if you do have less than 5 HP, then you get 1 HP, which means that Mozzarella does at least get to survive a little bit more. So now we're going to put another HP down. It looks like we're going to go into Mozzarella, so that Mozzarella is at 6, and we still have 1 support remaining. Dylan is going to take the turn, Hollyberry being active right there. I did actually see a Wildberry in that hand. So that hand is very, very powerful right now.
And so that's the important note about Mozzarella Cookie, too. If you find yourself in a position where you can comfortably play it, adding that 1 cookie to the break area can mess up a lot of math for the red players that they don't get the full value out of the Wildberry. So it's like this really cool counter tech in that regard, because they're planning out their sequencing to go to exactly 9, and then if you suddenly add 1 to that, if they then go to 10 if they try to set it up the same way that they were doing. So it's this really cool break area manipulation effect. I love how yellow is that's what yellow does, right? If it's not healing, it's messing with break areas, but it's really cool how it interacts with this particular matchup because of the Wildberry from set 1, and they want to be at 9 break normally for that powerful 6 attack that we keep alluding to that maybe we'll see at some point, on stream, but I don't think this is the round where we will see it.
Yeah, exactly. So a very interesting one here, because Dylan, instead of playing that level 2 Wildberry, he decided to just summon that level 3 Wildberry right off the bat instead of having it being at level 9. So I did see 2 Wildberries in hand, so he already has another Wildberry
I see in the front now.
So what it is I think he just said, hey, you know what? I have enough support. I just want to deal as much damage as possible to see what Ross actually has. If any of my cookies, any of the whether it be the Hollyberry or the Wildberry gets knocked out, then I can just summon my other, Wildberry to deal that 6 damage if I need to close out the game. So he's not worried too much right here, because he also does have does look like a giant cherry bomb, as well as a swamp and all of those good things. So you knocked out that Moon Rabbit already right there with the Hollyberry doing more than enough damage, and now we're doing another 4 damage onto Mozzarella, and we are checking it for Ross, and it does look like no flips are coming out. So yeah, we're going to do 5 damage, because actually Hollyberry does have that extra effect. We're going to have a draw come out for Ross, and we are going to check it. It does look like we don't have enough supports to do anything else, so it's going to move on to Ross right over here. But man, this is a tough situation for Ross.
That's 1 card left, I think, in deck 2, right? So just Dylan can just literally pass, and because the refresh is going to push Ross here up to 10 just on the next turn naturally. So this is very much you have to break both cards in 1 turn, which I don't think there's a single sequencing in Cookie Run currently that can break both of these.
It looks like Ross knew that, and just going to give the win to Dylan here, and that is going to be another victory here coming out for our red player here. That real powerful, getting the tempo going and allowing Ross to not do anything about it, because hey, you summon something, I'm just gonna just knock it out with this powerful, cookie that I have. Again, that early Pattaya coming out, knocking out that Kumio early, and just kind of forcing out these cookies from Ross's hand, allowed Dylan to build up these, support area that he wanted, being able to, deal as much damage as possible, getting those values from Pattaya, as well as Snapdragon, which, 5 damage coming out on, turn 5, 6 is like, it's difficult to deal with, especially for yellow.
Yeah, the amount of damage pushing that red has, because right, that's its entire identity at the end of the day, against a slower deck like yellow that really, again, as we just saw, needs to get up to like 7, 8 support to really get its game plan going. And Ross was already at 7 break at that point. So it's like you don't have much game left to play unless it's like Timekeeper into, the sideboard cookie or something. So.
Yeah, so we're going to go into a short break. We're going to try to grab the winner from that round, and then we are going to have a short interview, so we'll be right back with that.
Is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down?
All right, so I'm here with Dylan. You just won, round 5 now. At least that was the 5th round, and with against the yellow. How'd you feel about the
red?
Oh no, against the yellow.
Against
so
the
how'd you feel about that play? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, when I was watching it, that was played out perfectly for you. I mean, that aggressive Pattaya, right? And turn 1 for you.
Yeah, honestly, when I first bought cards, I just bought yellow and red.
Okay.
So then I just had a lot of practice in this matchup, and it's pretty much just play very aggressive, and they don't have that much time to stall and that.
Exactly,
stuff,
build that support area to get their combos going, which you actually just perfectly preventing that from happening. You just kept dishing out those damage. That 5 damage coming out from Pattaya was absolutely amazing. You like you said, you actually know this matchup really well because you bought yellow and red cards.
Yeah.
Is there a color right now that the more you go into the tournament, a color you don't want to play against right now?
I mean, my one loss was purple.
Okay.
So I will say purple. Yeah.
All right. So what about purple is kind of difficult for you?
Honestly, because I don't have that much practice, not knowing what they can do. But I generally know the rules, but sometimes they'll do a surprise card and then
got it.
They'll
Okay.
get me.
Sounds good. Anything that you want to let shout out to somebody here that you came with or anything like that?
Oh, I came by myself actually.
Okay.
Yeah, but I know a lot of people are watching, and then I let my friends know that I will be on the stream. Because I mostly play Lorcana, but this is the first Cookie Run tournament.
Got it. Okay.
That's that big here.
So how do you like Cookie Run right now compared to other TCGs?
Yeah, it's really good. I like the simplicity because my games I've played so far are Lorcana and Hearthstone.
Okay.
And then these board-based games, I feel like they come to me pretty naturally. But I know there's still a lot to learn in this game, especially since it's so new.
Well, congratulations to your win, and hopefully you can get up to that top 8, and we'll have another interview then if we
for sure,
get to see you in that
hopefully.
game. All right, well, thank you guys for joining, and we'll be right back with the next game.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. For long period.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG.
I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8.
Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community, and so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code PROPLAY10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming. What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your...
Welcome back for the Pro Plays Summit here in Orlando, Florida, hosted by Pro Play Games. I'm Cosmic, joined once more by HyRool, and we are getting into the 6th and final round of Swiss coming up before we step into the top 8 and eventually crown that champion of one of 3 amazing events that we're going to have this weekend. Lots of Cookie Run to look forward to.
Exactly. So we just got to watch an amazing red play. Again, we're still looking out for that green to come out and hopefully, show us kind of, hey, this is what green does, you know. Hey, we're not anything bad or anything, We're out there. We're playable. We're still give us some love, but we'll see how it goes. As of right now, it does look like we are waiting for the players to get seated and kind of get set up here. So let's talk about then other events that are going to be taking place throughout this weekend. Let's talk about right now. We got some junior events that actually seems like it's over now. So we did have that taking place here on the side. Sadly, we weren't not able to watch our amazing junior players actually play those things out, but it does look like that has already been taking place. And then after, of course, this hopefully this event is over, we're going to go into Gunslinger again, getting those amazing sleeves, promo packs, as well as a mat that is taking place all throughout the weekend. Also, tomorrow, I believe, is when the mascot actually comes. Yep. So if you guys are in Orlando, if you guys are in Florida, if you guys are here right now, too, and watching this live stream, then don't forget, you guys are able to go and get some photos with the Ginger Brave, the one and only Ginger Brave here at Orlando, Florida, from the PPG Summit that we have right now. So that is going to be taking place. I believe another cosplay event as well is taking place as well. So amazing events. Like it's just not TCG. It's just not all cards. we also do have amazing merches. We have, prizes, as well as these side events that you're able to participate in. I already know some people did come up like dressed in a way too. So that's amazing to see. Like it's really nice to meet these players within the community to see what kind of card game they came from, as well as what they love about Cookie Run, right? Because again, this is a very unique style of trading card game that we have going on. So I guess we can talk about kind of later down the line once we have some time about like how it's going right now, right? From the release in North America to what they're expecting for the next year of 2026 as well. But it does look like the players are seated now, and we are going to transition over to the players. So let's see what we are going to be seeing for round 6. All right, already round 6. Let's see what kind of... Oh, we got Dylan back and Cool Bro. All right, so I do know Cool Bro, who is going to be playing in a lot of different online tournaments as well. And we have Dylan, who is, again, we just saw playing that red. So we'll see. We do see the herb sleeve.
I'm hoping for some green. I see the sleeves, man.
But from what I know, I don't think Cool Bro plays green. So we'll see how this takes place. But let's go into it. It does look like they just did the dice roll. Now they're shuffling and, doing their cuts. And let's see what we are going to start out with. All right. So we know that Dylan has those reds. Played it really, really well last round. It does look like I'm trying to get. Is that red? That is red.
I think it's red. Am I going colorblind here? Like,
that
it's
is
just a really bad angle.
100% red here. Again, we're getting baited by the sleeves, but it does look like Cool Bro is going to do a mulligan here and kind of get that hand, a little bit better for whatever turn, that Cool Bro is going to go, whether it be first or second. So it does look like Dylan made up his mind of deciding to keep the hand that he have initially gotten, and now we're left with Cool Bro doing that cut right here by Dylan, and then we will see if the hand is, favorable or not, because that mulligan, can be favorable at some times.
Yeah,
it just sometimes just messes up with messes with you. So here we go. Wow. Okay.
All right, mirror start.
Yeah, we're gonna start out with the wild berry. So this is a wild berry that we did not get to see last round. It's the level 2 wild berry from this newest set that we have, the Age of Heroes and Kingdoms, which you are able to do a on play, as you guys can see on the screen, where you're able to select one cookie and deal 1 damage to it as long as you discard 1 card and 1 cost of red. Also being able to deal a massive total of 4 damage if you do have a Soul Jam, which Dylan actually does play for round 1, all right, or turn 1 of his, phase. So we do have Popcorn Cookie coming down for Cool Bro, but Dylan already having that thing set up to do 4 damage once that 3 support is available. So we'll see how Cool Bro kind of deals with that, because, you're able to do 3 damage. I'm still going to have 1. But for me, for Dylan now, I have 4 that I'm going to deal and knock your Wildberry right off the battle area. So we're going to place the support down. We're going to move on to the next turn for Cool Bro, and another flip card coming out for HP flip too.
It's interesting too, because we saw him on the last turn, Cool Bro, draw into the Soul Jam. So this is definitely looking like he's just trying to hide that information as if he doesn't have it. But as we talked about earlier, the difference of going first versus second here and getting that wild punch off immediately, and unless we see a flip card that is going to give us the HP, we are going to be able to just knock out the Wild Berry, because Dylan does have the Soul Jam for the extra damage.
Yeah, so Cool Bro is actually just going to go and check all 4 damage, but on the second one, we are going to have the flip HP come out from Carrot Cookie. We're going to discard a carrot to see the damage, and Pattaya and the Soul Jam is actually placed into the trash already. So now Dylan has to somehow answer to most likely 4 damage, because you said you did see a Soul Jam. And that's what I'm thinking Cool Bro is going to place down here. Yep, exactly.
I'm like, I thought I did. I would slam that down if I had it.
So exactly just how you want it. Wow, okay, so we're going to have a Snapdragon come out as well, just adding an extra damage to the Wildberry.
Take 5.
Yeah, so you're not going to be able to negate that one. So here we go, checking all 4 here. and Wildberry does get knocked out. Sadly, Dylan wasn't able to do that against the enemy, Cool Bros Wildberry, but we're going to put down a Hollyberry this time. We know how strong Hollyberry is. It doesn't matter how much damage you're doing. If it's more than 3, I only take 2. So, Wildberry's 5 damage, not a problem. We're going to move on to Dylan's turn here. I'm going to see what we want to place down for support, because we are able to technically knock out any of the, Wildberry or Snapdragon, depending on what Dylan wants to choose. So we'll see what play Dylan makes. It does look like we have a pretty good hand. Another, 2 Hollyberries in hand. And it looks like Dylan is going to place down one of them, which makes Cool Bro think, what does he have in his hand, right? To place down a Hollyberry into the support area. And then another Wildberry is coming out. So we are able to do that massive 4 damage again, because, again, we still have that Soul Jam in the support area. So we'll see what happens, but it
we're
does
seeing
look
the
like,
damage,
yeah,
right?
on
To
play
come through and get that break here. So
exactly,
we are still putting ourselves in a position where we're truly seeing how strong Hollyberry can be. Again, it denies those big damage turns that we normally would see out of red, but then is also just being a very big damage boost here for the Wildberry Cookie and making sure that we're having threat after threat after threat for the red side. So we are going to see the Snapdragon get broke on Cool Bro's side, which is going to force him to play something out. Now, of course, Dylan doesn't have any support up left, so he's not going to be able to do another attack or anything like that, but Cool Bro is forced to play a Cookie here before he draws, which is very important because it can lead to him saying, well, I don't want to play this card yet, but now I have to because the rules are making me play out a Cookie.
Exactly, and we don't have any supports to possibly play any on-play that does require a support. In this case, Dylan was able to do that because of the fact that Dylan had a support to do that 1 extra damage onto the Wildberry to finish him off, and then use the rest of the supports to actually deal direct damage to Snapdragon, which was able to knock it out. And now we're on to 3 v2 for Cool Bros and Dylan. And then now still waiting on Cool Bro to make that decision on exactly what card he wants to play, because he does have a Hollyberry. I can see the Hollyberry being, so it's going to be a Hollyberry being played. He's just deciding, do I want to play this Hollyberry right now, just like how Dylan played it, or do I want to wait, try to see if I can maximize that effect of being able to deal extra damage, but it seems like we're going to be forced to play it and moving on to the next turn.
Yeah,
right,
not getting a lot of help from his draw there, seeing the flip card into the Cherry Bomb, which, I mean, the Cherry Bomb will definitely come in play later and giving him a little bit of extra reach in terms of damage, but, Hollyberry is best partner when you have a option to be able to attack and charge something else up with it, but in here we're just seeing another flip card come into play and take up the extra slot here.
Yeah, so it is going to be a level 1, but the thing is, we are able to, possibly deal extra damage because of the fact that we do have Hollyberry. So if Hollyberry is able to attack, you're able to give that extra 1 damage to your level 1, and your level 1 now is not dealing 1 damage, but is dealing 2 for just 1 cost. So it is going to be the Hot Wing that is going to be, being used here for that extra 2 damage. Most likely going on to Wildberry here, who does have 2 HP remaining. So we'll see.
Can you tell me what that attack is on the Flaming Hot Wing? I'm not sure I can read that from here. Do you want to do that?
It's called Cluck Cluck Bagak or something like that. But I love this card. This card is one of fan favorites as well.
I gotta say, I love the names that they give the attacks in this game. They're just literally so flavorful and fun. I really want to give a shout out to Dev Sisters for that one. And when someone at Locals showed me this card, I'm like, there is absolutely no way that's what it says. They're like, no, really, look at it. And I was like, okay, this is actually really neat.
Yeah, so it does look like we are now on to Dylan's turn again. It does look like our Hollyberry was the one that actually took the damage from the Hot Wing instead of actually knocking down Wildberry with 2 damage. I think, Cool Bro kind of wanted to lock the battle area as of right now, trying to force Dylan to play these 2 cookies. And then now we're going to deal essentially 4, but we're only going to take 2 from, Hollyberry, but it looks like we're doing extra 1 from that Soul Jam effect. Yep. So that's going to be a total of 3 damage, and we're going to pass the turn to Coolbro here because there is nothing more that Dylan is able to do at the moment. So we're going to put down another Hot Wing as a support. That's a lot of flip cards already onto the support area for Coolbro. But it's looking like we're going to try to do damage here with Hollyberry, trying to do that, chip damage again to possibly, it looks like it's going to go into Hollyberry here.
Yeah, and an interesting note here for red in particular, right? Because it's so aggressive and so fast, normally a lot of other decks don't want to put their flips directly into their support because you will shuffle your deck. You want them to go back in, but for red in particular, it gets to a point where if I've shuffled my deck as a red player, I'm probably in a really bad spot because the game dragged on a lot longer than it naturally should have. So if you're playing the red deck, it's very easy to just throw the flip cards into your support, get your resources, and be able to do your attacks. But we do see the swamp come into play from Dylan's side to negate the 2 damage from Hot Wing there. Overhydrated No Swamp just being an MVP when it comes to trap cards in the format because a lot of them either have a conditional drawback or cost 2 to negate 2. And this one just straight up says, hey, I only cost 1 for a -2. That's great value in this card game.
Exactly. So that is going to be an amazing card coming out from the red side. It's one of the cards that I just hate playing against. And that is going to be the thing for Coolbro because we're not able to knock out that Hollyberry. That Hollyberry is alive for another turn. And now Dylan actually does have enough support to possibly knock out both of the cookies. So you're able to do 4 damage or extra damage with the Wild Berry onto the Hollyberry if needed. And then knock out the Hollyberry. I still have 3 more to use the Hollyberry to knock out whatever it is that Coolbro decides to put in response, or even just that Hot Wing. That is going to be a little bit of a menace if, Hollyberry is combined with it. So right now, first of all, we're going to check the damage for Hollyberry. We're going to get a draw flip, and then we're going to check the next one, and it is going to be at the Snapdragon, putting Coolbro now at break area of level 6 with the extra Hollyberry. Now, if we're going to play that numbers game of going into 9, it's going to have to be a level 2 because Hot Wing is most likely going to be knocked out here. So we'll see how it goes, but deciding not to put any response cookie, and then we're going to go into, Dylan's next move, which is going to be, again, 3 extra damage onto the Hot Wing. All right, so we're checking it. The Swamp is the one that comes out as an HP. Now, we're forced to play something, and that is going to be the Wildberry.
So back again for another showcase here. Of course, having the alt art here, giving it a little bit of extra flair for it, but still a great card for being able to pressure that split damage as we talked about in this format. And also notably here, getting the 1 damage to knock out the Hollyberry, which sets him up perfectly for the next turn because it's going to take 1 quick attack to knock out the opponent's Wildberry cookie and then force Dylan to play another card, which you'll be able to get some chip damage onto because you're able to remove the 1 here, which is really nice.
Exactly. So we got to play that on play with that 1 remaining support, not having to, use it during your own turn, which kind of wastes the support. But we're going to put down another Hot Wing onto the support area. That's another flip card. But we do have that Wildberry, like you said, to deal total of 4 damage to knock out Dylan's Wildberry. But instead of that, we're actually going to go with...
Oh!
Wow. So we're going to discard a Cherry Bomb to use the Cherry Bomb, deal 3 damage onto the Wildberry from Dylan's side, and then we're going to be forcing a cookie out. So this actually is great because of the fact that this allows, enough support remaining for Coolbro to actually use Wildberry's, attack to deal 4 damage to whatever Dylan decides to pull out. Because now they're both at 7.
Yep.
So that
being extremely efficient here with his support is really important because in especially the red versus red mirror match, it definitely comes down to how efficient you were on turn over turn, how much damage you were able to provide. So this is very quickly saying, it's like, if it's not a Hollyberry, because again, Hollyberry has that built-in damage reduction effect, I am still threatening 4 damage, which knocks out a lot in this game. So Dylan, Dylan effectively here might be in a position where he just has to bank on an HP flip just to survive a turn and see where it goes from there. So
yeah, so actually an HP flip does come out, which allows Dylan's Wildberry to stay alive for 1 more turn, most likely, and it does look like a draw flip comes out as well for Muscle and a Swamp. And then the last check here is going to be that level 3 Wildberry. Now turning into Dylan's turn here with no supports up for Coolbro. That also does mean that Dylan is now able to be on the attacking side, try to knock out that Wildberry from Coolbro's side, and then get it up to 9, force Coolbro to most likely play that Wildberry with 6 HP, and then now Dylan is able to try to answer it by whatever it is. So we'll see how this plays out. We do see a Hollyberry, we do see a Snapdragon, but it's very difficult because if this Wildberry that he has on the field is knocked out, that is going to leave it at 9. If there's a Snapdragon, that thing gets knocked out, that's 10. So we really have to be careful in deciding on what to do. So we do have a the draw flip come out. We got a Soul Gem, another draw flip come out.
Love drawing cards.
Yeah, and then the last one is going to be a Swamp. So that is going to leave Coolbro at break area 9. So this is the thing that we wanted to see, and that is going to be where the Wildberry is played. The beautiful alt art for the base set, the set 1 that we have from Brave Beginning. This is an amazing card where now 6 damage coming out with only 4 cost.
Yeah, really interesting position here to be in for Dylan's side of it, because now we see if we have any other type of damage-based effect from Coolbro's side to knock out the Wildberry. We can suddenly just throw 6 into something else. So very heads-up play here by Dylan, using the Hollyberry as kind of the defensive option, right? Because we know that Wildberry Cookie is going to get knocked out, forcing us to 9, but Hollyberry cannot be one-hit KO'd by the Wildberry, as we saw just come down from Coolbro's side.
Exactly. So the Hollyberry is a safe move because of the fact that, again, like you said, it's not going to get knocked out. Even though you do 6 damage, we're only taking 2. So we're just going to essentially use our remaining supports to at least try to chip away that HP for that Wildberry, so that next turn that I get, I'm going to go and try to knock it out and close out the game. So again, we're checking the 3 damage. A HP flip did come out, so we're going to be remaining with 4 HP onto the level 3 Wildberry on Coolbro's side. Now going to be having a total of 7 support. So we're able to deal the 6 damage to whatever it is. A Hollyberry only taking 2, but and then have 3 supports remain to do whatever he needs to do. But we'll see exactly what happens, because if he's not able to knock out enough here, this is going to be a, I would say Dylan is going to take this, because even though Wildberry gets knocked out, you know that he has a level 3 Wildberry in his hand. So
I think no matter what, even like the Cherry Bombs, the Soul Jam, like there's so much offensive power that Dylan is showing here, because he hasn't had to play them yet, that he's seen a lot of his deck, he's been sculpting his hand, and he's just waiting for like that big final knockout turn that it puts Coolbro in a very difficult situation, because again, the defensive barrier for Hollyberry is working really well, that Wildberry just can't knock it out. And so unless you have like, you know, double Cherry Bomb into something else for a ping, but that's just too much support for what we have. So looking very, very good from Dylan's side.
All right, so we're going to be doing that 2 damage instead of that 6 technically with the Wildberry here, and then we're going to do more damage come out with the Cacti Glove, but an HP flip comes out for Hollyberry. All right, so it doesn't really matter. We're going to still have enough HP. Another Wildberry does come out, but the thing is, it's just not enough, and that is going to be game for Coolbro. Giving it up for this game to Dylan. Another beautiful mirror red being played out. It just really came down to the last second of, hey, who's going to force a Wildberry out first? Who's going to have enough damage? And it did seem like Dylan didn't even need to pull out that level 9 Wildberry. Just had to have that Hollyberry just tank it out for him so that he's able to close out the game without any problem. So, yeah, I mean, we got to see another kind of red mirror this time around instead of a purple mirror that we got to see previously. So, again, we're still looking out for green. Yeah. It's a mystery. You know, it's a myth.
Hey, we got two more tournaments. We'll see if it shows up maybe tomorrow. But, yeah, I really want to give a shout, though, to Coolbro there right at the end, because a very perfect sequence hand of going into the attack, going into the Cactus Glove, and using that one final support to actually get the ping damage from Wildberry, which would have been enough to knock it out and secure the game.
Exactly.
If there wasn't that HP flip right there at the end.
So, I also did see that Cherry Bomb as well, but sadly, even the Cherry Bomb is able to do 3 damage. That's not going to be enough because of the fact that Hollyberry, even if you take 3, only taking 2 instead. So we got to see another mirror matchup for red, which is really, really good. which was really like amazing to see like these players really playing out to the very end.
Yes.
To like they're calculating every single move, you know, seeing who gets the 9 first, and then what kind of placement they're gonna be in, and then, you know, at the last second, that HP flip coming out kind of decided the winner there. But that's the beauty of Braverse, though. That HP flip, right? That little factor of, hey, am I gonna have that ability to have that HP flip to turn the tide of battle? So that was the case this time around, and yeah. So we're now going into a little bit of a break here, so that we can wait for the next seedings and the pairings to take place, because this one actually took a lot shorter than the other games that we have had, and that's how Red play, though. You know, they just like to go and just straight up damage, and then, you know, it's over.
Yep.
So we'll be right back, though. So stick around, and we'll be met with the next game.
It's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, you know, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, you know, drive on out and stay the night and, you know, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Go ahead.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymod.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin gaming chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
For long periods.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drunk, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like.
No, that was great.
Go ahead.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized design on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymod.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrests, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin gaming chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin in the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
For long periods of time, especially while you're playing your favorite trading card game. That's why eWin has designed a state-of-the-art luxury gaming chair.
And welcome back to the Pro Play Summit here in Orlando, Florida, hosted by Pro Play Games. I'm Cosmic, joined again with HyRool, and we got some exciting stuff to showcase and some nice prizing and promos and all that stuff. So what do you want to show off everybody first for us to dive into?
I think it's going to be awesome for us to showcase real quick before we hop into the top 16 that we're going to go into. The finalist playmat for today's tournament, and this is going to be for that Sugarcloud Express, and here we go. So this is going to be the finalist playmat. The top 32 are actually getting theirs right now, of course, without the finalist, font on the actual mat. But this is going to go to the finalists who is going to win this, alongside different prizes as well, like we talked about earlier on. We do have this promo card that they are also receiving right now if it wants to focus in, but it is going to be a promo card featuring that White Lily cookie. It is going to be a trap, as well as they are getting that finalist, promo card,
yes,
which is going to feature Stardust cookie as well. And that is over there. I did not want to bring it because of the fact that I don't want to be liable for it. But we also do have some amazing promo cards that has been already shared before, which is going to be Ginger Brave as well as Shadow Milk, and other things that we do have that is being only sold here as of right now, exclusive to Pro Play Games Summit, as well as the championship for CookieRun Braverse, as well as other merches that are available to be purchased here, as well as soon all across NA through your local game shop or online stores. So we'll share that with you guys soon. But right now, all the players are ready within our gameplay area. So we're gonna transition over to them to see what kind of plays we're gonna see for top 16 of today's tournament. So let's get right into it.
And yes, we are confirming top 16, so we wanted to show a little extra gameplay, so we are going to get a full extra round here. So same thing, it is going to be that single elim focus here for the top 16 bracket that we're going to have. Unfortunately, just with wanting to not hold up the event too much, I wanted to make sure that we could still get things rolling. We don't have like a full breakdown to share, but of course, we'll be able to share that out on socials once we're able to. I know Pro Play Games loves sharing out that information. We'll have all the deck lists on their website as well. So definitely make sure to be following Pro Play Games for those updates. And of course, if at later today or tomorrow for the other amazing events that we have going on, we'll try to share those updates as we can. But looks like we have Goatson on the left and Admasu on the right as our players for this first round of the top 16. I guess we're just going to call him the GOAT. On the left there, that's what I'm going to go with now that I looked at the name again. So we got the GOAT and Admasu on the right.
Yeah, so amazing to see the stats right now. So Goatson actually came into top 16 with 4 wins and 2 losses, while Admasu is going to be on a win streak here with 6 total wins, no losses. So that's amazing to see, but we are going to get started here. They just cut their decks, and now they're going to draw their 6 cards to see what they're going to start out with. And it does look like Adamasu is going to be playing a yellow deck, and I want to say Ghost is also playing yellow here. So we're going to do another, this time around, a yellow v yellow mirror matchup. So that is going to be amazing to see.
All right, well, the timer has started. I hope y'all have a nice beverage, maybe a snack or something else to hold you over, because this one is going to go the distance when yellow versus yellow gets paired up and both decks are, healing and trying to set up those big cyborg cookie plays later on the game. It takes a while to get to
It definitely does. So
point.
this one is going to be a long one here, especially depending on how they play. But if they are playing those kind of like standard yellow type of decks that we have been seeing in our locals and stuff, then just like Cosmic said, it is going to go, most likely overtime a little bit here, just getting that little bit of extra time just to finish off the game, possibly. But yeah, I think Goatson is ready to get it started. We're just waiting on Adamasu to put down that starting cookie after that one initial mulligan. So here we go. We both players have their starting cookies out, and let's see what it is. And it is going to be a mirror of churros. So we saw this cookie before already, and it is going to be that pretty beefy, 2-star or level 2 here, being able to dish out a decent amount of damage if placed in the right situation.
Yeah, very tanky Cookie we can play early. It's something we can heal later. So it is really just an ideal start for, not having to commit too much to the board. And in this case, 5 HP is just a wall to get through of for a lot of decks outside, of course, Red, who does have that higher punching power. But Churro Cookie is going to sit here and just soak up a lot of damage and get the value for us. Either we get flips or maybe we play out the stage to give it some extra HP and just kind of drag out that time even more. But again, we've seen earlier in today alone how a 2-5 split has been very good for just being able to tank a couple hits and then either get set back to the top of the deck like we've seen with blue, or just get healed later like yellow will do in healing it out of the break zone.
Exactly. So we do have Timekeeper to get rid of the break area, or we have Millennial Tree to just bring it back right away onto the field as well. But it does look like we're going to go a little bit slower this time around, just like how yellow wants to play. Building out that support area. So Adamasu putting the orange as well as burnt cheese down, with Goatson putting down Cheerleader and Cream Ferret here. And it does look like we're just going to go back and forth, not doing much, just kind of building up the support. And then we'll see who makes that initial move to do some damage or, whatever it's going to be. So it does look like Adamasu now going to be dealing 2 damage with the 3 support to the enemy Churro. We're going to have a flip card come out. Not sure if we're going to use it. We are going to use it here. So the HP flip, another HP flip comes out. I'm not going to... Okay, Goatson is actually going to, allow that to play out. And it's like nothing happened.
Yeah, well, getting all those flips, I mean, that's exactly where you want your flips to go ultimately, is like into the trash so you can cycle them back and what have you, where it looks like Goat did have a very large count or consistency of flip cards. So we see a couple of them, or sorry, all 3 of them down in the support right now. So
yeah, so that's another big thing here is that Goatson already put down 3 onto the support and actually played 3 into the trash already. Yep. So that's a total of 6 out of possible 16 that has either been played or cannot be played anymore in the support area. And then we are going to be seeing that 2 damage coming out, just like exactly how Adamasu played it as well. But the 2 damage is going to come out, and here for Churro on the Goatson side, taking that 2 damage that was negated by the HP flips last turn is going to go through this time around. So we're going back and forth, literally doing a mirror matchup, except for the fact that Goatson was able to get those 2 HP flips that Adamasu couldn't get. So we'll see if Goatson is able to do a little bit more extra damage here to the enemy Churro. Another HP flip coming out onto the support area. This is actually very interesting to be able to play these cards, knowing that in the future you're not able to play them, especially against fellow yellow as well. So.
Yeah, 2 decks that really want to go long, and I haven't had a chance to play a lot of these set 2 yellow mirror match. I played a lot of it during set 1, but in the mirror match you do end up shuffling your deck. So having those flip cards go back in for that second shuffle can be really important for helping getting those late game draw triggers or HP triggers, which can decide the game. Especially after you've played out a bunch of your support. So we'll want to be mindful of how many flips each player has as they are going into that second cycle and what's available or not. Because if we have to play all of our flip cards early in our support, we know that we're not going to have a lot of HP flips or draw flips to rely on later.
Exactly. So the extra 2 damage did come out to the Churro on Adamasu's side, and now we're going into another HP flip for Churro on Goatson's side. Goatson really just deciding, do I really want to take another HP onto this Churro, keep it alive a little bit longer, kind of discard another card from my hand, or do I let it slide and just get it to that 1 HP exactly like how Adamasu has it right now? But it does look like we are going to take the HP flip. We're going to flip it, and it's going to be that mozzarella. So we still do have 2 HP left onto Churro on Goatson's side, while Adamasu does have 2 supports up and have 1 HP remaining on his Churro. So we're going to see what happens, but it does look like we're just going to pass it on to Goatson. And now Goatson does have that advantage of being able to knock out that Churro and be on that lead. Of course, that little level 2 lead doesn't do much for yellow players, especially because of the fact that you're able to constantly bring those back into the battle area or just into the trash with Timekeepers and Millennial Tree and things like that. But we'll see exactly how this plays out, because from the looks of it right now, it doesn't look like any of those cards are possibly in Goatson's hand. At least it does look like we have 2 Stardust, or no, it does look like we have a Stardust and a Moonlight. We We have a cyborg.
Yep, there's a cyborg for
Not
later.
exactly sure what the last card is on in his hand, but does look like we are going to put down, you know, a non-cookie.
Yeah, one of the trap cards they have. I think it's like the -2, but conditional one that like cycles back a level 1.
And it does look like the bell pepper is in his hand. That's the last card that he does have. So now he has to decide whether he wants to do the damage, and it does look like he is going to make that move. Adamas kind of, you know, hesitated there whether he wanted to use a trap or not, and it does look like he's just going to let, you know, Churro faint and go into the break area and going to play a response cookie. So we'll see what kind of response cookie he decides to play. They're already at 5 support.
Yeah,
other games that we have seen against like different colors, like red, you know, by the time that he got into 5 support, or yellow got into 5 support, they were already like, you know, pushing break level 5 or anything like that. So we'll see what kind of plays do get played out here. And it does look like we're going to play the Timekeeper early here and use that remaining 2 supports and then, you know, trash the Churro from the break area, essentially making it a 0v0 once again. All right, so
this is a play I expect that we'll see a lot in this mirror matchup, right? Getting to heal the extra amount and also help setting up those cyborg cookies for the late game where you need to have a lot of those level 3 breaks to deal more damage. This is really the ideal setup that you want to be seeing. You know, soak up the damage with the 5 HP off of the Churro cookie and just buy you time, because now again we're going up to 6 here now for the support, and then having the Timekeeper just kind of resetting everything and being like, well, I'm good to heal this back up, and you know, we're able to still pressure 3 damage.
Exactly. So we are going to be putting down that Kumio that was actually knocked out early last time we did see yellow. So this Kumio is very, very, very strong in the sense that it is going to force the opponents to essentially attack this Kumio instead of any other cookies. So we do have that come out. Timekeeper is going to deal 3 damage onto Churro. Churro is going to get knocked out here onto Goats inside, leaving it at break area level 2. The thing about Goatsen right now is that there is no supports that allows any particular on plays to be played, but another Churro is going to come out.
Yeah, again, giving us in a position where we're just able to soak up 5 damage, try to sculpt our hand, try to find some of those combos. Again, no Timekeeper yet, not that we had the support to play it, but we are in a position where we want to make sure that we are getting as much cycling through our break area as possible so we can lead into those bigger late game plays that we keep referencing. And the reason why I keep bringing it up is because we will eventually see it come out in this matchup. I'm sure the yellow versus your yellow mirror match is where we finally get to see Cyborg Cookie do some work, but this is going to be, you know, players will get up to like 10 support before that happens, and you know, here we are at 6, so hopefully a few more turns, a few more big attacks, and we'll start to really get rolling. But you know, we are looking at the timer. 10 minutes have already passed, and we are at 2-0 for the break area. So again, this is the match that will go to overtime, and we'll have to get to the end of match procedure once it comes up. But players do need to be mindful of when we get these more control heavy matchups. You really have to be cognizant of the time left in the round.
Exactly. So Goatsen is going to be dealing that 2 damage onto Kumio, forced to attack Kumio right now because of the fact that there is a level 3 on the field. Kumio is going to get knocked out, so we are now back to break area level 1 for Adamatsu. But now we have 3 supports left. What is Goatsen going to do? It does look like we have 2 cyborgs.
Oh, man.
Don't really want to use that early on, just want to use it as a finisher. Don't have enough supports to actually use the full effect of Bell Pepper. So it does look like we are going to, you know, keep the 3 supports up and then pass it on to Adamatsu to see what he wants to do for this turn of moving up to 7 support already. So, man, 10 minutes or almost 12 minutes now and getting up to 7 support. And you guys to, you know, keep in mind that these players actually started a little bit later because of the mulligan and everything too. So it's technically been less than 10 minutes, and we're already moving on to a good amount of support area. All right, so we have 7. Now Adamatsu deciding what he wants to do. Does he want to play another cookie? Does he just want to attack with the Timekeeper? And that is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to attack 3 damage onto Churro. Let's see what happens. It does look like we are going to use the Jade Deer to gain an extra HP as well as negate 1 damage. So that is going to come out. Churro is going to still be left with 4 HP. And we have 4 up for Adamasu to make a decision to see what's going to take place.
Yeah, Jade Deer is definitely going to be the MVP of the weekend in terms of just number of times we've seen it cast. And again, getting that 1 HP can be extra relevant because if you know that you've done a deck cycle and you're able to put more of those flips back into your deck, you put yourself in a position where you really want to try to have the best odds possible of getting the life stacked up to hit those flip triggers. But we are going to see the blocker coming down from Admasu's side, the Marshmallow Cookie. But it looks like we are just taking the more aggressive start here, maybe being mindful of the time or just realizing he doesn't really need the block for the next turn based on Goatson's board side. So we are just going to get in a chip damage and see what we're able to pull together for a more aggressive start on the left.
Yeah, so the thing about this blocker here from bait set or the set 1 is that this Marshmallow Cookie does not need to be active in order to use the effect. It just needs enough supports, and it does look like Adamasu does have 2 supports up in case Marshmallow does need to take extra damage. But the thing about Churro is that if there is the effect right here, if you guys want to follow along with us, you guys are able to see that if there is a cookie's HP is 2 or more, which right now Churro does have, then you are able to select a level 1 from the enemy side and deal 2 damage. So essentially with this attack, you are able to knock out Marshmallow while also knocking down 1 support from Adamasu. So we'll see how Goatson does it. It does look like we are going to be directing that hit onto, I want to assume Timekeeper so that you force the blocking to take place, but we'll see what the decision Goatson makes.
Yeah, I like taking out the Timekeeper because there's not a lot of good attackers that Yellow has access to. Timekeeper is going to give you 3, depending if they play on some of the one-ofs that I know some lists have been using. You can sometimes get up to 4, but generally speaking, a lot of the Yellow attacks end at 3 here. So Timekeeper, from like a threat analysis standpoint, really is pressuring the most amount of damage. And if Admasu doesn't have a follow-up to it, like a better 2 or 3, then the damage potential from Yellow just really starts to fall off. So I do like the idea of being more aggressive into Timekeeper just to try to minimize the amount of damage that our opponent is able to put into us. But it looks like we are just going to knock out the blocker, put Admasu up to 2. So we are at 2-2 for the break. And that Timekeeper is going to be good to get an extra attack in on the following turn into the 3 HP that Churro Cookie has remaining.
Yeah, so Churro did have the extra effect come out because of the fact that he did have 2 or more HP remaining, able to knock out that Marshmallow with the Den effect with only 3 cost. But the thing is, like you said, that Timekeeper is still alive, being able to do that 3 damage. But Goatson does have 4 supports up, which means that you're able to use different, traps that are available to Yellow. There's a lot of different ones. But the thing is right here, looking at his hand a little bit, I can't really see everything, but it does look like he doesn't really have those heavy hitters out right now. So he doesn't have those Timekeepers, Millennial Tree, Mozzarella, Stormbringer. Those were kind of shown early on into the trash as well. So we are going to be putting down a Moon Rabbit here, trying to, possibly keep that Churro alive. Actually, it's not going to be the case, and we're just going to deal damage straight up just onto Timekeeper. Going to use the Jade to negate a damage and gain an extra HP as well. So this is the thing that I was hoping that Goatson was going to do, is that, hey, I'm going to let the Marshmallow, use the blocker possibly, and then get rid of 1 support from Adamasu's side. But it does look like, you just attack the Marshmallow right away. Play another Moon Rabbit and just force a trap onto Adamasu to play it. So we'll see how this goes now onto Adamasu's side. Back to 8 support now with Timekeeper still at full HP.
Yep, and the timer continues to tick down here with 13 minutes left on the clock. Again, there's probably going to be a short extension there, but again, really just trying to call out the dynamic that we've seen from, all of Swiss, literally all 6 rounds of Swiss, right? We saw a much different board state where the break was higher, Yellow was trying to climb back, where now when we see with 2 Yellow decks that play naturally a slower game because they don't have as much of that early game damage potential, things tend to slow down a lot, and that's before you even consider things like Timekeeper, who is then going to heal on top of it. Now, neither player used the stage here, which also can heal you even more HP, right, as just another way to kind of grind the game down. Now we have Stormbringer, which can be great for just throwing stuff into the break. But, Millennial here just being able to be another level 3 that is able to, deal some extra damage. It has the split damage at 3+1. So this is, again, getting into one of those very few cookies that can get the extra damage for us that now that we have enough support, we just need to start turning the wheels and getting the break damage up just so we can end this game and try to get to 10 before time runs out.
This is a very interesting move coming out from Adamasu. You usually play Millennial when you are wanting to, bring a level 2 or lower from the break area into the battle area to get the best value. But it does look like we are just going to be doing 4 damage right onto the Moon Rabbit. And then we are going to knock it out. We'll see if there's a response being played. It doesn't look like that's going to take place. So we're just going to deal extra 3 damage onto the Churro, which does all go through, which also does mean that Goatson does have a break area of level 6. That also does activate a interesting flip card that we have in yellow, which is going to be Earl Grey. Earl Grey has this condition where you have to have your break area of 6 or more. And if that is the case, then you are able to discard 1 card to gain 2 HP instead of 1. And another beautiful thing is we got Cyborg out. All right, now this is the one that you've been talking about a lot. And this is the card where if you are able to go and have, cookies that are level 2 or more in your break area, then you're able to dish out some extra damage with it. So we'll see how Goatson is going to play out with this one.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where it's great to leave some amount of level 2s into your break area so you can get like these mid-game cyborg cookies that are going to just be able to do a lot of damage out of nowhere. And, it might only have 2 HP, but it is a level 1. So it is something that's not going to have a huge tax on your break area once your opponent does finally break it. But, again, really nice here that we can then eventually heal those level 2s with the Timekeeper, and then Timekeeper goes in there. So there is a way to sculpt your break area that this can very easily get up to the point where you're doing 4 damage off of it. And, that is a lot to be doing off of a 2-cost attack.
Exactly. So you're initially able to do that 1 damage with the 2 costs onto 1 cookie. It does look like we are going to be choosing the Millennial Tree, and then we are going to do more damage with that 3 extra coming out with the 1 extra cost because we do have 3 of level 2 or more in the break area. So we are going to put out another Cyborg. So we're going to have that 2 Cyborg come out. We're going to do that 1 initial damage onto Millennial Tree here. No supports to use any traps. We're going to use 1 more to deal extra 3 damage. Finally knocking out the Millennial Tree, leaving Adamasu at break area level 5, while Goatson is going to be at 6, but you guys always have to keep in mind that the played cookie, right? The cookies that are out in the battle area, once they do get defeated, then they're going to be sent to the break area. So essentially, we are looking at a total of about level 8 for Goatson, as well as level 8 also for Adamasu once that Timekeeper does get knocked out. And I know that Goatson does have a Timekeeper in hand as of right now, so we'll see how this plays out because 2 Cyborg is going to be tough to deal with if you just let it kind of like stay there,
Yeah, and Admasu is counting his deck there, being very mindful that, we are getting lower so that when we're trying to play out these level 3s that take 5 cards from our deck as HP, it really lowers the amount of cards you have very, very fast as we've seen. So Admasu, having to think about that 1 extra cost. So, as HyRool just mentioned, if we go from 5 to 8, well, it's actually 9. So literally anything else that Admasu plays at this point, he has to treat it as his last cookie because it will push him over that total amount. So either you save the spot and maybe you try to think about healing up, or what I will likely see is Admasu is just going to sit back on this Timekeeper cookie as long as he can to try to figure out the best possible option he has to play out whatever that last cookie is. Now, again, if he finds another Timekeeper, he can heal, and that would be nice, but we are going to be a bit limited. So we do see the Winekeeper Shield that is going to give us the minus damage here, but the kill effect from Timekeeper is still going to resolve in sniping out a level 1.
Exactly. So the Key Shield is able to negate the initial 3 damage because of the fact that Goatson does have a break area of level 6, which is more than 5. And that is going to negate the initial one, but again, like you said, the den effect of Timekeeper is going to put the other Cyborg straight into the break area without anything happening. Now going to keep up a lot of support area here. Yeah, we're gonna have to put that one down because there is that den effect coming out from Timekeeper. And then now we still have a total of 5 to use whatever Automatsu wants.
Yeah, so, it's not hard to knock out the Cyborg Cookie here at only 2 HP, and it might be really tempting to do so because you know how strong that Cyborg Cookie is, but at the same time, if Admatsu plays a second Cookie here, he effectively locks himself from being able to play anything else from the rest of the game. Again, just being mindful of how high his break area is. So he is a bit locked into this play of just seeing where Timekeeper can go and seeing how much damage it can ultimately do. So there are a couple items that we can play here, and just going for the, that's the break and deal damage one, if I remember correctly. So it looks like it's a break and then deal 2, if I remember correctly, for the effect. And very interesting to put his own Timekeeper up to the full amount here.
So a little bit of a mistake here coming out from Automatsu because we did not use the 1 extra support that needed to be used for the effect of Timekeeper. So essentially, Automatsu does only have a total of it's supposed to be 3 support. They're not catching that one, so we'll just have to kind of let it play out. But Millennial Tree is going to be out, so the item of Golden Cheese, Guardian Golem, does come out. Place 1 cookie from your battle area into the break area. Select up to one of your opponent's cookie. That cookie receives 2 damage, and that's when we sent that Timekeeper into the break area. Kind of a risky move right there, but wanted to force out a Millennial Tree is what Automatsu wanted to do. And then that is going to also force out a Millennial Tree from Goatsen's side. But the thing is, Goatsen doesn't have any support to actually use Millennial Tree's effect. So essentially that kind of on play is, kind of wasted here. Not able to bring out a level 2 for Millennial Tree, and just taking so much damage here from, Automatsu's side, dealing damage to Goatsen. So that one, one extra support should be rested here, but
yeah, the Millennial Tree Cookie, as we talked about, dealing that 4 damage is so important. So that's where we saw like a very quick change of, he had to put his own Timekeeper Cookie into the break area, which accelerates his game plan, but because he had the perfect level 1 to bring out it as a protection, so Goatsen now has to knock out the level 1 and knock out the level 3 in the same turn, while just having his own level 3 here. So it's, 1 HP is not a great spot to be in, but we'll have to see what he's able to pull together. And also, again, keeping in mind that Admatsu is still dealing with the potential break cost, but he looks like he's a couple turns away. It looks like Admatsu probably has about 5 cards left in deck, so it won't happen on the next turn, but a couple turns after that.
Yeah, so they are very close and refresh for both sides, actually. So Goatsen did show kind of only about 5 cards left in his deck, which also means that if he summons anything like Millennial or, Timekeeper again, then that is going to force a refresh, which also makes it so that, even if he does get rid of one of those level 2s, that's still going to leave him at level 7, which means that if his Millennial Tree does get knocked out, then that is going to force him onto 10, and that is going to be game. But right now, we do have it so that where Automatsu, if that Millennial Tree somehow gets, knocked out, then that is going to be game. So we'll see what kind of move Goatsen wants to make, because he does have that Bell Pepper. Bell Pepper is able to do a lot of damage. It does cost a lot, but it is going to be enough to do damage. It also has the trap card right there too, but that one's a little bit tough because not many level 3, I don't think any level 3 is in the break area. That counterattack can be really strong late game, but we're going to put down a Bell Pepper here onto support. We are about 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the time here. So they do need to move pretty quickly to kind of close this one out. There is that Timekeeper in hand. I'm not sure. Is that a Stormbringer? I can't make it out with the camera, but we'll see what kind of move Goatsen wants to make here.
Yeah, I do see a Timekeeper, and I'm so used to fanning fanning right versus fanning left, so it's hard to see the right side of the cards here and trying to scope out what each one is. But looks like we might just be going for that bell pepper play, which allows us to, heal up a little bit, which can be nice. But I'm curious to see, what the attack sequencing here looks like versus how much we're going to try to leave up as a support option for maybe a trap on the next turn.
Yeah, so we are going to go into Millennial Tree doing 3 damage onto Kumio, the initial damage, and it does look like Aramasu is deciding on what he wants to do because there is possibly a trap card. I'm not sure. I don't think there is any real trap that can negate much with just 1 cost because most of the traps that Yellow does play are going to cost 2. We are going to have Kumio get knocked out here. And then we are going to do 1 more damage onto Millennial because of the fact that Millennial does have that effect of, if there's another yellow card, then you are able to do damage. The HP flip does come out. It does look like Aramasu does decide to let that play out. Actually, no, it is going to be where Orange Cookie comes out. And then, see, now this is the thing. If that support was supposed to be rested, that trap cannot be used. So that technically wouldn't be a thing that gets played out, which kind of frustrates me in a sense that that kind of play wouldn't be possible.
And that play would have actually mattered here for the bell pepper cookie because it looks like it could have been able to push up the damage.
It would have. It would have had exactly enough of a 5 damage to try and finish the game here for Millennial or for Gosen by knocking out Millennial Tree, but they were not able to catch. At least when I saw it, they were not able to catch that Timekeeper was supposed to use 1 support to use the den effect of knocking down that Cyborg. And it does look like we are not able to do much here. Gosen really needs to somehow keep that Millennial alive. But the thing is, if Bell Pepper gets knocked out or if Millennial gets knocked out, there is that, that thing right there. So Gosen taking that risk, using the active once per turn effect, discarding 1 card to place, 1 more HP onto Bell Pepper, making it a total of 4 with 1 card remaining. So he knows that he's going to have to refresh. He's still at 8, which makes him 9. But this is, okay. Well, Stardust comes out. This is going to be a tough one here because Stardust is going to be a very, very powerful cookie in this kind of situation. So if you look at it right here, you guys are able to see the den effect, which is going to be the thing where, hey, if you have 1 level or you have 1 HP, then you're not going to be able to keep it alive. But there you go. Aramatsu closing it out here with the extra damage coming out from Millennial Tree. But yeah, I'm curious on how they will figure it out later down the line if they do see that. But yeah, amazing plays from both sides. One actually focused more on like level 3s, while one focused on just building that break area with level 2s, kind of playing out those cyborgs.
Yeah, getting the 1 turn, we really got to see the value that cyborgs provided and just how much damage that they can push out in a single turn off of a level 1 is really what you're trying to build up for. Often it feels like in the yellow decks because so many times we saw even in that matchup where you can get to the 3 attack point, but it just gets negated by a single trap card or just cannot do enough damage turn over turn. And when you're able to heal and slow down the game and what have you, like yellow naturally wants to do, or like the broken signpost, you make it target something else. It can be really hard to close out those games sometimes,
Exactly.
but double Cyborg is actually really, really strong. So I'm excited to see, how else yellow might shape up over the course of the weekend and where that's going to go next. But again, it's really cool to see 2 very different sides of the same color getting to showcase the different strengths and what each side can really do. So very excited to see more yellow get played over the course of the weekend.
Exactly. That yellow, the beautiful thing about it is that you're able to select different cookies that you want to dish out those, little damages as possible. Like, hey, I want to do a little bit of damage here. I want to do a little bit of damage there as you like it. So being able to really play out in that favor of things, we were able to see in that play right there with Millennial Tree, with Cyborg, with a lot of different cookies. And Kumio actually coming into play to block out a lot of the damage that
surprisingly,
we're not able to tank technically for other level 3s. So I think we're going to try to get an interview going on here. So we'll be right back with the interview.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG.
I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it'd have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8.
Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drunk, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymod.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. we've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable. It's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin gaming chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
For long periods.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes and good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drunk, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrests, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin gaming chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chair's using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin in the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG.
I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized design on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
And welcome back to Pro Play Summit here in Orlando, hosted by Pro Play Games. I'm Cosmic, joined once more by HyRool, and we are getting into the top 8 of our tournament for today. We just saw the yellow versus yellow match playing out, and we're going to go into our next match shortly, but we will have some different rules in terms of changing it up to be best of 3 for the later matches. So there's going to be a ton more games to watch here for us today. And of course, we still have 2 more days worth of CookieRun Braverse action, so definitely don't miss out. But, what are we going to be seeing in this next match you're hoping to see for the rest of the top 8?
So it does look like we're probably not going to see any greens happening today, but it does look like we're going to be mainly seeing those, yellows as well as reds come into play. I do know some of the names here that they do play things like, yellows as well as some of them do play red. So it does look like we're going to see those 3 main colors. It looks like blues are kind of out of the race too, unless somebody brings it out. But it does look like the main 3 colors are going to be red, purple, as well as yellow, which honestly I think a lot of people were already expecting.
Yes.
So we do have that. But before we actually get into the next game, actually the players are slowly, I believe, walking over to the table. But just want to let everybody know that right now this one is going to be a new CookieRun collectible card set, the Obsidian collection, that has started being on sale all across North America. So It is being sold here at PPG Summit, as well as you guys will be able to find it at different stores like your local game shop, as well as online. So if you guys are interested, go and search it up. Or if you guys are here again, you guys can go and buy them. We will be opening this up later during the live stream, but as of right now, because the players are, slowly sitting down, don't want to open this up and then have to,
stop halfway.
And, yeah, exactly. We want to admire all of the beautiful art that is within this collection, which honestly I was very, very excited for, because when I saw this in Korea, this looked amazing.
Yes.
Just wanted to see it in an English, version of it, and we finally have it here in North America. So we will open this up later down the line, but we are slowly, getting the players settled in for the next match here. They're just kind of sitting down and getting their, cards all ready for the top 8, right?
Yes.
So we're getting close to the end, but it also does mean that we're playing a lot more. The play style and things like that are going to slightly change here and there, depending on what they have been versing throughout the day. So I'm sure that they're getting a little bit of experience with different colors, different matchups, and some players most likely, if they've been playing really well, then they might be versing each other again from the Swiss, right?
Yep.
So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we're just gonna let them kind of settle in, and then we'll go from there. But how about you? What are you looking out for the top, let's say, 4?
Yeah, I think that, I said it very early on, but I think red is really going to be kind of the breakout color that we end up seeing the most of. It's just very efficient in what it wants to be doing. But, I'm also kind of hoping, because if we think about the bigger picture, tomorrow is like the big event. That's the one where you want to hold your special spicy brews for. So maybe you're here today and just testing out the field, seeing what people are bringing. You might swap it up for tomorrow. So I am still holding out for blue for tomorrow. That is what I am. I know we want to see green, but I'd love to see blue tomorrow. That is my, I'm going to put my foot down and cheer it on from my side best I can. But
yeah, I mean, we did see a blue, and the blue did well.
Yeah, it popped off. I was happy. We got to see it do its thing.
So the players are now getting ready. They are shuffling their decks. They have, I do know one of them was top 5 in their Brave League last season.
Oh, nice.
And he does play yellow. So I do want to see how his yellow plays out during this, tournament, as well as I'm not too sure about the opponent, but it does look like we are going to switch over to them now and just kind of see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, and while the players are getting set up, I do want to take a moment here just to remind everybody that this is a game you can definitely go ask your local game store about, but also those Brave Leagues. There's starting to be a lot more online tournaments that are picking up for this game, and I'm hoping we get like a graphic that we can share tomorrow, but a little bit of a spoiler for you. One of the things that really caught my eye about next year for the roadmap is a digital sim or official online play for this game to be used in tournament settings. So we didn't really get much more than that, than a line in the roadmap, but that is like the big thing that I'm waiting to see what Dev Sisters is cooking up, and hopefully just make the game more accessible for people to come out, play, and enjoy Cookie Run Braverse, because I know not everyone has a nearby locals, but still really wants to play. So having some type of online, medium can really help get more players into the game as well.
Yeah, so it does look like we are going to be getting an online play. I'm not sure if it's exactly going to be like an online, virtual card, but it does look like they are leaning towards being able to play through webcam, trying to have that online community going, so that even if you don't have a local game shop, next to you or in a drivable distance, you're still able to go and participate through that from the comfort of your home. So I believe that that's what Dev Sisters are trying to focus on for the coming year of 2026. And it does look like we're going to start off the top 8 gameplay here with Chris versus Adept. They are both at 5 wins and 2 losses, and it does look like we're going to start it off with Starfruit, getting rid of all of the cookies here, and going to force Adept to bring out a Ninja Cookie. So it is that, again, the 1/4s that are really, really powerful, and I know that Adept likes to play the 1/4s to kind of do that stalling, to get the support area going for that yellow to dish out those combos. But we'll see if Chris is able to prevent that from happening, really just kind of trashing constantly and able to prevent that kind of combos. And it does look like we're going to start out with another Milky Way. So we're just kind of trashing, building up the trash for Chris's side, as well as kind of doing the damage onto Adept's side. So we were able to get rid of the Star Fruit, deal 2 damage to the Ninja, and then pass the turn onto Adept for turn 2.
And this is really great sequencing, too, because we know that on turn 2, Adept is not going to be able to use the attack for Ninja Cookie. And by burning those 2, even if they hit an HP flip here, right, we're going to be able to push enough damage with Milky Way to make sure we're knocking out the Ninja Cookie here. So really maximizing our support area and making sure that we're getting the damage in. And as we've seen kind of this loop of Starfruit to remove stuff into Milky Way to deal a damage, then KO at the next turn, like these are some of the ideal turns that you really want to see for Purple to start things out. So we do see a draw flip there for Adept, but the Milky Way is able to push our opponent into the 1 break area with that 1-4 going down.
Exactly. But the thing is, you know, we already know how Yellow's played. It's okay if we lose like maybe level 1, you know, 1 level 2 here and there, because we're always able to bring it back from the break area either into the trash or into the field. And it does look like we're going to bring out a Churro Cookie again, dealing 2 damage. But again, we're not able to do any extra because of the fact that Milky Way is not going to be a level 1. So we're going to do that 2 damage for the 3 cost, not have anything up onto the support, and bring it back to Chris to see what is going to happen in turn 4 with 4 supports now. That allows Milky Way to do damage, as well as leave 1 for certain, you know, traps or anything like that to take place, because Milky Way is down to 2 HP right now. So that is going to be something Chris does need to keep in mind as of early, because Purple, you know, yes, you can get rid of cars from your battle area into the trash and stuff, but it does look like that is exactly what is going to happen with Starfruit again. So we're just kind of going back to the Milky Way, Starfruit, Milky Way, Starfruit.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting line, because no other deck can make these play patterns, right? Something to keep in mind with Yellow is that you want to keep them off level 2s going into their break zone if possible, because that's where they really start to generate the most amount of value. In a perfect world, you put a bunch of 1s and 3s into their break area. So Chris actually, you know, maybe recognizing that early and playing very well here of just burning both of the 2s back to back and forcing out Adept to have, well, in this case, another 2, but forcing to have more answers to where you can finally get a level 2 into the break zone where you want it to be, so you can heal it up with Time Cookie, or you can heal it up or deal more damage, excuse me, with the Cyborg Cookie. So very beautiful sequencing here from Chris's side.
And it does look like we're going to set him in a Affogato, deal 2 damage, and then use the remaining support that we do have in order to trash Affogato and also put 2 cards from both players' deck into the trash, building up that trash for Chris to be able to use either that Wind Archer's effect or either that, you know, Abandoned Cloud Nest. And it does look like we are going to use the then effect of Stardust to knock out Starfruit here, because there is that 1 HP remaining, and Chris is now forced to play a Sugar Glass as the response.
Beautiful turn for it. You know, no matter what, it's going to take a hit and then get KO'd in this situation. So it's just a card that says, hey, I want a level 1, because most purple decks have ways to cycle their level 1s. That's a big part of their engine. But also, Sugar Glass Cookie here, just giving you the extra draw, letting you find a couple more cards is really important, just to make sure you're finding those key pieces, like removing the level 2s that we talked about a couple turns ago, and still drawing up. So just taking the KO here and putting Adept into a spot of having to force out another cookie.
Yep, so another Churro is going to come
3?
out.
Is that the third one?
So this actually is going to work in his favor, just because of the fact that, again, this one is going to be a level 1. So if Chris does, you know, either way, if Chris uses the effect to, you know, trash an HP and draw a card, whether you do that or not, this Churro Cookie is going to be able to knock out that Sugar Glass next turn with just 3 costs. Again, allowing Adept to have 2 supports remaining. And now he's building up that break area with level 2s. So we're going to go into it. Going to go use the Abandoned Cloud Nest to negate the 2 damage. And then going to do the extra 2 damage because of the fact that it is going to be a level 1, and sure does have more than 2 HP. Going to leave Sugarglass with only 1 HP, but it is going to be now Chris's turn. Chris does have different ways of getting, rid of this Sugarglass so that it does not go into the break area, but we'll see what kind of cards he does have in hand. I believe that is a Grimoire that he does have, so we'll have to go and see what kind of plays he wants to make. And he does have a Pumpkin Pie in there. He does have, I think that's a U Village Scroll and things like that.
Yep, there's a Village Scroll for deck looping, which is really important. So, we saw a very aggressive, self-mill get to that 15 cards that we ultimately need. So now the interesting part is, does Chris find himself getting the right pieces to go through the deck, wanting to do like that second shuffle because we're not just finding the right things? Or are we trying to mill ourselves out down to a point of where those U Village Scrolls can really start to get all the extra value? But, the Dragonfly that deals just KOs, if it has 4 or less. So that is going to, or I should say faint. I got to be very careful on my wording here. Very nice item tech here from Chris's side.
Yeah, so that is going to force the Churl to be put into the trash right away, and that is going to actually force Adept to play an early Timekeeper, a relatively early Timekeeper, and also be able to trash a Stardust from the break area, now just putting it at 1v1 once again. So we do have that Sugarglass who is, just at that 1 HP, going to have that draw flip, put into the break area now. And now Chris is going to have to play, it does look like that Wind Archer, in order to trash the Timekeeper. All right, so this is kind of play that you want to see from Purple because of the fact that, hey, this Timekeeper already used 3 cost to attack a level 1. Now I'm just able to go and trash it, and this particular, player doesn't have much left. So Kumio is going to come out in response. Kumio is going to do a little bit of damage here to Wind Archer. And then we are going to go back to Chris.
Yeah, God, beautiful playing too, because as we were just talking about, Purple needs its level 1s, and just having that Timekeeper sit on the board and threaten your level 1s that you don't get to have any of your engine online is a really tough spot for Purple players to be in. So having the Wind Archer just in the perfect moment, basically, to knock out the Timekeeper is a huge, huge win here for Chris, just in terms of tempo of the game.
And it does look like we are going to do 4 for a total of technically 5 damage, but we only need to check 2 to knock out that Kumio. Now we are going into a Millennial Tree now. So that does seem like we are going to bring back the Kumio here in order to tank for Millennial Tree at least, 1 turn. So that is going to be a really, really good move here. And it does look like we are going to be summoning a Moonlight in response. That is going to be a great move. The reason why is because of the fact that you guys know that if there's 2 cards out in the battle area, we are able to trash one of them. So that means Millennial Tree is going to go again.
This is just such beautiful sequencing from both players because they're also playing at a speed that both of them know this matchup inside and out. And it's just the perfect back and forth between these 2 players, finding their bombs, finding the right turns for each one of them, and just beautifully answering one another and saying, look, one of us is eventually going to stick the key threat on the table, and this Millennium Tree is going to go down thanks to Moonlight Cookie's effect and just leave us with just the level 1. So we'll see what Adept is able to follow up with because we're going to be knocking it out very quickly here and forcing out another play.
So an HP flip does come out, but it is going to be a total of 3 damage, so Adept does decide not to take the HP. Going to summon another Timekeeper in response, but the thing is, we do not have enough support to actually use the on-play effect here. So it does look like Adept already forced into a refresh from all of those early trashing, all of those early effects coming out from like Moonlight and those cards. So now kind of forced into that refresh. But the thing is, again, Yellow has the ways to kind of manage that break area. Wow, okay, so we do have a HP flip coming out from Wind Archer from the 3 damage, which essentially leaves Wind Archer with still 1 HP standing. So we'll see if Chris makes that decision here, most likely just deciding on what to trash.
Just too many good cards in your hand, right? That's what Chris is saying. Like, oh, sorry, let me think about this for a minute because I just have too much value in my hand as a Purple player.
So the Caramel Arrow does go. I don't know how many Caramel Arrow Chris has, but that is a great card for Purple in order to do a lot of splash damage and also help you refresh your deck without having to take that 1 damage onto your break area. So it does look like Wind Archer is going to live with 1 more HP, allowing, the damage to come out, a total of 5 damage most likely. And Adept is able to survive it because of the fact that he was able to use the Star Candy Road to add that 1 extra HP onto Timekeeper. Now, we're going to do 1 more extra damage. A draw flip does come out, but Timekeeper is going to be going into the break area, making Adept at break area level 6. And, Moonlight is going to try and use the Den effect, see if there's total of 15 or more. It does look like that is the case, so we're going to draw 2 and trash 1 into, or put 1 into the trash for Chris. And it does look like we have 1 support remaining, and moving on to Adept's turn most likely after this response cookie of Millennial Tree.
Yep, and again, once we're going to bring out our level 1, our protection, and we've seen this board state a couple times already this weekend. I'm sure we're going to be seeing it even more in the next couple days because this is just such an interesting board that you get to be aggressive with your level 1 while still protecting your level 3, which is very important for yellow, which is, again, normally slower to get started, that these two can really push out a lot of damage.
Exactly, and it does look like a Millennial Tree is going to decide to, attack the Moonlight with 3 damage, but U-Village Scroll to negate 1 of them, taking only 2 damage, but Millennial Tree does have that Den effect to be able to deal 1 damage onto Wind Archer to potentially knock that out if there is no HP flip. So Chris is going to first do the effects of U-Village Scroll, which is going to be very helpful because it does look like, at least from our standpoint, wow, that's going to be 3 U-Village Scrolls and 2 Moonlight Shard. And it does look like a very low count on the actual deck itself. So he does have a very, very good chance of drawing it. The cut does come out here, and then we are going to do the damage check of 2 damage total. A draw flip does come out, and it does look like Adept is going to make an extra 1 damage onto Moonlight instead of the Wind Archer. We'll see what he wants to do with Kumio. I'm actually very interested in that being the case. And wow, we're going to damage the Moonlight with Kumio instead as well. So we are now left with 1 HP on both of the cookies on Chris's side. Chris not being able to really do much because there really isn't anything to bounce back level 3s within the purple deck. So he's just kind of stuck with it. And that's going to make him at break area level 8 because that's going to be 2 level 3s going into it very, very soon. While Adept is technically at level 9, even if both Millennial and Kumio are knocked out. And we also do have to realize that the deck refresh is coming out soon, but the Moonlight Shard is going to take place. Oh, Adept is not able to activate that Earl Grey because of the 1 level short of being at level 6. And it does look like we are going to be using the Key Shield to negate some of the damage from Wind Archer.
Negate 3 there, which is really important for trying to give the Millennial Tree here a couple extra turns. Again, we have this stage so we can try to heal up a little bit. We are discarding for heal here, so we are going to get another turn with this Millennial Tree, which is really nice. But again, still a lot of pressure coming out from the purple side as long as that Wind Archer stays in play. So most likely we'll see a removal for it here coming up from Adept's turn, but we need to make sure that we can string together enough damage because ideally you want to find a way that you can chip out the rest of the damage here from these two, force Chris to play a new cookie, and then stack damage on top of that with whatever your next attacker is going to be, depending on what else he has in his hand to sequence after the Millennial Cookie on this next turn.
Yeah, so we do see that there is going to be 3 supports remaining. Chris does decide not to attack the Millennial Tree with the 3 remaining costs because of the fact that even though you do damage it, there really is no way to knock it out, and that does leave you wide open without any traps that is available to negate any damage that Adept does with the Millennial Tree and other cookies that he does have. So we are going to keep that 3 supports remaining, and then we're most likely going to see something like the Abandoned Cloud Nest and things like that. But Mozzarella Cookie is the next cookie that Adept does want to finish the board with alongside Millennial Tree. It's very important to have that out because of the fact that you do need to, have 1 more cookie to do that splash damage. And Mozzarella also is able to bring a level 1 into the break area of the opponent if their break area is less than level 6. And that is the case, making Chris's break area now a total of 3. Okay, so that is gonna
amazing play here too. Because let's look at the board again. 2 of pushing Chris up to 3, while he has 2 more level 3s plus a deck refresh coming up.
Exactly.
So now Purple, off that 1 extra damage, is now in a place where they have to be able to close out the game with only 1 more cookie, and that's going to be a very difficult thing for Purple to do from this board state.
Exactly. So that is the exact thing that Adept wanted to kind of force onto Chris, because hey, I'm not gonna knock out your cookies. I'm just going to keep them at that 1 HP because I know your refresh is very, very soon. I have a mozzarella. I'm going to force you to try and get to that 9, and I'm just going to win you that way rather than giving him the ability to play a new cookie out to try and do more damage or have another effect as well. So it does look like now the Moonlight is going to go into the break area, and it does also look like we have mozzarella or the Moonlight and Wind Archer both being there. Level 9 for Chris. So we'll see what is going to take place. So Millennial Tree being able to knock out both cookies at the same time with the effects. So Chris now with 2 supports remaining needs to decide on what is going to be the move here, because we do see a Wind Archer. I'm just very interested to see what is going to be the move.
The Wind Archer is an interesting pick here, right? Because you can knock it out before the Mozzarella is able to attack, because you have to fully resolve the on-play. But it looks like it's going for the level 2 here instead, which I am honestly blanking on what.
So that is going to be a Cream Unicorn. Cream Unicorn does have that effect of being able to bring a purple card from your trash and switch it out with one of your cards basically within your hand. So you're basically discarding 1 to bring any type of purple card from your trash into your hand, whether that be Moonlight, whether that be Abandoned Cloud Nest, whether that be a Wind Archer. You are going to be the one deciding that, and it does look like from here, I would say a Wind Archer is going to be preferable, but we'll have to see what kind of decision Chris does make. It is going to be an Affogato here.
Interesting.
A very interesting choice, and it does look like we are going to do some extra damage here onto Cream Unicorn. Cream Unicorn is pretty beefy. Does have that extra, 5 HP basically onto a level 2. We are going to take that HP flip here. I believe Chris is like very, very close to that refresh, and that refresh is going to do it if that is going to take place. And I think that is the reason why he did decide to take an Affogato instead, because even if he takes that Wind Archer, it's going to force a refresh onto Chris, which automatically makes him lose the game. So I think that is the reason why that is the case. He decides to just draw the 2, pass a turn. I think he wants to try and use the U-Village Scroll as well as the Abandoned Cloud Nest to try and get some more.
Oh, he just...
But it does look like that is not going to be the case, and that would be the victory for Adept. It did seem like, Chris was able to get a good holding onto the battle area until Adept was able to pull out more of those Millennial Trees and Timekeepers and constantly just, get rid of those higher cost, cookies from the break area, whether it be into the trash or into the play area, and just kind of snowball from there. So, yeah, I want to ask, how do you feel about that play, with how the yellow plays? Because it's a little bit, I would say, this time around, Adept had a better combo going compared to how we saw last couple times with yellows. So, even though he got early trashes, like his churro got trashed early, his other cookies got trashed early, he kind of bounced back right away with the, again, the Millennium Trees and things like that. So
yeah, Adept had a really good sequencing there between leaving the cards out there at 1 HP or really getting the value out of the Millennial Tree cookie and just getting that 1 extra ping, right? The challenge with Timekeeper, by comparison, going back to set 1, is that it was a lot more of like a level 1 heavy focused meta where it's like, okay, I can deal 3 damage or something and then ping off the level 1, and that's generally how you got the extra value. But as more people shift into these 2-3 board splits or 3-3 board splits, Timekeeper doesn't get a lot of good value that way. So you're trying to find ways you can get damage or find ways where you can knock out 2 cards in 1 turn as yellow to lock out your opponent and then have this big swing turn like we saw from Adept. And again, I really love there right at the end, he recognized that his opponent only had the 1 card left in deck. So he went, okay, pass. And then, you lose on the draw step there
exactly.
because you get broken into 10 because of that one level 1 that got placed into the break area.
Yeah, so I think Chris wanted that, U Village Scroll to be able to play, but Adept, knew that, and he's like, hey, if that's the case, then I'm just going to pass it to you because automatically you're going to have to refresh with only 1 card remaining. And this is the unique thing about Braverse is that it does look like you're kind of losing out. You're already at 6 versus like a 2 from the opponent, but you're like instantly able to kind of change the tide of the battle and make all of those cookies that seem really powerful in the beginning, just be knocked out with 1 cookie, instantly level 9, and you're just forcing somebody to play off of that and have to adjust to that quickly while you are already kind of calculating ahead of time. So it does look like, Chris did play really well in the beginning, trying to, manage the board and trying to put those cookies that he wants on the field while getting rid of Adepts. But it does look like Adept was able to close it out with a very interesting victory this time around for the top 8 game. All right. So we are now going to go into possibly an interview with Adept. So we'll be right back with the interview. All right, so we are in the interview area with Adept who just won the round or top 8 game right here. Moving on to top 4 now. How'd you feel about that game? Because that game was very interesting.
Stressful?
Yeah, it was stressful.
I think
likely,
stressful is the best way to describe it. My opponent did a great job putting me on 1 to 2 cookies in hand for most of the game, so that was definitely a stress factor.
For us as casters, we weren't able to exactly see the hand, so we were not sure exactly how many cookies you had in your hand, how many cards you had, but
it was down to, I was mostly on 4 to 5 cards in hand, 2 cookies for most of the game. I had a pretty bad non-cookie draw, especially in the early game, which definitely kind of set me back.
Yeah, so that early play of like constantly trashing your cookies with the Starfruit, Milky Way, it was a great play. And then he really managed his break area to keep it low as possible because of the fact that purple, once you do get those cookies in there, there's no way to, bring it back, just like how yellow does it.
Right.
So it looked like, Chris had the upper hand, and then instantly
those
those ability to keep them at 1 HP and then just use that Millennial Tree's damage and then the den effect to knock both of them out at the same time. That just kind of put him at a rough spot, right?
It was, I definitely have practiced a lot against the purple deck, and so I know that most of its value comes from when the cookies enter the battle area and getting those on-play values.
Exactly, okay.
So denying both lanes the opportunity to do that throughout the course of the game was kind of my main objective. I knew I could push him up to 9 with a refresh, so I knew purple players tend to do that at some point in the late game. I saw him shuffle back that caramel arrow cookie towards the end, and having done the math on that, I figured it's pretty unlikely that he'd actually be able to see it unless he had a second one in hand, in which case I was probably losing that game anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, that play from keeping it at level 2 and then using the mozzarella and then bringing a level 1 in and then knocking the 2
I didn't
of them
have that
out.
mozzarella for most of the game, so that was actually a really lucky draw for me to push him to 3 and then the combo kill to get him to 9 and then going to 10
and then
the
just kind of ending it with that.
Yep.
So that really was kind of like that, that luck of the draw right there,
of course,
getting that mozzarella in there. But yeah, I mean, how do you feel about top 4 now?
Top 4, it's incredibly exciting. I thought kind of there'd be a shot that I'd be here, but all the players here are obviously spectacular. They're all wonderful people, and they're all wonderful players. And so I'm like, okay, the odds are maybe not necessarily in my favor, but not 0 for sure.
Gotcha.
And so
is there then a color now that you got into top 4 that you don't want to play against?
Ooh,
is there
that's a tough one.
Color?
I know there is. So I had 2 losses in Swiss, and I know one of my opponents got knocked out in top 16.
Gotcha.
The other one is in top 8. He's playing yellow. I don't know if he won his quarterfinal match yet, but I don't particularly want to see him quite yet. I think that would be a finals match for the ages if we both make it there.
So more of a mirror yellow matchup is kind of something you don't want to see until later down the line.
I wouldn't mind skipping red again. I've already played red 4 times today.
Okay.
So.
All right.
3 and 1.
All right, sounds good. Well, you're now moving on to top 4. Any shout-outs or any last comment you want to make before you go into that?
So I know my parents are both watching. A lot of my testing friends are watching, and also the ones in the venue. Shout out Nick and Josh for doing the great work that we have, and and everybody else who I've got reps in against. Thank you all so much.
All right. Well, good luck with top, the 4 game now.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you can make it to the finals, and we'll try to interview them if that happens.
Yeah.
All right.
Looking forward to it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, we'll be back with the top 4 games very soon.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG.
I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy it, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much,
perfect.
man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized design on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. we've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
And welcome back to Pro Play Summit Orlando, hosted by Pro Play Games. I'm Cosmic, and joined once more by HyRool. And we have a special unboxing that we get to do and show off some promos while we wait.
We talked about it before the top 8 game, but this is going to be the new Obsidian collection, available in English now. That's being sold in North America. This is available here at PPG Summit, so they do have a merch section in the back that you are able to go and grab one for yourself if you guys like to, because this collection does have some beautiful arts of the legendary cookies, the 5 original legendary cookies within the CookieRun franchise, as well as 3 other cards with Gingerbread right in the middle, along with the coupon code for CookieRun Kingdom. So we're gonna do an unboxing here just to kind of showcase, hey, here is what is in the actual box, so that you guys are able to see whether you want to get one for yourself or possibly get a single of it. I mean, I know that some cards here are being played, like Millennial Tree.
Yep, you see a lot of Millennial Tree. So, but for me, I'm mostly excited for the Moonlight Cookie in here. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yep, they are so good.
I gotta give them credit too. Like, it might not come through on the boxing as much here with the camera that we have, but like the box itself does have like this foiling texture on it. Oh, there you go. If I can find the light, like they done a really good job, just from the packaging, the display, and there are again the promos that you'll get when you actually open it. We'll showcase that here shortly, but gorgeous box design, I gotta say, from this. I really have loved.
Absolutely. So we're gonna kind of open this up. Oh, actually, there is gonna be a sticker right over here, so I'm gonna carefully remove that, and we are going to slide this right off, and let's see. So there is gonna be this opening here, and I think we can just, yep. Okay, so let's lift it right open, and bam, we are met with some information here regarding the artist, I believe, that drew this Obsidian collection.
So the full panel is beautiful.
Yeah, so there is gonna be a playmat, which I actually do have. Actually, is in my backpack. You wanna hand that to me, Cosmic? It's in the little storage.
Is in the green one?
Yes, it is. So I do have the championship one here, but we do have this right over here that I actually used to play CookieRun Braverse, and that is going to be the Obsidian Collection playmat. This I did have to
sick,
purchase from Korea. So I got this over here, and that is going to be the set that features all of the cards. So we do have the cards right over here. So Cosmic has right here the Millennial Tree that we were able to see in that top 8 game. We have a Fire Spirit, which we also did get to see today being played out. And then we do have Wind Archer, the Moonlight that Cosmic was super, super excited about, Gingerbrave, as well as Sea Fury, and I believe some other cards are in here. So kind of let's just open this up and just kind of see, because the foiling is amazing. So here you go. And then, yeah, so these are the other promo cards that are going to be in here.
Oh, the texture on that is actually really sick, too.
it is going to be a sparkling cookie as well as herb cookie with their, kind of the costume theme that we have going on, along with the coupon code that is inside of this little package. So we do have a Ginger Brave art for the coupon code for Cookie Run Kingdom. So we'll just kind of open this up real quick and just kind of show you guys how the sparkling as well as the herb does look.
This is why I wish we had like a direct light here that could really show off the foiling. So you'll have to forgive us with the convention center lighting that we got going on.
So
but looks really good.
One of them. That's going to be herb cookie. This one is going to be sparkling. They do have a little shine right over here, the foil. So these are going to be the promo cards for these two cookies featuring the nice costume. And I believe these do connect with each other. So you can actually connect it and kind of make that scenery right here where sparkling and herb are enjoying a cup of tea together on a boat. So that is going to be possible. So that is inside of the promo along with the coupon code. But now the real thing here is going to be these 6 cards right here. So we're going to be careful in opening this.
That's why I was like, I'll let you handle the precious goods over here. But they have a very nice wave texture background on them. So, a lot of times in TCGs, like we saw with the herb cookie, while I was opening it up, I'll just get this a little bit closer, right? You have more of that, please do me a solid and focus. I guess not. It has that shiny background to it, but it looks like we're not going to be able to zoom it up for the actual textures here on the other ones. But you'll have a more raised texture design where it has like a pattern built into the background, or it'll have like the waves that we've seen for these. But this has like the normal, I would say, SR foiling that we've seen. Like if you're playing the game, you've definitely seen this style before.
All right, but I did get this to open up. So we do have the Sea Fairy. So if you guys are familiar with Cookie Run Kingdom, these are available as costumes, and they are absolutely amazing. I actually searched it up, and these were originally made for Cookie Run Braverse that they imported onto Cookie Run Kingdom as a costume. So this actually did come out originally first, and then it was imported into the game. So I actually thought it was the opposite way, where they made it for the costume for Kingdom, but it was actually for Braverse, and then they made that happen. So that is going to be our Sea Fairy. This one is, I believe, for the new set that we have, which is going to be for Brave Beginning and, or not the Brave Beginning, it's going to be for the Age of Heroes and Kingdom. So we do have a separate Sea Fairy for the base set as well. So don't get mixed up with it, but this is going to be for the new set. And then we also do have, I'm going to be super careful with this. This is going to be the Wind Archer. We didn't get to really see this card in play today because of the fact that we didn't get to see any greens come out. But this is a beautiful card and also a really, really strong card for green to play, right?
Yes.
So this is going to be something that I want to watch out for tomorrow if we do get to feature some green players. And then we will go into the next one here. Try and see. This is going to be the Millennial Tree.
We've seen that enough today.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of these, but this is going to be the Obsidian Collection version. Absolutely look wonderful. It is going to have the king crown from like these, the historical Asian figures. So that's the kind of theme that they went with for Millennial Tree. And then alongside Ginger Brave, this one is going to be the Flip Ginger Brave. All right, so that is going to be the Ginger Brave that we got. I'm going to do a little bit quickly here. If you want to, here you go. This is going to be your beautiful Moonlight Cookie. All right, so that's the Moonlight as well as the Fire Spirit. So all of these cards are going to be available here within the Obsidian Collection. And I believe now, the top 4 are ready now to be watched. So we're going to transition over to them and see how this top 4 does get played out. And I believe, starting with top 4 right now, we are going into a best of 3, right?
Yeah,
so we are going into a little bit of a different format here compared to what we have been seeing for the last couple of hours.
Yep, so you'll notice that the timer in the bottom right-hand corner has now been extended to that 90-minute time frame. And you know what? We are going to need it for a yellow versus yellow. So
Yes,
we talked about we're going to do a best of 3, but as we have seen, yellow can kind of drag out, and the not get as much damage as you want early on. So we'll have to see how Adept on the left and Edmasu on the right play this out, as they know that they have to get through 3 games, the best that they can, to try and get, you know, the 2 out of 3. So when things change to the best of 3, it's no longer that whoever wins that first game you see as the ultimate winner. It is going to go to that best of 3, meaning if Adept wins one and then Adamasu wins the next one, somebody has to win that third game to really take it all away. So we'll have to see how these players shape up their game plan to, you know, kind of readjust, because 90 minutes in a yellow versus yellow, hey, you could play a game 1 of 90 minutes sometimes for yellow versus yellow.
Exactly.
So we'll have to wait and see. And Adept played at amazing speed and showcased just how good of a yellow player that they were in that last round. So we'll have to wait and see how the players, as I mentioned, kind of change up their strategy. So we are seeing that Churro Cookie on the left, which is, again, being that nice 2-5 start, very beefy, allows us to, you know, charge up and make sure they're getting enough of our support, where Admasu on the right has that burnt cheese cookie, which we've only really seen go into the support so far.
Yes.
It is a very nice 2-for-2 damage. It's allowing itself to get lower and get that early damage in, but it only has 2 HP, meaning it is very easy to get into the break area. But what's nice is that when Feint's ability, you can pay a yellow and then choose one of your cookies and give it an extra HP. So it's a way to move over some HP, make something else a little bit tankier, and in some cases, get your Churro Cookie up to a 2-6, which can be just a massive wall to climb over for the yellow players.
Exactly. So it does look like we're going to finally see burnt cheese in action, because, again, like you mentioned, it was not really being played. It was mainly just going into that support area, because you really want to bring it out early so that you're able to really use that feint effect without having too much, sacrifices that you have to make. So it does look like we are going to be moving on to turn 3. Jade Deer is going to come out to negate some damage, add that extra 1 HP onto Churro. And then it is going to go back to Adept's turn for turn 3 for him. And that's going to allow Churro to finally do some damage if he wants to. And it does look like that is exactly what we're going to do. We are going to do the initial 2 damage with the 3 cost. And we don't need any extra to, make anything else happen. But now we are going to come out with the Millennial Tree. It is going to be a 5 HP, but because of the fact, I believe we do have that burnt cheese, unless the burnt cheese, I have to be we have to double check. It does require actually a additional cost.
Yep.
So that is actually not going to be taking place here. And it does look like instead of that, we are going to use the extra cost to summon back burnt cheese into the field. All right, and then we are going back into Adamasu's turn here. So we will see how this turns out.
Yeah, great sequencing, and also with that Millennial Tree Cookie coming online when you're at 4 support, just allows you to do a lot of damage here and still hold up something if needed. So we are going to see that Churro Cookie just get knocked out here, going to the level 2, and force Adept to play something else for their turn. So not able, if we were at 5, we could also get like the burnt cheese to attack in there, but we will just have a pretty safe pass here. There's not anything that, Admasu is going to do for just the 1 yellow support left that they have. So we will just be passing it over quickly to Adept with the level 1 alt art of
Fettuccine. So this is a card that we did not get to see, but you guys are able to see. It is a level 1 with 1 HP, but for 2 costs, you're able to do a total of 3 damage, and then you're just basically sacrificing it and going into a break area. So Adamasu is going to use the signpost here to redirect the damage onto burnt cheese. So that break area is going to go up to 3 for Adept and 1 for Adamasu. And now Adept is going to be forced to play a cookie in response to the Fettuccine knocking herself out because of the the damage that or the effect of Fettuccine. We're going to be going into the melon bun here in response.
Yep, another one of the 1-4 line that is just being able to be put into any deck. One thing that hasn't come up too much because it hasn't mattered is that on all the cards you'll notice that they have to pay for their attacks. They'll usually have a symbol that matches their color because it means you need to use that many support for that attack. And in this case, with Melon Bun Cookie, it has a more rainbow effect, so you can use 3 of any color to use that 2 damage attack, which is really nice. And we have the yellow version here as well, with the Banana Cookie doing that same thing.
Yep, so Adamasu does summon the Banana Cookie onto the field, allowing Millennial Tree to have another yellow card in order to use the Den effect as well to do the 1 extra damage onto Melon Bun with the Millennial Tree, so that essentially if Adamasu does use an extra cost, then that is possible to knock out. But we'll see if that is going to take effect here. Actually, it is not going to be extra cost. It's just going to happen. So we're going to be at 4 now. And then now Millennial Tree comes out for Adept as well. We're going to use the Den effect. It does seem like to summon a Churro Cookie. A beefy Churro Cookie coming out. And now going back to the break area of 2 to 1. Millennial Tree on both sides of the break area, Churro on one, while Banana is on the other. And we are going into support 5 for Adept. So turn 5 here. We're going to attack with the Millennial Tree, do that initial 3 damage onto the enemy, Adamasu's, Millennial Tree. It does look like we're going to have a trap card does come out. It does look like the Jade Deer is coming into play. So we're going to take 2 damage instead of the 3 while getting an HP. And then now we are doing 1 additional for the Den effect of Millennial Tree, and then we'll see what is the next move. It does look like we're just going to pass it on to Adamasu for a turn 6.
Yeah, this is great because, Adept was able to set up a very aggressive yellow board, and I think that's kind of where you want to be in this matchup, right? You know that you have to play a best of 3. You know that yellow is going to take a long time to get to that end game strategy where it can really start to pump out the damage if you're relying on, like, the sideboard cookies. So playing out the Churro Cookie, not only, of course, healing, which is really nice here, but allows you to have that extra attacker, which can then also punish what the opponent is playing under the right conditions with the extra then effect from Churro Cookie. And of course, Millennial Tree Cookie just getting that 4 damage, as we kind of been hinting at throughout the course of the broadcast. Just getting 4 damage is so relevant, and it's really nice that it comes in a version that gives you 3 attack and then 1 ping for Millennial Tree Cookie's effect.
Exactly. So we're still waiting on what Adamasu wants to do regards to what to put down into the support area, because I don't think that has happened yet. So he really just wants to see what the best card is to place down. It does look like it is going to be the counter attack, which does allow you to deal damage to the opponent or the cookie that is attacking based on how many level 3 you have in your break area. But right now that is not going to be the case. So we're going to deal that 3 damage onto Millennial Tree, but Adept is going to respond with a Jade Deer of his own and take that 2 damage, still with 4 HP remaining on Millennial Tree, and then do that 1 additional damage because we do have the Banana on field. Adamasu really thinking about what he wants to do, whether he attacks the Millennial or the Churro. So we're still kind of waiting on that decision to be made, and it does look like it is going to be going on to the Millennial. Kind of the same exact move that Adept did, and it does look like we're going to do another 2 damage with Banana Cookie onto the Millennial with the remaining 3 cost, and that does leave Adamasu kind of wide open for any other future attacks that Adept is going to be able to make.
But again, leaving it 1 HP is super relevant for that extra ping effect, so it puts our opponent in a position where it's like they know they can't protect the Millennial Tree Cookie at this point, because just being at 1 HP is as good as dead while their opponent is able to sit on a Millennial Tree Cookie of their own. So we're going to have to see how we can navigate this. Of course, trying to knock out the level 1, or moving it down, I should say, just and try to get it out of a broken signpost situation or other ways to, otherwise mitigate the damage, but instead trying to see if we can go into an attack that will line up getting some extra damage on that Millennial Tree Cookie. And it looks like we are just going to be going for a punching back and forth of these 2 yellow decks and just trying to push our opponent's break up as quickly as possible.
And it does look like Churro was the one to, knock out Banana. There was that HP flip did come out for the Millennial Tree, but Adamasu decided not to use it and is going to be, putting down a smoked cheese cookie, which we actually did not get to see this time around. So this is going to be the first time we are seeing this particular cookie, a level 3 with 5 HP, able to do 4 damage for a 4/4 cost, and then also additional 1 cost is able to select the level 1 from your break area and play it as well. So that allows Adamasu to pretty much kind of get back either a burnt cheese or a banana cookie from the break area for a total of 5 costs, which is, relatively expensive, but you're still doing a decent amount of damage with that 4, cost the damage. So we'll see how he plays it out here, especially now that it is 2 break area for Adept and 5 for Adamasu, but we know how the yellows play. It doesn't really matter right now.
That break number is a fool and a liar until we get much later into the game, because I really do like the grabbing the burnt cheese here, because it sets you up to then use the on feint ability so that you can get even more HP to your next unit. So this is really just going to be a long form calculation of how much effective HP can I give all of my cookies over the entire course of the match to give myself that incremental advantage. It's not always about flips or getting the HP or getting the extra draw. Sometimes it's about just getting 1 extra turn for that cookie to stick around, and sometimes all you need to do that is 1 HP, which again can be accessed by that burnt cheese in the break area. So smoked cheese cookie is going to actually provide a lot of value here, just on top of being a 4-for-4 attacker, which again yellow can mostly struggle with, again, having a lot of a 3 cost, but 4 is just a very great number to be able to attack for here.
Yep, so we'll see what, Adamasu wants to do here. It does look like he's kind of separating that 2 for something, but yeah, we're not exactly sure what he wants to do. It kind of, makes it frustrating for us as casters when we can't see their hands, because we don't know what is coming out.
There's
so
nothing
we're
to go off of.
Exactly. So we're just kind of waiting to see what he wants to do, especially because of the fact that we have 7 supports right now. But we're kind of just waiting to see what kind of decision. It does look like he wants to use the 4, but what are you going to do? It looks like a chestnut is being played out here, which is going to be as you guys know, a flip card, a level 1 HP, able to do 1 damage. Very interesting choice coming out from Adamasu here, but we'll see what the decision is, because we are able to do that 1 damage to the Millennial, right? So that is going to be the way to knock out the Millennial, making it a 5v5 now for the break area. No response coming out from Adept. It does look like Adamasu does need to decide whether use that extra 4 to do 4 damage onto Churro, and that is exactly what's going to happen. No den effect is going to be played because of the fact that Chestnut is out on the field, but we do get an HP flip along with the draw flip. So Adept does need to decide on whether he wants to use it, and it does look like we are dropping a Earl Grey, and then we're getting another final draw flip to end the battle, or at least that instance of battle. And it does look like we are back to Adept's turn. A total of 7 supports played or available for plays right now for this turn.
Yeah, and instead of going for maybe say the burnt cheese that turn, which would have cost 2 for the attack versus the 1 of the chestnut, now Adamasu is able to give himself that extra support and be able to leave it up for a trap card if he wants to use it on this turn. We could just see another Dear Jade coming out. There's a lot of 2-cost trap options at this point, but we want to try to protect our heavy attack here from Adamasu's side, just to see if we can line up a clean 4 attack on a following turn, or of course just have a broken signpost and let the big attack go into level 1.
Exactly. So we are doing that 2 damage onto the smoked cheese. We're kind of waiting on Adamasu whether he wants to use a trap or anything like that. So we are waiting to check that damage. He does have a card in hand, it does look like. And he does look like he is trying to use that Jade Deer for that 2 cost. We're going to negate 1 damage and then just going to check that 1 extra flip or the HP that he added from the deck. And now that does leave where, Adept is able to use the Den effect because of the fact that it does have 2 or more HP. You're able to select that Chestnut to do 2 damage to it if Adept chooses to do so. But we'll see what Adept wants to do because it is an optional, effect. So it does look like it is going to be where Chestnut is staying on the board. It does look like Adept just wants the board to be locked as of right now, because if you do knock out that Chestnut, it's just 1 cost. You kind of allow the opponent to now start using Earl Greys if that actually does come out as an HP flip, which is actually highly possible with Smoked Cheese having so much HP. So I think Adept just wants to board lock it and kind of see what the next move Adamasu makes. It doesn't even allow Adamasu to also use a Den effect of Smoked Cheese because Chestnut is already there. just going to have to do that 4 damage. No way to, knock out Churro with just Chestnut. So we'll see what the next move is. Adept still has 4 supports for trap cards.
Yeah, real heads-up play there, as you mentioned, just locking their opponent to having not a open slot to play out an extra cookie to get either, again, with Smoked Cheese being able to play something itself or just naturally playing another cookie out of her hand. And the Chestnut's only dealing 1 damage, and Yellow has infinite and a half ways to mitigate 1 instance of damage, so that's not really like the main threat applicator here. But we are going to be playing the item that's going to sacrifice one of our own, put it into the break zone, and then deal damage to the Churro cookie. So it looks like we're resolving an HP flip and able to keep ourselves alive with just 1 HP here remaining.
All right, so yeah, we are going to be using the Golden Cheese Guardian Golem. For the 1 cost, we're able to put that Chestnut into the break area and deal 2 damage to Churro. And then now we're going to be replacing that Chestnut with a Kumio coming out here. So we'll see what kind of move, that actually does start protecting Smoked Cheese a little bit here, right?
Yeah, this is a big play here, too, because it is something that allows you to just attack 2 for 2, which is totally fine. It gives you protection, so you don't have to leave up a trap card to protect your level 3, and allows us to just still be aggressive where we need to.
So it's very interesting here. Adamasu decides just letting it go, having a total of, it does look like 7 supports up, just using that 1 support to do that 2 damage, and then, just leaving the Kumio to tank for Smoked Cheese, possibly we'll see what happens, and then I'll just answer it next turn.
Yep.
So we'll see what Churro does here, because Churro does need to attack the Kumio because of the fact that, Kumio is going to be force targeting Churro, and does look like an HP flip does come out. It looks like Adamasu decides not to use the HP flip, going into a break level of 7 now.
You know that it's going to die there, so might as well just let it go. And now we see the same item going back across, putting our Churro into our break area to deal 2 damage.
It does come out, and it does look like, because of the fact that Smoked Cheese, if you know, is a level 3. So that does mean right now, if Adamasu is not able to respond with anything other or anything else like Millennial Tree, or even, actually not even Millennial Tree, it has to be a Timekeeper, because Smoked Cheese is there. It's not going to disappear.
Yep.
But it does look like we are going to have Millennial Tree come out from Adept's side, and we do still have enough supports to use different effects. So we'll see how it comes out. It does look like we are playing a Kumio from the break area, and that's going to allow Adept to use or deal damage. We're going to use the Key Shield here to negate some damage. And it does look like we are passing it on to Adamasu, with Adamasu having that Smoked Cheese still out. Gonna have to possibly use the effect to bring out a level 1. I'm not exactly sure what the play is here. We do have a lot of support, so we do have more than enough to make plays. It's just, what do you have in your hand, because we can't see that, and what is the response from Adept, because Adept right now, it looks like we do still have 2 supports up, which allows you to use that Jade Deer once again.
Yep, and of course we still have to get through that level 1 as well. With the Kumio, it has the protection ability, right? So it's not only, if he wants to do the attack here, all 4 of it has to go to level 1, and that's not exactly a great feeling to spend 4 of my energy just to knock out a level 1. Like, yes, I am going to get a level 1 out of my break, so I don't just automatically lose as my level 3 gets put into the break zone. So we'll probably just take the burnt cheese as an option. But again, spending 4 just to remove the 1 is going to feel pretty bad. But we do have the Key Shield, meaning we're only going to take 1 and still have a protector live for Adept.
Yep, so Adept is going to use that Key Shield, because the break area is at level 7, negates 3 of the damage. Adamasu is going to answer with the Kumio of his own, and going to knock out the Adept's Kumio here, and putting Adept at break area, or break level 8 here. And now moving on to Adept's turn. Again, we do have the Kumio out. We do have the Smoked Cheese out. Smoked Cheese does look like it only has 3 HP, so if that Smoked Cheese as well as Kumio are both knocked out this turn, Adept does take it here. Again, though, we do have Adamasu with 2 supports out, which allows for a Key Shield or a Jade Deer So we'll see what happens, but it does look like a mustard cookie is coming out from Adept.
Yeah, I feel like it might just be another item to burn it, deal the 2 damage to level 1, and then just a big swing from the Millennial Tree Cookie, or you could just go for splitting the damage the other way. So we know that we have to send 3 over to the Kumio, and just because it has the Defender text, or the protection, whatever. It doesn't actually have a keyword in this game, I don't believe, but that's effectively what it does, right? As long as it's in play, it's going to act as the bodyguard.
Yeah, so Adept chooses to use 3 costs for Millennial Tree to do 3 damage onto Kumio, which means that if the Kumio does get knocked out, then that rest of the damage that Millennial Tree has is going to go on to Smoked Cheese. And Smoked Cheese is going to only have 2 HP remaining, which allows Mustard Cookie to do 1 damage, possibly. And then if that's the case, then he can use the Golem again to put the Mustard into the break area and deal 2 damage to finish it off here. So we'll see if that is exactly the move or not, but it does look like we are going to be attacking the Smoked Cheese with 1 damage for Mustard, and it does look like we are going to get a Key Shield come out here. So we are going to negate that 1 damage, but if the Golem does come out, then it's going to do the 2. So we'll have to now wait on the fact that if there's an HP flip comes out, then it is going to be hard. And then the HP flip does come out, and that is going to keep the Smoked Cheese alive with 1 HP remaining.
Well, we have force support up. Do we just have any other cookie to play? Like, I think you slam. If I have a flip card, I'm slamming it here, right? Just to try to get that last attack in, because we know that this is a very dangerous spot for Adept to be in now that if it passes over. But
so it does look like that is going to be the end because of the fact that Adept is at break area level 9 and the refresh actually has to come out. So it does look like he only had 1 card remaining, and that is going to force him to just give the round to Adamasu, because even if he summons a level 1, he has to instant refresh because of the HP.
Yep.
So that is going to be game 1 for the top 4, going to Adamasu and Adept, having to play the catch-up now for the best of 3.
Yeah, I forgot. I thought I saw him update in real time as I was saying that, but I thought he was still at 8, so he could afford the refresh to play another unit. But no, with only the 1 card left in the deck, yes, the refresh tax would be paid first, putting the break to 10, and then you wouldn't even get that last attack in. So an HP flip right there at the end, giving Adamasu game 1 in our best of 3 top 4 in the Sugarcloud Express, the good old yellow versus yellow mirror match. And we did see a lot of similar board states get replicated in terms of just how you want to maximize your damage while also making sure that you have the right protection for your card. So we'll see players probably shuffle up pretty quickly. Notably, they did get through that in 24 minutes, so we have 90 to work with. So if we want to get to a best of 3, we'll have to make sure that we can get through them pretty quickly. But we'll let both players shuffle up, mulligan, all that good stuff, and hopefully get on to a very quick game 2 with the Adept and Adamasu matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that gameplay was very identical for a lot of the cases, and then those kind of cards that we don't usually see, like Smoked Cheese. That card is a very unique card because of the fact that, again, it is a strong card where you're able to do 4 damage for 4 costs, but at the same time, you're kind of just stuck with only level 1 having to be played into the field. So it is a very strong card in certain situations, and it did work out in favor of Adamasu actually this time around. Adept having to try and knock out that 5 HP, but in the end, the HP flip coming out. So that is kind of how some of the plays of CookieRun Braverse goes. That HP flip just kind of determining whether you actually win the game or not at the very end.
That is how really yellow matters. Yeah, that is how yellow plays out, because you just have so much healing built into your deck, and especially, again, the Jade Tree just being the one that keep putting HP back. The stage keeps putting HP back. You're like, please, just give me some type of value so I can either draw the card I need or just last for another turn before I deal the damage. And that is really what a lot of yellow decks will rely on to give you that 1 or 2 turns that you really need to catch back up in a lot of cases. Now, there in the end, it came down to the HP at the very final turn, but generally you want to see a lot of those draw triggers coming out and helping the players find the key combos that they really want to rely on.
All right, and it does look like the players are ready for the second round of the best of 3. And it does look like we are going to be flipping our starter cards, and we are going to be met with Churro and Marshmallow. So again, we already know what Churro does. Marshmallow here going to come out for Adamasu as the starter cookie. And it does look like Adept is going to go first and put down a support and end it there. So Adamasu getting into his turn 1 here. And we'll see how it goes with this second round. I mean, see, the thing about best of 3 is now you kind of know all the cards in the opponent's deck. So you kind of know what kind of cookies that are going to come out, what kind of traps are available at hand or in the deck. So you kind of have to now start adjusting to these kind of playstyle that you were met with previously. So I think it's going to be really, really cool to see how they adjust to each other with this second round. Whether Adept is going to be able to take that round 2 to force a third round, or if Adamasu is going to get that second round to move up to the final.
Yeah, with that 8-0 record, I mean, Adamasu has just been on a win streak so far, looking to continue it in the top 4 and maybe take, Yellow undefeated all the way. I know that a lot of people had Red as their pick, myself included, so, calling myself out here. But, we're putting ourselves in a position where it looks like Yellow might actually get the win for the first of 3 tournaments that we have this weekend. So, again, I think both of us at this point are rooting for Green to appear at some point, just so we can get all the colors from Cookie Run Braverse on camera for the weekend. But we'll have to see if someone plays Green either tomorrow or a following day.
Yep.
But right now, we're getting into our second turn here for Admatsu, trying to figure out if we're going to be burning in a Stormbringer into support, it looks like, or he's just trying to remember the effect that it just is able to burn a cookie into the break area. So a great catch-up card for Yellow. But we'll have to see what they're choosing to put in the support at this point.
Yep, so we are kind of able to see the hand a little bit this time around, but it does look like the decision is going to come down to putting down a Stardust cookie, and we are going to use the 2 cost to deal 2 damage. A draw flip does come out, and then we are going to check the rest, and Churro is going to be left with 3 HP and back to Adept's turn. So no supports up for Adamasu. Kind of taking that early aggression here compared to last time. So we do have Churro now doing 2 damage onto Stardust, and we also do have the Den effect as well that we have talked about before, dealing 2 damage onto the Marshmallow. A draw flip does come out, and then we are able to see that the rest of them is going to be a Kumio. Now both cookies on Adamasu's side, a total of level 3 is going to be left with just 1 HP each.
And again, the blocker cookie can do a lot there with the Marshmallow in terms of redirecting an attack. But if you're able to find something like that Millennial Tree on the next turn, that it's going to allow us to set up a board where we're able to kill one and then ping the other, it's an opportunity for us to knock out both in one turn.
And it does look like we are going to be checking the damage here for Stardust. And Churro is left with 2 HP still. With 1 support remaining for Adamasu still. And it does look like he is going to pass the turn to Adept. Churro, staying alive 1 more turn to try and knock out these cookies. And that is what Adept is able to do here. So that 3 cost is going to come into effect, deal damage to the Stardust. The blocker effect does come into play. So we are using that remaining 1 support to redirect the damage to Marshmallow, knock it out, and pretty much not use the Den effect too, because there is no level 1 remaining. And Adept passing it on to Adamasu with no response cookie being played by his side. So we'll see what the turn 4 here is going to come into play.
Yeah, with that 1 HP left, maybe you just try to set yourself up for a Timekeeper play on the next turn so you can heal it. Or I think we actually did see Snake Cookie from Admatsu's side, but it didn't come out in game 1. So that's another card that allows you to take a card from the break area and put it into play. So I do like the idea of just leaving up the 1 cookie here with 1 HP, trying to see what we might line up our turns and try to find which combo piece we might want to use on our following turn.
Yep, so it does look like we are going to be able to knock out Churro with the Stardust, but another Churro is coming out by Adept and going to finish off the Stardust from Adamasu's side to be able to go and, see what other cookies are going to come out. It does look like the Stardust is going to be removed already from the break area because of the effect of Timekeeper. So Adamasu does tap 2 to use the Timekeeper and be able to discard 1 to remove Stardust, and it does look like he's deciding on what card to discard before being able to place the Stardust into the trash from the break area. So he's still making up his mind here. He does have a good amount of cards. We talked about that Stormbringer. It does look like there's a counter attack again there, and it does look like we have that's Banana Cookie in his hand. We'll see what kind of card he decides to choose, because he does need to choose it. He already tapped the 2, so he is wanting to make that happen. We're just waiting on what it's going to be, and it does look like the final decision is going to be Banana, Stardust back into the break area. Now we are at 2-1, back to it. Again, we're just going to constantly see that, level 2s being removed from the break area, being played, level 1s doing the same. So until, late game, just like we saw last round, we're not going to see much of these things changing here, even if they may be in the lead early on.
Yeah, the Loyal Tree Cookie, again, being the key piece that we're looking for just from a damage standpoint. Timekeeper is really good for the healing, and then the 3 attack, is good enough for, I would say, chipping out this this mid game, but needs to do some more damage before it can really get value out of, attacking enough into our opponent. So this is going to take a couple turns to knock out the Churro Cookie for how we want to align on this. And getting a draw trigger there is always nice, giving us more options on the following turn from Adept's side.
Yep, so it does look like we are going to use the 3 support and then keep the 2 remaining on Adamasa's side. Churro is going to, stay alive with 2 more HP, and Adept is now up to 6 support. So we do have abilities to use different, effects. But, traps are still available on Adamasa's side, and it does look like we're going to do 2 damage. The Jade Deer is going to come out to give 1 extra damage, or 1 extra HP, and then just checking 1 damage from Timekeeper. Essentially, Timekeeper takes no damage from this.
And getting a draw trigger out of it is a very good deal, I would say.
So now we still have 3 supports remaining for Adept's side. We are slowly moving towards that mid game here with 6 supports on each side, allowing some of these combos to actually be played out for the yellow side, because that was the tough part for a lot of the yellows that we did see early on in the Swiss plays, where like reds were just kind of snowballing the yellows and not allowing them to build up those support area. And it does look like Adamasu is going to be able to knock out a Churro. Adept is going to respond with a Timekeeper of his own, and it does look like we are going to trash a sea cookie, or sea salt cookie, I believe, or salt cookie. I'm not exactly sure, but going to remove the Churro from the break area. Now back to 2-1.
Yep. So again, this is the gameplay loop a lot of us really expected going into this match, having a lot of the healing from the Timekeeper, and just having all the extra HP gaining effects that we've been seeing through the traps and whatnot. So it's only doing 3 damage at a time really starts to take its toll when you have a trap card that you can play every turn, or other ways to like heal up and extend your HP on your cookies.
And it does look like we are going to have another Jade Deer being played by Adamasu's side. So we're only going to check 2 damage because of the -1. But it does look like the Timekeeper on Adamasu's side still having about 4 HP. Adept still has 4 supports up. So we are able to do other things, but it does look like he is going to pass a turn here, with 4 supports remaining. It allows traps to be played, and it allows other on plays to take effect as well for yellow. So we'll kind of see what kind of cards Adept does have in his hand, because it's very hard for us to see his hand.
Yeah, the 7-8 is really the sweet spot for the support count for yellow, because again, as you mentioned, just having to pay 2 for some of those on plays and trying to pay 2 more for the support cards, you're paying 3 to 4 for your attacks. Like, this is where the game, the speed of the game really starts to pick up as players are able to now freely attack and hold up answers of their own while we're just trying to race the break zone to 10.
And it does look like Adamasu wants to attack the Timekeeper. Going to, respond with the Jade Deer of his own for Adept's side, and then it's going to really just do a mirror, play from what Adamasu did. So Adept attacked, Adamasu responded with the Jade Deer. Adamasu attacks, Adept responds with the Jade Deer.
Yep.
So it's going to be the exact same play here, leaving with 4 HP onto both Timekeepers. Now we are in turn 8 with 8 supports for Adept, and it does look like we're going to go into a 3 damage onto the Timekeeper. We'll see if there is going to be a trap to be played by Adamasa. I mean, that Jade Deer, I think he already used like 3 or so total already. So I'm not expecting more to come out because you can only have up to 4 at max. So we'll see if one more is somehow in his hand. But if that's not the case, then it has to be full damage because Key Shield is not active yet.
Yep, so this is one of those, kind of awkward back and forth states of where we mentioned just dealing the 3 damage, and you kind of have to respect a ping effect coming here from Adept's side, because going down to 1 on the Timekeeper here is kind of scary when we still have 5 support up. So very much like that, he's just going to check his opponent's trash here just to see what card options might be left, how many flips have we seen, because if we can get this Timekeeper down this turn, it would be a huge deal for the tempo of the game.
And it does look like he kind of checked to see, hey, how many of the Jade Deers did he actually use? And I think I saw a total of 3 in the trash pile, so he did, bring out a Kumio onto the field to be able to possibly knock out that Timekeeper, kind of thinking about what Adept wants to do, because he does still have actually, it does look like he did attack with the Kumio to do the 2 damage, and with 3 supports remaining now, it's just up to Adamasu to decide, do I use a trap here, try to keep this Timekeeper alive, or do I just let it go and then, do another on-play effect from another cookie? And it does look like that is another Jade Deer coming out from Adamasu. Somehow, man, he had
all
so
4, right?
many. I believe that is all 4, and then there's an HP flick coming out as well. That's an amazing,
That's what
that
is what every yellow player wants to see, right? That is exactly what you're hoping for when you're playing the Jade Deer, just giving that extra HP off the top. And again, as we mentioned, in between the matches, trying to get that extra value for every little HP flip you can.
Exactly. So the additional HP, we also do get the HP flip additional to that. So Timekeeper again, staying alive. The thing about this now is you have the Timekeeper, you're able to attack the Gumio, and we'll see if Adept has anything to respond with a trap or anything like that in the hand. But it does look like Adamasu does need to decide on what to place down, I believe, for the support area, because it is going to be turn 8 now, right? So Adamasu still hasn't placed down a support. This is where the support area getting big is great, because you are able to start doing more expensive combos and things like that. But another thing that you do need to keep in mind is that you have to constantly draw cards, and once you do have 10, 12 cards in your support area, then that means you're only playing with 48 cards essentially. Yep. That is being able to be refreshed if no cards are in your break area as well as in your battle area. So we'll see how this, how much longer it gets kind of dragged on here with this low break level count. But we're still kind of waiting on Adamasu to make a decision on the support and move on to the next phase here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to put one of our level 3s into the support, which is, we can only play so many level 3s, over the course of a game, and especially as we're trying to draw through and find more pieces, we really have to decide which ones are going to be pivotal for the match and just giving us the most amount of value possible, and, what else we might want to pair with, for example, this Timekeeper. So he might be holding back an on-play, so for when the Timekeeper dies, he can just follow it up with something, but if that's the case, this could very well just be a 3-for-3 attack and a pass, because we want to leave up some traps. We want to have some on-play options, but at least at this point in the game is where you can really start to get more options from the yellow side.
All right, so it's a very interesting move here coming out from Adamasu, a Snake Fruit coming out. This is a card that we did not actually get to see this time around, but it is going to be a level 2, 4 HP. On-play does allow you to bring a level 1 from the break area, but we are going to do a total of 3 damage onto Kumio, and that allows Timekeeper to be able to directly attack the Timekeeper from Adept's side. So now we are into break area of 3, 2-1 for Adept and Adamasu. It does look like Mozzarella is going to be the response cookie from Adept's side. So Mozzarella does come out, and because of the fact that we are going to have the on-play, we are going to be able to go, and it does look like I'm not exactly sure what's the.
Oh, I think they broke a sleeve or something. It looks like.
Okay, so a sleeve broke. So we're just kind of replacing that. And it does look like we're going to use that one cost to discard a card. And because of the fact that Adamasu is going to be only at level 1 for the break area, going to place a level 1 from the trash into the break area to make a total of 2. So we'll see what Adept decides, and it is going to be that orange cookie, the flip, trying to prevent it from possible refresh, just kind of making it get stuck in there. And still on Adamasu's side, he still has a total of 3 damage that he is able to do with Timekeeper. Snake Fruit is done, has 4 HP. Mozzarella also has 4 HP. Timekeeper also has 4 HP. So it is a very interesting situation here. Not able to actually knock out any cookies, but at least be able to do enough damage to leave it at a point where, hey, anything could really knock it out.
Yep. Again, leaving it. We've seen so many times where this matchup that leaving something at 1 HP is so important for just swinging back on tempo on another turn and making sure that you can line up like a double KO on the following. So we are going to see yet another of the deer come across. Unfortunately, we do not have the level 6 there for the Earl Grey cookie to get the extra effect, but we are still sitting at a very comfortable 3 HP for our mozzarella cookie, which means we are going to be able to get that attack in, and more importantly, heal back up too. So the effective health of mozzarella cookie, the longer it sticks around, the more value you get, right? It doesn't deal as much damage because it only does 3 instead of 4, but it can heal itself up over multiple turns, which is really important.
Exactly. So we are going to see that right now with Adept attacking the Timekeeper and knocking it out, and additionally adding that HP like you talked about. But Adamasu still does have 2 supports up. So if he does decide to put any like a response cookie down, he is able to do that. But it does look like they're not going to do that. Check the 3 damage from the Timekeeper onto the Snake Fruit, and that is going to be no HP flip, no draw flips. Snake Fruit left with only 1 HP, and we'll see what Adept does with 3 supports remaining. Whether that's going to be a turn pass or not, it does look like a turn pass. We are going to put everything back to active, and that is going to be turn 9 for Adamasu, with the break area being 5-3, Adamasu to Adept. So we'll see what kind of decision Adamasu makes. It's going to be a quick one here for the support. We are going to put down the orange cookie, and then we'll see what the decision here is, because hey, we have a Timekeeper inside of the break area. We got an orange and a marshmallow. And with the Snake Fruit just being at a 1 HP, Adamasu kind of is a little bit stuck in a sense that you're not able to bring anything. You're not able to really, play any on plays or anything like that, except for Timekeeper. So if Timekeeper is there, then you're able to at least get rid of 1. But I mean, the value is not there. So we'll see. We'll see what the play here. I still remember Adamasu still did have that Stormbringer, so that could also be a possible option, because Stormbringer is a great card, but I believe Stormbringer, if we do look at it together here,
yeah, Stormbringer would just be a nice way to break 1 and just push the damage in. It does have the recommendation it has to be 5 or lower, but it can only hit level 2 or less cookies as well. So an add upside only being the level 3s.
So it does not allow that to happen. So I think that's what Adamasu is so frustrated about. It's like,
yeah,
if a churro was there.
Ideally, what we want to see is like Adamasu is going to break 1 of the level 3s. Adept tries to play like a level 2 or something, because he would then still be at 5 in that case with one of the. Or no, I'm sorry, that is a level 2 for the first one. So it's actually he'll be at 6. So he gets out of Stormbringer range actually here perfectly with the level 3s.
So that is going to be a thing where Adamasu is not really able to use that, unless again we have ways to get rid of levels from the break area. So we'll have to see exactly how it goes, but let's see exactly what the decision Adamasu made. It is going to be a mozzarella, so it is going to be a mozzarella play from Adamasu as well, allowing a level 1 cookie from Adept's trash to go into Adept's break area this time around. So Adamasu is deciding to make that play. I think he's deciding on what to trash from his hand. Also does need to tap that 1 energy or the 1 to support.
Yeah, so I think at this point, like, you just have to jam out the mozzarella cookie, get the 1 extra damage to the break area. Because again, it does start to mess with the math here, because as we look at what's available on board, Adept is already at 3 In the break, we're showing 6 more on total, so just the mozzarella on play here is threatening you can no longer be in a safe refresh position. This is just going to push you over based on the 1 that we're putting in. So putting a lot of pressure on Adam's side for refresh versus, these are the last 2 cookies potentially he's going to get to play for this match.
Yep, so we do know that right now, at least in the battle area, we do have a total of 6 already out, and that is going to push Adept to 4, essentially. So again, just like you said, these 2, if they do get knocked out, might be the last 2 cards that we're going to see from Adept this round, and essentially for this tournament. So it does look like we are going to tap 3 for 3 damage onto the Timekeeper. It does look like we're going to check. We get a draw flip, and it is going to be a Jade Deer that could have been used to kind of negate a little bit, but that is going to be the case. And Mozzarella going to be healing 1 HP, and we'll see what Adamasu wants to do, whether he's going to pass a turn or if he has more stuff that he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 5 support from Edmatsu's side, just being able to get an extra attack in, being able to hold up a trap card still has a following turn. So lots of options here. I mean, we know that we still have 3 up from Adap, so I would like the idea of just pushing our opponent's hands, seeing if they have some type of counterplay to it, because we can still attack and have something up of our own.
Yep, so it does look like the trash card was a Stormbringer that I was not able to catch until now. But it does look like we are going into Adept's turn now at turn, I think it's at 11. So Timekeeper is going to deal 3 damage onto Mozzarella. Adamasu is able to respond with a Broken Signpost, which is going to allow the Snake Fruit to take the damage. Instead, we get a draw flip here. It does look like Adamasu is deciding, do I want to take this draw flip? Because depending on how many cards are remaining in my deck, if I summon a level 3 with like 6 HP or 5 HP, whatever it is, that is going to force me to refresh. So kind of seeing what decision he wants to make regarding this draw flip. It does look like he does take the draw flip, and that is going to knock out Snake Fruit, making a total of break area of level 7 for Adamasu. And if that Mozzarella does get dropped, it's supposed to be game, but a Timekeeper does come out. So again, we're kind of seeing the same thing over and over again, where that yellow is just kind of manipulating that break area, and most likely we're going to see a, I want to say another Timekeeper possibly coming out for Adept too, but it does look like we're going to do additional 3 damage, and we'll see which one is going to be the target. It does look like Timekeeper is the target. The Key Shield does come out. We're still going to add that 1 extra HP onto Mozzarella. And with about 4 remaining, or 4 supports remaining, Adamasu is going to take the turn.
So pushing a good amount of damage here. Again, we are still staring down a Timekeeper that is left at 1 HP. We have the Mozzarella, which did just heal up a little bit, but again, that magic number of 10 is apparent on board, and Admatsu just realizes he has 2 threats left that stand between him and the finals. And again, just getting the top 2, getting the finals before we crown a ultimate champion in the Sugarcloud Express. So he could just be a couple short turns away from Admatsu taking the top 4 match and going 2-0.
So it does look like we are going to be targeting Mozzarella here, trying to board lock Adept from playing anything else. It's going to be a total of 3 damage that all get checked. We're going to do another 3 damage onto the Mozzarella with the Mozzarella of Adamasu, remaining 3 supports. And it does look like a Jade Deer does get played out here just to negate some damage. We're going to check 1. Oh, a Rain Deity comes out. So this is a card that we actually did not get to see. It does look like a card that is a very interesting one. So you're going to be able to see right over here. If your break area is 5 or higher, return up to 1 level 1 cookie from your break area to your hand, and then place this cookie or this card into the break area. So you're able to essentially like replace stuff if you guys if you would like, and it does look that is the case here. All right, so that is a very interesting one. So we'll see what the effect is or the outcome is. And it does look like we are going to
Oh, just decline and pass. Looks like Admasu recognizing that, trying to leave both the cookies at 1 to knock them both out on the next turn and not giving Adept the opportunity here to have something they could play on the following turn, or again, staring down that refresh being a critical moment here too. So we have, Mozzarella that can heal up as well. At least we don't automatically lose to the refresh here from Adept's side. But these 2 level 3s are the only thing that's helping him cling on and stay in this game, because that is 6 more break that we are about to put into the break zone.
So it does look like Adept is attacking with the Timekeeper, but a key shield is coming out from Adamasu's side. Because of the fact that it is going to be, break area level 5, that is going to come into effect, negate the 3 damage, and still have 2 supports remaining to do whatever he needs to do when Adept does attack with the Mozzarella. So Adept really kind of thinking what to do here, and wanting to make a decision on what the next play is. So we are going to come out with a Golem coming out here, dealing 2 damage, putting that Timekeeper into the break area, making it a total of 7. But the thing is now it frees up some area to play another cookie by Adept. So if there is something like a Timekeeper, you do kind of buy out 1 more turn. And it does look like that is exactly what is going to be the play here, because you are able to trash that churro cookie and make it a total of break area of 6, which means that even though Mozzarella does get knocked out next turn, you're going to have, actually though, the refresh comes out. So that is going to be a tough situation here, because that means that if the Mozzarella does get knocked out, it most likely means that Adept does lose this round. So we'll see what the plan is, because he needs to figure something out here, because there is still 2 very healthy, or decently healthy, cookie of Mozzarella, as well as Timekeeper still have that 3 HP as well. So we'll see what the plan is here. We're going to use the 2 support and discard 1 card in order to kind of free up that break area. So it does look like, actually, is it going to be, it's not going to be
4, it'd be 7, there we go.
It's going to be 6, actually, so it is right. So we do still have the ability where if Adept does have the Mozzarella get knocked out, it will be okay, because of the fact that it is going to be a total of break area level 9. So it does look like we are going to be attacking with Mozzarella to the enemy Mozzarella. We'll see what the response is for Adamasu, because he is able to use this trap if he wants to, because he still does have 2. But let's see what happens. So just double checking which one it is. Does look like we are going to have another trap card come out. Drop the cards. So we're going to go pick it up.
Yep, and again, Mozzarella is still going to be getting a heal here, which is appreciated, but...
Okay, so it is going to be a counter attack. So this is something that we were not able to see, but it is going to be a trap card where, depending on how many level 3 cards are in your break area, you are going to deal damage to that particular attacker. And because of the fact that Mozzarella only had 1 HP, you are able to do that 1 HP first before the damage actually goes through, leaving Adept at break area 9 and passing the turn to Adamasu. So that was a very, very clean play coming out from Adamasu to negate those damage, prevent Mozzarella from damaging the Mozzarella of his own, and then still keeping a very, very healthy 2 cookies. So it does look like the refresh comes out though. So that is going to leave Adamasu at 7.
Yep, so we just need, 1 really good key shield and soaking up some damage, and it could be a quick turnaround for Adept to push Admasu, because, again, taking down 1 damage from the break up to 7, and then just knocking out the Timekeeper that's at 3. And if we can find, like, a key shield into a level 3 anything is, what it feels like, we could see a game 3 here.
Actually, I kind of made a mistake right there. It is going to be 6, so even though that Timekeeper does... does get knocked out, it is not going to be anything. But it is going to be where the 2 level 3s are going to, attack the Timekeeper, and Adept is going to give this top 4 round to Adamasu for the best of 3. So Adamasu is going to move up to that finalist position, and then we are going to see the winner, or who is going to be the winner for this first tournament of the PPG summit for the Sugarcloud Express. It has already been a total of like 7 hours.
Yeah, we're going.
Of this going. So it's been some time. We've been seeing very interesting gameplays come out from a lot of the players that are participating in this event, and I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow, where more players are coming.
Yes,
they've kind of experienced what it is like playing at these kind of events with different players. And now they have this chance to possibly change and tweak a little bit of their, decks to their favor. Maybe they thought, I don't need one of these cards, so I'm going to add another card in. So they might have a little bit of different play style, but it does look like yellow v yellow. Yellow is going to be part of that one slot of the, finalists that we're going to see very, very soon. But how do you feel about the game?
Yeah, it was a great one to see. It's always interesting, or the hesitation I have around yellow versus yellow and how long it might take. But again, we did see quite a few key turns in there that was able to push a lot of damage or have certain sequencing, especially everything around the Millennial Tree Cookie, and just spreading the damage in such a way that you can leave both your opponent's cookies at 1 and then masterfully use almost. I was trying to think of the skill that they actually call, but anyways, use the Millennial Tree Cookie attack to spread the damage, get both of them knocked out, and push 6 damage all at once, and just have a very flashy finish to the game. Or the item that we saw making a big role there and just giving the extra 2 burn really did help out quite a bit. So very fun game to see just how the yellow decks want to play out and how they can combo and do all their certain things together. But as you mentioned, yellow will be taking one of these slots to the finals, and we'll have to wait for the final match to wrap up, and we'll have that here shortly and figure out what the grand finals is going to be. But again, this is just one day of 3 that we have for CookieRun Braverse. Exactly. So I hope you're ready. This is just the warm-up, right,
exactly.
to see all weekend long.
The interesting thing about the second round of that best of 3 was that the key factor that played in round 1 actually never came out. That Millennial Tree never came out for both sides of the players. So it was mainly the Timekeepers trying to keep the break area a little bit lower, and try to play out these other cookies. But at the end, it did get decided where Timekeeper and Mozzarella from Out of Monster's side was able to knock out both from Adept side. So that is going to be how our top 4, or our one of the game from the top 4 is going to go. I believe we are still waiting on the results for the other table. So as of right now, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back for the finalist. And to see who is going to be the winner of this first tournament, Sugarcloud Express. And so we'll be right back.
So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle, or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait, and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable. It's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin gaming chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
There for long periods of time.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drunk, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So.
And welcome back to Pro Play Summit here in Orlando, Florida, hosted by Pro Play Games. My name is Cosmic, joined by HyRool, and we are getting ready for the grand finals here for CookieRun Braverse, the first of 3 tournaments this weekend.
Exactly.
But we saw just in that last round, we have Admasu on yellow, and we're going to learn in real time who our other player is because they just got seated and they're getting ready to go very quickly. So. You excited?
I'm excited to see what's going to be the outcome. What 2 colors are going to be versing in the finals for the first official tournament that we have here for CookieRun Braverse, and who's going to be the one to take the that finalist playmat as well as the trophy card of Stardust Cookie, along with other amazing prizes.
Yes.
So we're going to be jumping right in very, very soon here. I'm not too sure if they actually started, but we'll go right into it and see if that is going to be the case, because it does look like they do already have a bunch of cards out. And
all right,
look
jumping
like,
in.
Yeah, it is going to be right here, red versus yellow. So it does look like you were kind of right on that when you just kind of guessed it. It's going to be a red player here coming into the finals along with the yellow player. And it does look like we do have a seeding right there. So we have Icho as well as Adamasu. So first seed as well as 10th seed.
Yep.
But we are going to be seeing the winner for this one is going to be taking the title, right? Whether you were undefeated until now or whether you had a little bit of defeat here and there, the one who wins here is going to be the one. So we are going to start out with like cookies that we have actually not been able to see here, like Mala Sauce here coming out from our red side here, who is going to be a very, very heavy hitter. So 2 cost 3 damage.
Yep. Usually that downside, right, is that it has only the 2 HP, but we are getting that flip out of the break here, which is going to deal additional damage to the Millennial Tree, setting us up for the following turn, and then just a draw. So what's important about that cookie is if it gets to stay in the field, it deals some damage back, so you have to really try to knock it out in one go. But with red, you just want to deal as much damage as you can, so that 2 for 3 is very good value for what you're normally wanting to be pushing damage-wise.
Exactly. So the Mala Sauce is going to be placed into the break area, making the break level 4. It shall total of 2, and that is going to be a Tartar Tan cookie.
That is a brand new one for me. I've seen a lot of red players, but that's a new one for me.
So we have not really seen this card too much either. So it is going to be this one right here, level 1, 2 HP. Once per turn, you're able to, if your opponent's cookie faints from this cookie's attack, you're able to reset it back to what it is to attack again. So basically, because of the fact that there's a Snapdragon, right, we are able to deal 2 damage to the Kumio, knock it out, and then basically refresh it back to active, and then also be able to attack the Millennial Tree for 2 damage if you want to, you know, with the Tardisan.
That is a super sick early play. This is, again, not one that I've seen. Also, I love their design because this is my first time seeing this cookie. I am all about that design. But when you have all these damage boosting effects like we do have that Snapdragon, this is a crazy high value card for a level 1.
This is a very, very, very good combo coming out here. It does look like we are doing damage again to that Millennial Tree. Doing all of the damage check here, and then we are going to see
very
the
explosive
turn going back to Aramasu. So, wow, that is a very, very, like you said, high-value card. Like, we're getting the best value out of this with the Tardisan. The Snapdragon really, really supporting well in the damage output as well. But another Kumio is going to be played from Aramasu's side. So, Kumio, again, being able to become that little, you know, bodyguard, the tank. And then we are going to met with a Flip Kumio, which is going to be, again, that ping damage, that 1 damage that you're able to do to any of your opponent's cookie as long as you are able to discard a card. But the thing is now, Red,
that's a good hand, though.
Yeah, it is a good hand. It's a Wild Berry. Is that another Wild Berry?
And yeah, both Wild Berries in the swamp.
Right? So do you decide to discard one of these cards to do that extra 1 damage, or do you just let it slide and then keep that hand? And it does look like that is going to be the case here, where we're going to keep the hand, let the Snapdragon faint, and then we are going to let the Tardisan faint as well. Where
double Pitaya Dragon. Oh, man.
Both Pitayas are going to be going into the trash here, and it does look like Chell is going to be putting in a Wildberry. We
gotta find that Soul Jam. We gotta make sure we're getting powered up. You know, it's still a respectable level 2 for what you want to be doing. And again, the math part here for Red is you want to try to mitigate your break zone, so you're going up to 9 on kind of your final turn. So we have to do a mix of 1s and 2s to get there. Currently at the 4 break from his side, and you know, this will again push us to 6, which means we want to line up like 2 more level 3s after this. But to get the most from Wildberry, you really do need that Soul Jam in the support area to get that extra damage.
And it does look like we are going to be attacking the Kumio with the 3 hits or 3 HP, and that is going to knock it out. And we are going to go to Aramasu once again for turn 4. So we still have that early Millennial Tree still alive with 2 more HP remaining. And then it does look like we are going to putting down a Mustard Cookie from Aramasu's side, allowing a total of 4, which, you know, is going to allow Millennial to deal damage and also use some sort of other cards that are going to be coming to effect. So now finally we are getting some updates onto the break area number. So it is going to be 4-2. Again, Yellow has ways to kind of manage and manipulate that break area, while Red doesn't have that ability. So Red really needs to kind of push the Yellow player, you know, aggressively early on, which kind of got prevented with the Millennial Tree being played so early on in the actual play. And it does look like we are going to be met with a Mozzarella as well. Again, we do know this card. This has been played a couple of times, and it does look like we are going to be putting a level 1 onto Excel's you know, break area, and that's going to be the Adventurer Cookie, putting him at a break level of 5, and then doing a total of 3 damage onto Wildberry. We are going to negate a couple of that damage by using the Swamp, just checking a total of 2 because Millennial Tree is able to do total of 4 damage. All right, so we are going to go into the next turn here.
Yeah, so we do need that life, though, for the Mozzarella, but they didn't catch it in time.
So they did not do that, so that is going to take effect here. Thankfully, no other, you know, drawing actually took place, so that does not really have any effect. So we're going to go into now turn 5. And it does, man, that hand is pretty good, but he really needs to decide, do I go and put another support down, which he kind of needs to. He has a Princess. It does look like, I'm trying to make it out. Is it Hollyberry? It does look like a Hollyberry. We have the Cherry Bomb. So we do have some heavy hitters in hand. Just what do you do, right? Because right now we already have 2 out in the battle area, making a total of 7 essentially. If you put out a Hollyberry and Hollyberry does faint, there is really no way for us to make that 9, except, you know, Chell decides to just put that Princess, which is going to be a total of 9 right now.
Yep, just getting our a favorable attackers here, just trying to do 2 for 3 where we can, trying to get some extra damage in, knocking out the Millennial Tree Cookie, pushing to 3, but we still have that Mozzarella, which is, threatening just, hey, I'm going to be able to gain some life and, just get ahead that way. So we'll see what our players are able to string together from this point, but otherwise we are just going to be passing it back to yellow. So, Excel really liked their hand, so it looks like we are just going to be leaving up the 2. I don't think we saw another, I think we only had the 1 slump and we already played it, so we don't have a trap or anything like that to buy us an extra turn. So Mozzarella is probably definitely hitting a KO here, and we'll have to see how we follow up on the next turn with it.
Yeah, exactly. So the interesting play here is it's only turn 5, and HL decides to not play any support, just play the Princess, have it only have 4 support for him, and just kind of see how it plays out. It does look like we are going to get that Wildberry knocked out here, and that is going to place him at 7 break level, while Adamasu is going to be at 5. Okay, so it hasn't been updated, but it is going to be 7 to 5, which also does allow where if Adamasu does get that Mozzarella knocked out, and it does look like we are going to be using a Cherry Bomb to deal 3 damage to that Mozzarella. That is going to be a good amount of damage here. Cannot be negated by anything. Oh,
and hopefully you're just going to go for the KO, right? Lining this up and trying to get around like HP flips and whatnot, but he was able to get 1 of them, but we have 1 extra damage potential on board here to try to get the rest of it out. So we'll have to see what else we can string together attack-wise, but, an HP is still going to be able to keep it on board for another turn.
And it does look like, the 2 damage was tried, but the Jade Deer comes out, just only checks 1 damage. Mozzarella is still going to be staying relatively healthy with 3 HP, which also does mean that if Mozzarella does attack, then she is able to heal up another one, making her a total of 4 HP and also knocking down Princess. But we do know that HL has the Wildberry in hand as of right now, which means that we're going to be dealing total of 6 damage all of a sudden, starting with the next turn. If that is the case, where Princess does get knocked out, HL kind of counting or Adamasu kind of counting how many cards are left in the deck and trying to decide on what to do, because right now there is no level 2s kind of in the break area. We still have the Mozzarella, so we have to really decide, hey, what is the best value for us to play if we did decide to play another cookie alongside Mozzarella. But we'll see what the decision is here for Adamasu. HL kind of deciding, what is the play here? What are you going to do here, right? Against this Princess Cookie. And probably, I'm sure Adamasu knows that the Wildberry is in hand, right?
Yeah, you have to assume at this point with how the levels have been increasing in the break zone, playing a 2 there versus playing a 3. But, Mozzarella Cookie being great for just that extra HP counter against, the red decks that normally want to end things very quickly. But if you're just getting all these free ways of getting extra HP while still maintaining the level of aggression coming back at your opponent, that's how you get into these style of board states where you almost never see it, right? Where red is higher in break than what we have for yellow, unless they've gotten a bunch of heals and are catching it back up that way. So we are just going to see this attack from Mozzarella come across and see if we get any flips to help us out. But no, this Princess is going to go into the break and put us to 9. So we have to just see how this Wildberry is going to shape up for the following turn.
So I'm going to guess that the Hollyberry is possibly able to come out as well. But we'll have to see, because we don't really have much support, right? We had to skip that 1 turn of putting down the support. We only technically have 5 right now, so we are actually going to come out and play that beefy Wildberry here with total of 6 HP and now able to do a total of 6 damage, right? With the effect being that if the break area is level 9, you do extra 2 damage.
Yeah. And I'm really glad, because we talked about this play several times when red was on screen, and this is the first time of really seeing it all come together. And hopefully over the next couple turns we'll see this develop, but really showcasing, 6 HP is just so much on a level 3. And then on top of that, because the red player worked and played out a sequencing that got them to the 9 break, we then get rewarded with that 2 extra attacks. So Wildberry Cookie just being able to be like the one-punch man, right, for knocking out our opponent's cookies at 6 HP is a very real threat.
Yep, so we're going to see what Adamasu does. It did look like the turn was over, but it looks like HL kind of got ahead of himself. So we're kind of still waiting on what Adamasu wants to do in this particular situation where now the Wildberry is out. You still have 3 supports remaining. I am able to use another like cookie, like possibly Timekeeper or even any of the cookies to deal damage as well. But it does look like he is going to hold on to the 3 supports, pass it on to the next player. And it does look like, wow, 2 HP flips coming out. That is a rough one. I mean, of course, you're going to have to put down one of them as a support. But that does mean that if... See, right here, if he was able to have something like, you know, another support, then he was able to hit the Mozzarella with possibly Hollyberry and then allow, you know, Wildberry to deal damage to somebody else. But it does look like a key shield is going to come out for Adamasu. That does mean -3 damage, which means only need to check 3. So it is actually a total of 4 HP, which means that that Mozzarella is going to stay
here for another turn.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be able to deal 3 more damage next turn if Adamasu chooses to do so, as well as possibly heal 1 more if that is also a case as well. But does look like the turn is over, going back to Adamasu. So that Wildberry still needs to stay alive for this turn to possibly do something else next turn for HL. And it does look like right now it is going to be the case. We'll have to see if Adamasu has something else up his sleeve, especially with Mozzarella being able to do that first 3 damage. So it's going to be a 3 damage coming out for the Mozzarella and the Hollyberry Pattaya. Man, all of those cards that he really wants to see in his hands are kind of just being placed in the HP. And it looks like another Kumio is going to come out here.
Yep, clean 2 damage here, pushing it down to 1, which is really important. And then also being very protective of that level 3, as we mentioned. And Adamasu only being at 5, so even with based on both of these cards, you know, we could set up a turn where we're able to knock out both, but then we are left, unfortunately, with just a 1 HP Wildberry, which is not going to be enough to, you know, survive another turn in that case.
And it does look like HL is deciding to use the Cherry Bomb here to deal 3 damage onto Kumio, and it does like it is going to go through. That is going to leave Adamasu at break area of level 6. And it does look like we're going to use the rest or the remaining, you know, support to deal total of 6 damage onto Mozzarella. We will see what the play here is. If there is going to be like another key shield or not, something like that, we'll have to see.
The other thing, too, is, like, you know, Yellow does have a higher amount of... Oh, he just has the counterattack.
So it is going to be the counterattack, and that is going to be the... Whoa! HP flip comes out. What do you do?
You have to. You have to discard it, man.
Okay, there you go. So you're still able to do the 6 damage.
Yep.
So that still goes through.
Does he not have a cookie to play? Is that... I wonder if that's why from Adamasu.
Oh, wow. Okay, that is possible, too. We'll see. I mean...
It's hard to see his hand, but, like, I think you would save the... Okay, no,
well,
he does have another one.
Cheese, and that is going to be... First game going to Adamasu, and that is going to be...
You know, I can respect that. He wanted the flashy end, right? He wanted
exactly.
the, I got you with the counterattack.
Yeah. He wanted to try it. The HP flip came out. You had to discard the Hollyberry, the only card that, you know, HL had. But it just seemed like, you know, that there's another cookie, which is going to be another super, super beefy, you know, smoked cheese coming out. So that is going to be the first round of the final. So... if Adamasu is able to take this round here, right, the second round, then he technically is going to be undefeated for the entire tournament and going to be able to take the title as the finalist for this Sugarcloud Express tournament. So we'll see how this turns out, but players are shuffling their hands now, and we'll just go straight into, you know, round 2. So that is... right now, as you guys can see, if you guys look at the top or the bottom right, this is actually untimed. So instead of having that 90-minute, we decided for the finals to be untimed here. So we are going to refresh the counter for the break area. And now we are going to go into round 2. I mean, yeah, like, HL was able to get to that 9. Sadly, it's just like not enough supports to really... deal the damage that you really needed to. Like, you had the Hollyberry, you had the Wildberry, but we just not enough supports to actually make all of those things happen.
Yeah, a couple, flips drawing them instead of being in the life where you really want to see them, and a couple sequencing of not having Swamp to line up like an attack and then still have the -2 attack for defense option. So a couple of, not ideal draw sequences for Ixchel on the left-hand side there, and just we had the big payoff 6 damage attack where we really thought that was going to be able to help catch us back up, but didn't have that really second attack to really help close out the game. So we did see Admasu getting that first round. And of course, we are playing a best of 3. So as you mentioned, if Admatsu can get this next one, he will be undefeated for the entire tournament. But I will say, red and yellow were kind of the 2 big colors that we expected going into this tournament. We saw a lot of purple, in the Swiss. And I would not have been surprised if we saw purple in the finals just because of how much we were seeing it. But it turns out red and yellow ended up being the 2 that are the main showcase here for day 1 in the Sugarcloud Express tournament. Of course, the main event taking on tomorrow. So we'll see how the meta changes. I'll be excited to see what new changes or new colors people might be bringing for the event.
Exactly. So we did, like you said, we had the Wildberry come out, just not enough damage to finish it off. Not able to keep Wildberry healthy enough, and look at that hand. So that hand would be nice, and he's frustrated too. He's like, I have the Soul Gem, I have the Hollyberry, but there is no early starter cookies to actually start it out. So do I just start it with this, or do I just, get rid of it and just mulligan it?
I think you have to mulligan it.
Yeah, it does look like a mulligan here. Oh, man.
The potions, the cherry bomb, like so much extra burst potential, which is really what Red wants in this matchup before your opponent can really stabilize, get all that HP healing back up. But, in this one, I think we just really have to see the early Snapdragons, those early... Oh, we didn't see a single Pattaya Dragon, right, in the first game, where, there's a couple level 1s that would have been nice to hit.
Yeah, Ixchel just had to have all the Pattaya Dragons in the HP area where, you were able to see, once you did the flip, it's like, oh, another Pattaya comes out. So, yeah, again, we were just not able to get those Pattayas to do the early damages that you really want as Red. Knock out those level 1s, especially those Kumios that are...
You gotta knock out those Kumios.
Yeah, just... there as bodyguard, you just use Pattaya and bam, you don't get to use a bodyguard. You're just gonna put that right into the break area. But it looks like so.
Masala's okay. We can do the sauce. We can work with the sauce.
This one we can work with. So we're gonna go with mala sauce here. It looks like Adamasu is gonna be placing down. I want to say, let's see, Kumio. So Kumio is gonna be the one with mala sauce, and I'm not too sure who is going first here. So.
I have to assume Red. Always. Red's like, listen, man, I want to get to 2 as fast as possible, not just because the mala sauce starts, but just all the 2 cost attackers that we have, and then this is just very quickly threading, look, it's got to be double HP or knocking that out of here very fast.
Oh, man, the 2 HP flips again coming out with the 2 draws. And then, he has 2 Pattayas, so he has the ability to possibly get rid of that Kumio, but he's saving it for the late game. He is able to do 3 damage with the 2 costs to the Kumio here to potentially knock it out, even if there is 1 HP card. So we'll see how this turns out. There really is not much of the trap that Adamasu is able to play this early on. So that mala sauce, starting off is so good. So we'll see if there's 1 card, I guess. There is that Vita Jelly Bar thing where you're able to add 1 more HP onto Kumio, but it does look like we're just going to check it. Yep, Stormbringer coming out, and Timekeeper going into the trash. Those are 2 of a very, important cards for yellow.
Stormkeeper great for catching back up break level-wise, and Timekeeper great for healing as well. So 2 key pieces that can really help Admasu turn the corner as Red kind of pulls ahead. So we'll have to see where we're going to lead and kind of what's coming next from that. So we do have the Churro Cookie coming down, again, just being a very chunky 5 HP, which is really nice to see for Admasu. It's going to tank a couple hits, give him a couple turns to set up, but notably takes 3 support to get his attack online. So we do have a, free, using my air quotes here, extra attack from the mala sauce cookie.
Exactly. So Adamasu still needs to place that 1 more support down in order to actually utilize the attack from Churro. So, like you said, mala sauce does technically still have 1 more possible attack that mala sauce is able to deal that 3 damage onto Churro, leaving only 2 HP. And in addition to that, we do see some other, items that HL has in hand. And it does look like a Snapdragon does come out into the hand. So that is very, very, very good for HL. So we'll see what the play is. It does look like Carrot Cookie is going to go into the support area. And then we are going to possibly, I want to say, yep, there we go. The Snapdragon is going to be played here in order to buff up that Mala Sauce to do even more damage, because if this cookie is in the battle area, you're level 2 or higher, gains 1 attack. So that is a total of 4 damage that you're able to do with Mala Sauce, only 2 cost.
Yeah, and we're threatening 5 here, because don't forget the Snapdragon Cookie is also going to be able to do 1 damage themselves if we didn't have a trap here. But we do see the Jade. I'm just going to keep a counter of this card going. How many times it's been played this weekend.
So the Jade Deer does come out, extra 1 HP and -1 damage, which means that a total of 3 damage is going to be checked. It does look like we do have an HP flip come out, so it is going to be a total of 4 HP still remaining for Churro. That's really, really, really healthy here still, and it does look like we are going to discard that card. So I'm not sure exactly what is taking place here. We'll just kind of wait on the decision of how this goes. And it does look like that is going to be the right call, and we are going to continue. So HL needs to make that decision whether, you know, do I attack with the Snapdragon here to do that 1 damage? Because, you know, there is that chance when, Churro is able to deal the damage, that Snapdragon is also going to be fainted, because if there is a level 1, you are able to do 2 damage to that level 1. So 2 cookies can instantly get knocked down next turn if HL is not able to pull anything out. It does look like we do have the Swamp.
We got the Swamp.
I guess the Mala Sauce is able to stay alive and then possibly do some more damage to Adamasu, but we'll see how it goes here and wait on the judge call here. It looks like we're kind of waiting on it. So it does look like we're all good to go. So next turn for Adamasu. Now this is a turn where you're able to, you know, now attack with Churro.
Yep. And again, this is like, we were just turn 3, right, for the red player, threatening 5 damage. That is insane amount of value.
That is a lot of damage.
And that could have been a clear knockout for the Churro Cookie, and that's how red can very quickly come out ahead with some of these early game plays. And, you know, Snapdragon Cookie, cute, adorable. It's a level 1 with only 2 HP. It doesn't seem too intimidating, but it brings a lot of power behind it with just a 1 extra attack.
Yeah, so it's only turn 3, and we're already seeing 5 damage come out from red. It's kind of crazy because Adamasu didn't even have time to deal damage now, right? So now it's going to be finally the turn where Adamasu is able to kind of make a play here. And again, we do have the potential of knocking both of the cookies out. HL knew that is going to be the case, so trying to save that Mala Sauce at least with the Swamp is going to be the best move. But we're waiting on the play here. Adamasu taking a little bit of time here, trying to think about what's the best card to put into the support area right now, because, you know, once you put it down, it's gone forever pretty much, unless you're playing something like green. But it does look like we are going to be playing that Swamp to prevent the damage to go out to Mala Sauce, and then that is going to be where Churro is going to knock out the Snapdragon.
Nice.
But a Kumio actually does come out.
Up, getting rid of the Cactus Gloves, just dealing a point of damage there off the flip, and we will see a 1-to-1 break here as Snapdragon is going to go down from the red player's side.
Yeah, so if something like Churro was able to do 3 damage onto Mala Sauce, and we were able to negate 2 of them and still took that 1 damage. If you guys read the skill coming out from Mala Sauce would have been able to deal 1 damage to Churro because she would be alive and still remaining in the battle area after taking 1 damage. But because of the fact that it completely negated the damage, no damage was actually taken by Mala Sauce, we were not able to use that skill effect. But instead, we are going to use the Kumio. But an HP flip comes out again from Adamasu with that orange cookie. Man, he is just filled with a bunch of HPs. It's like, there you go. I am still very, very healthy with 4 HP still remaining on that Churro. Just, just holding on to dear life here.
There's a Soul Jam, which is very nice to see because we do have the level 2 flare. So that is I'm slamming down that the Soul Jam and throwing ourselves up in extra damage. So
it does look like we are going to have that Soul Jam go down. I'm not too sure if we're going to actually see the Wildberry being played right away. It could just be where, hey, I'm just going to do 2 damage with the Mala Sauce, and then, or 3 damage with the Mala Sauce with the 2 cost. or I'm just going to do
use the
4
potion
damage
too.
right away. Oh, yeah, you can use the potion as well, or the spicy juice, I think it was.
Someone remind me the name,
exactly.
the
So
name of it. But
let me go and find it right. It's going to be the spicy power juice.
See, power was in there. Okay, I was like, I was just called the power juice, man.
So there is going to be the power juice going into effect, where we are going to, make Molossus into just 1 HP remaining, but also deal extra damage, which is going to be a total of 5 damage coming out onto Churro. And even if there is that 1 HP, I don't think Adamasu is going to take the effect, because, you're going to have to check 1 more damage. So Molossus still remaining with, 1 HP. We have the Soul Jam now in the support area. We do know Icha has that Wild Berry in hand, which means that another cookie who's level 2, dealing 4 damage total, is able to come out. So we do already see Adamasu at a area where we're going to have 3 break. We do know 2 Patayas are in hand as well, so level 1s are going to be not much of an issue, but we'll see what decision Adamasu makes here against this, or the response to Churro being knocked out.
And what's really nice here is that, that Molossus cookie is only at 1 HP remaining, but because of the attacks being so expensive from the yellow player's side, if they have to play like a level 3 here, it's going to take their entire turn just to knock out that threat. And then the revenge punch coming from the red player is just going to be so much stronger.
Yep, so it does look like we are going to be playing the Snake Fruit. Sadly, no support in available to actually make the on-play. We're not able to summon that Kumio from the break area. So we're going to move on to the next turn here with 1 support still remaining for HL. And Adamasu needs to try and knock that, Molossus. But like you said, it's so expensive. It's going to take 3 supports, which only leaves Adamasu with 1. To potentially block any damage that comes out. But really, again, we don't have many cards inside of the yellow. As of right now, from what we have seen from Adamasu's deck list, that actually negates damage with 1 cost. So really need to make that decision on how to play this thing out, because that Molossus is getting great value right now. Starting with the round 1 and then able to knock out 2 cookies. And it does look like we are going to finish the Molossus off and get that break area to 3. And we'll see what the response is. And most likely, I want to say it's going to be that Wild Berry to possibly also knock down that Snake Fruit as well.
The 4 damage is just so insanely good for this turn. Very early on, very efficient. It's still going to give you the extra support in case you have something else that you want to play, or leaving up another trap card to use. But it looks like we do see another power push. Another one of those HP flips going to hand. But, we still want to just build out our support, making sure that we're able to get multiple attacks in a turn. And you know what? Honestly, at this point, I'm fine. I am still dealing 4 damage as the red player. We're being very aggressive against their break area, putting Adamasu to effectively 5. There's not going to be a trap card from Adamasu's side, so it's just going to be a straight 4 for 4. Check it if there's an HP. Sure, it lives for another turn, but this Wild Berry is looking to be a very good punch from his side.
So it does look like Itcho is going to be sacrificing a Power Juice from hand to put into the support area. We're going to do that 3 cost to do 4 damage with the Soul Jam, basically. So we'll see how this turns out here. What kind of response Adamasu wants to make, if that 4 damage is going to be completely checked or not. So we're kind of waiting on the decision. It's going to be checked here. We do have the Marshmallow come out. We have the key. And then last 1 damage is going to be checked with the Soul Jam, and oh wow, another HP flip. How does that
I think that's all. I think we've seen 5 so far then for the HP flips, as it were. So we know that, hey, at least in the late game for this matchup in particular, the HP flips are just not going to be as live or as active. So at least as the red player, those final couple hits that you really need should be clean hits. So we're going to see what Admatsu is willing to discard here just to get the 1 HP remaining on that Snake Fruit Cookie to live for another turn.
Exactly. So we're going to see if Adamasu makes that decision. Kind of still thinking, what do I want to discard out of my hand? It does look like there is a mozzarella in there, possibly a millennial tree from what I was able to kind of make out from the little image
the little corner.
See. Yeah, exactly. But we don't know exactly what the other 2 cards are. It does look like we are going to discard the mozzarella, keep the Snake Fruit alive here, and let's see what HL wants to actually do, because we do have the Adventurer. So Adventure is able to be played. There you guys, let's go. Exactly, that 1 cost to do that 1 extra damage. And then that is going to be the Stardust, and that is going to be 5 for Adamasu now. And a Millennial Tree. There you go. Their Millennial Tree does come out. But again, we don't... do we have enough for the support? It does. We were able to, right?
Yeah, because he had the 1 up on that for that turn. So
he kind of used it a little earlier, but there we go. The Kumio comes out along with Millennial. But the thing is, we still do have the Pattaya, right? So we're able to just quickly put that Kumio back into the break area like nothing has happened once one of these slots do open up for HL. So we'll see if he's able to take this round here, because it does look like he's playing a lot, I would say, safer in a way. It's a lot more like you don't have to rush things, because he's able to put down supports. He has the cards in hand. He was able to find that Wallberry with the Soul Jam early, and then also have those Pattayas as a backup in case he needs to pull those things out without having to waste any support cards like he had to last round. So we do have the Millennial Tree doing the 3 damage onto the Wildberry. I don't believe we have any traps, so we're going to check the 3 damage here. The Swamp is right into that HP. 1 HP remaining. We're going to do 1 more damage. Ooh! Oh! An HP card does come out.
Yeah,
we are going to...
I'm going to get rid of it. I want to keep this guy around for another turn if we can.
Exactly. So the Kumio is able to knock out the Wallberry, but that does also mean that Adamasu is not going to have any supports remaining. So we'll have to see if Adamasu wants to take that risk to deal the damage onto the Wallberry, knock it out, and then have nothing remaining. And that is actually going to be exactly what the case is, where you do the extra and the Wildberry is going to get knocked out here. And then we'll see if HL does decide to play the Pattaya. No, just going to move on to the next turn. I want to see what I draw, because, obviously...
keep that slot open.
We were able to keep that slot open. Pattaya does not cost anything to really play. We're going to put the Tartar Town down as a support and play that Pattaya Dragon. So this one's the one that we kind of talked about. We wanted to see, but wasn't able to see last round. We kind of instantly put the Kumio back into the break area now, and Pattaya is able to do a total of 4 damage for 4 cost if he wants to. So he is gonna first check the 3 onto Adamasu. Adamasu does not have any supports to be able to play anything.
Yeah,
there's another HP flood coming out. Oh my goodness, this man is just built
Man's on fire, built different, right?
Built with HPs. I have not seen this many HP flips actually coming out in a game. I am never this lucky when I play, so...
Yeah, and important note here, too, is like we had the perfect amount of damage set up from the red player's side to deal all 5 2 Millennial Cookie in a turn with the Adventure if we really wanted to try and knock it out in a turn. So Admatsu looking at the board, I mean, I think you just have to discard so you don't lose your Millennial Cookie this turn and set up a rather big swing back on the following if you can. So we can't see what's in his hand, so we can't really see how difficult the choice is, and maybe he has just a really good hand he doesn't want to give up, but that Millennial Tree Cookie is going to get a lot of value if it can stay alive for this turn.
Exactly, but it does look like Adamasu only really has 3 cards in his hand. He has been constantly discarding because of the fact that these HP flips do come out, that it does come with the risk where your hand size starts to get low, and if this Millennial Tree doesn't survive this turn somehow, and it does look like there is going to be possibly 2 cookies in hand. I do see the smoked cheese. I do see the counterattack. I was not able to make out the last card in his hand, but he's kind of counting, hey, how much damage am I going to take here? Do I want to play this? Am I safe to play it? Or do I just, well, in the end, he's going to make the decision of, having that HP. Check the rest of the damage. The 3 damage goes through. We're going to do 1 more damage with Pattaya's effect. Draw flip comes out this time around, allowing 1 more card to be in hand. And we're going to do 1 more damage onto Millennial Tree with the Adventurer to, leave it with 1 HP. Like you said.
Just a very honest 1-for-1 sometimes.
Exactly.
That's all you need.
But, again, we had enough to knock out the Millennial Tree. Just didn't have the luck, I guess, because the HP flip did come out, keeping the Millennial Tree alive for 1 more turn. Now able to possibly knock out that Adventurer as well, or just do 4 damage onto Pattaya if another yellow is played by Adamasu. So we'll have to see how this turns out. We'll have to wait on the support, and it does come out right there. And let's see what the move is. So Smoked Cheese was that other, card in hand that we did see. So we'll see if there's what cards remaining. I believe there should be 3 cards remaining in Adamasu's hand. So let's see what the decision is.
Yeah, at this point, finding a way to push the damage with the Millennial Tree and then also still make sure that we find a good level 1 that we want to use so that we can actually get this secondary effect. If we had that Kumio, I'd just be slamming that down and having a good day of it. But we know that there was another level 3 in his hand, which would just soak up the damage because we can't attack with both of the level 3s in this case. So our hand would be, we would need 7 support based on the, well, I guess he did put the golden cheese into the support there, but I don't think he had another level 3 that he could use to attack for this turn. So trying to figure out how he can split his damage the best way, or if he's just going to leave it at 1 HP and maybe play a trap card on the following turn to try to see how he can pressure the red opponent's life.
Yep, so it is going to be the 3 damage. And the Kumio comes out. That is exactly what you want to see, but we do only have 1 card remaining in HL's hand, so if he does sacrifice that, not exactly sure what the remaining card was, but if we do that, then the Millennial does get knocked out. And then you're just left with no hand until the next turn. So we'll see what the decision is here, because that Kumio is able to prevent at least even Adventure from being knocked out. Or just Pattaya taking more damage.
I like the idea of being able to save our cards here because, again, it will, at any point that the cookies, lose that last HP, it is just going to make sure that our attack ends there. So the Kumio is actually like a break and a heal, effectively, because we're not taking the rest of the damage that the Millennial Tree could be pushing out. So it was the Wild Barrier, looks like, for the 4 damage split. So I think we are just trying to check it and say that I'm keeping my, my board alive.
Yep, so it is going to basically knock the Millennial Tree down. And then I believe you still do check the rest, which is just 1 more damage.
Yep, but our Adventure Cookie is going to stay alive.
Yep, so that is going to be how the whole battle does end, because the Millennial is not able to use the Den effect because it has been knocked out from that battle instance. So we do need to make sure that Adamasu does put down a card in response. I think, there is no, cookie that is yellow as well to actually use the Millennial Tree's effect as well. Anyways,
oh yeah, true, right? It has to be in play for the effect.
Yeah, exactly. So there is no other extra damage that is actually going to be coming out. So now we're just waiting on Adamasu to see what the response cookie is, because Millennial has been knocked out. We're at 8 now for Adamasu. I think probably the highest he has gotten in a while here as a yellow player. I mean, we really haven't seen too many of those Timekeepers yet. It does look like he is able to use it if he has it in hand to have enough supports. But yeah, I mean, I don't.
Healing the snake fruit, I mean, still would just be like a huge one just for the sake of healing 2 here, or even the churro cookie that's was played out very early on. But, we are still able to pressure a lot of damage from the red player's side just with what's on board. So you have to be very mindful about what you're able to actually play out here to pressure a lot of damage and get Adamasu to that 10 break limit.
And it does look like Millennial Tree, our second one, is going to come out. We are tapping 1 in order to go and, I believe, bring back a Kumio. Yep, a Kumio is going to come back into the battle area. And it does look like that, or actually you can attack with the Kumio to do 2 damage. And I think that it's going to be a case. We'll see how it goes. But if he has a trap, then he might not do it. But it does look like he wants to kind of do the damage. Hey, do I want to use the Kumio and try to knock out that Pattaya Dragon? Or, do I just keep those supports alive and active in order to possibly use any traps in hand?
Man, I would be so scared about, yes, he has no cards in hand, but if we attack with this, we know that there's a number of plays here that could be a double top deck or just even getting another Pattaya, clearing out the Kumiho and losing the protection and then just slamming across the board. So like for, my instinct would be to just keep up the support, make sure that we have a trap card in case the red player has one of the many removal tools that they have access to before losing our Millennial Tree and going up to 10.
Yeah, so we're just kind of seeing how many flips are in the trash now, going to do the rest of the damage onto the Pattaya. Pattaya is going to get knocked out, and that is going to put it at break area or level 8 now. Moving on to the turn for HL, draw 2 cards, and it is going to be a Soul Jam and Berry Royal Berry coming out, so I don't think he is going to put down any support. It does look like that Soul Gem might have to just be used here to do some damage, but it does look like, I'm going to be honest with you, this might be game.
Yep.
Depending on how it's played out, because, again, we don't have much to deal with that Millennial Tree, and the Millennial Tree is very, very healthy, has that 5 HP, being able to do 4 damage if the Kumio does not get knocked out. We really don't have any heavy hitters like Hollyberry or another Pattaya, so we're going to go with the Soul Jam. So the Soul Jam is going to come into effect here. I think this is the first time we actually got to use the Soul Jam here, and that is going to select up to one of your opponent's cookie. That cookie receives 2 damage, and the Kumio is going to be the one targeted, and bam, there is going to be a draw flip, one more here. So Adamasu is going to take that draw, and we're going to check the last one. That is going to be another Millennial Tree. So Kumio just going back to the break area, leaving at 8. The Adventure going to take the deal 1 damage to the Millennial Tree. So actually, right here, we're going to pass it on to the next turn. So we do have Royal Berry in hand, allowing at least one more turn possibly to be played out here. But we'll see. If there is another card by Adamasu that is able to deal a decent amount of damage, knock out that Royal Berry, it is pretty much game here. So we'll see how it goes. We do see that it is going to be 8. That makes it 9 for, Itcho if the Adventure does get knocked out. And if there is a luck of cards, that top deck that you're able to really get that Wildberry out from the next turn. If it goes on to the next turn, you're able to dish out 6 damage.
Yeah, Masu looking very low here in the deck, so it looks like he does actually have enough to play a level 3 and survive another turn, because I was just going to mention that, he has to, if he tries to play like level 1 and then turns through too much of the deck, he will lose to the break damage, but he looks like he just did count his deck there, and seeing that he does have enough to tank it out, as it were, with another level 3 if he wants to, just to try to buy him an extra turn.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see what the decision is, and it does look like we're just going to do the 3 damage first to the Adventurer. Adventurer is going to have a draw flip, so we do get to draw one card.
That's actually potentially huge.
And that is going to be a Tartatan, so not really a heavy
not much
hitter.
Better.
Yeah, so the Royal Berry is going to come out. That's another 2 cost here, or level 2, and being able to do a little 2 damage. But we'll have to see what the decision is from Adamasu, because right now, if that cookie gets knocked out, it's game over. So let's see what's the decision.
Yeah, there's almost a case here to play the level 1 just to make your opponent attack it. Try to maybe get like a draw trigger or something, but
and it does look like the smoke cheese comes out, and Itchel knows that there is no way to deal with the 4 damage, and Adamasu is actually going to take the finalist title as an undefeated player for this particular tournament.
God, all flips coming up too from the red side, so just no help from the deck. All the heavy hitters just did taking a little bit of a cookie break, as it were, and
yes,
hanging out as somewhere else in the deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that is going to be pretty much the end of day 1 for the PPG Summit in Orlando, Florida, for our Sugarcloud Express. And then tomorrow is our big one, right?
Yes.
That is going to be the one that everybody is anticipating here as a player, as casters as well, for us to see who is going to be the winner for the tournament, because the winner, as well as actually the runner-up too,
yes,
they do get a spot to go fly over to South Korea to compete for the World Championship next year in April. So everybody is very, very excited for that one. How did you like all the plays today overall?
So I was really happy that we actually got to see just about everything. Of course, I'd love to see green pop up on camera tomorrow at some point, but we got to see the level 2 blue really get to do its showcase of all the drawing and damage denial. It got to pop off in a really cool way. We got to see purple do purple shenanigans and just having all the break and manipulating the game that way and choosing which ones could go to discard versus which ones I want to try to attack through. And then, of course, just the red and yellow, and I would expect that we're going to see a lot more red and yellow tomorrow. As kind of like the 2 pillars of the format. On one end, you have a very aggressive package that tries to end the game quickly. And, I would normally call yellow the more control, slow style, which it is to a point, but we have seen some very aggressive yellow decks today, so
Yes,
it almost feels a little cheating to call them as a control deck. So we are going to see more decks tomorrow again as just one of the tournaments. We had one today, one tomorrow, and then of course one on Sunday as well. So there is going to be a lot of Cookie Run Braverse action all weekend long. So make sure to follow Pro Play Games on their social media pages to stay up to date on the meta breakdowns. Of course, we'll be back on this Twitch channel and YouTube tomorrow for even more coverage. But I do believe we're going to have an interview here to talk to our champion for the first day, and then we will be kicking off from there. So with that out of the way, we're going to go right over to the interview in just a short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
We do also just want to remind you guys that if you guys are in the premise of this event right now, we are going to be having a raffle. So awesome extra gifts being given out by PPG as well as Cookie Run Braverse to celebrate this particular first official tournament that we have just concluded. So we had a bunch of side events. Again, we had the Junior Cup as well as the Gunslingers. I think we had 2 rounds of Gunslingers, or 2 different events for Gunslinger from 3 p.m. as well as 5 p.m., which I think it is ongoing right now because it is still still 5 p.m. So we're going to go into the interview, but just keep in mind that there's going to be more prizes, more events. Again, tomorrow we're going to have the mascot. We're going to have the photo shoot with the mascot available. We have cosplay tournament as well, or cosplay competition.
Yes.
So that is going to also be taking place. We have a lot of goodies. I believe more promo packs are going to be given out as well. So don't miss out on it. If you guys are in Orlando, Florida, just kind of drive over and participate. Everybody is welcome to come in. The windows are, I believe, open to participate in these side events as well. If you guys do bring the deck of cards, for you guys to play. And also, we
don't forget your beautiful merch.
Yeah, exactly. We have merches. I believe we do have more playmats that are going to be coming out tomorrow, as well as, again, the Obsidian collection, along with other, I believe, boxes of base set 1 and 2 are able to be purchased here on site as well. And also, we do have a lot of different vendors that you are able to get singles from if you guys would like to complete your deck with different, maybe alt arts or some cards that you were kind of missing from opening boxes. But we're going to go quickly back into the interview after we get it all set up, and then we'll kind of do that and then go into the raffle and just kind of wrap up for today and catch you guys tomorrow at the same time here on the Twitch channel as well as the YouTube channels for both my channel as well as Cookie Run Braverse. So yeah, we'll go into the interview. All right, so I am in the interview area with Aramasu, who is actually going to be an undefeated finalist for the first official tournament of Braverse for the Sugarcloud Express tournament. How did you feel about the whole entire tournament?
I think it was really long and kind of tired, but I had a really good time.
Are you coming back for tomorrow?
Of course.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So you got to try to get that spot for you to be flown out to South Korea, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask, since you played so many matches today, a total of 8 hours of the tournament, what was your hardest matchup? Because you played against Red for the final, the round and different ones. So.
Yeah, I would think that the yellow matchup was my hardest.
Okay.
There was a lot of good games, especially in Top Cut. But I would say the mirror match is probably the hardest because the card Kumiho.
Kumiho, yes.
Yeah, that pretty much makes or breaks that matchup.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you see that first, then it's an uphill battle if you don't.
Got it. Have you played other colors? You seem like you're very solid with that yellow deck, but have you played other colors that Braverse has?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was gonna play green tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't know if you guys disclosed the deck list or not.
We actually haven't. So we really, really wanted to see green today because we actually did not get any green to be featured during the live stream. So if you actually do bring green tomorrow, that would be very, very, very interesting because green has a very unique playstyle, right?
Yeah, I mean, after the results today, I probably most likely would stick with yellow.
Okay.
Because it seems to work against the community right now.
Yep.
But me personally, you could ask my friends who I've tested against. I think green is probably the best overall deck. I mean, the deck I was playing, the only reason why I didn't play it today is because I didn't know whether or not you're going to disclose the deck list or not.
Okay.
I didn't want to show up for the next day.
All right, sounds good. Well, I don't think we're going to be disclosing the deck list
that's
today. Most likely tomorrow, once the whole thing is over, maybe that's going to be the case. But yeah, I mean, would have been awesome to see your green.
I can show you the list.
I'll definitely look at it. But definitely seeing that yellow, it did work out really, really well for you. I mean, going undefeated is not an easy task, especially with Swiss plays as well as single elimination. So it's awesome to see how you played. It was very, very clean matchups as well. Any last minute comments or shout outs that you want to make to for the live stream?
I play a lot of TCGs, and this one in particular, I think that it's very well made as far as the intricacies, the interactions, and the calculations. You have to be extremely to the point. So I really like that about this game. I feel like there's my favorite thing about this game is the deck building part. Is that I think that's very, very important. The fact that the deck building is just as important as the gameplay, I really like that. Some games isn't like that, so
got it.
I appreciate that.
All right, well, I will be looking out for your gameplay tomorrow as well for the official Championship Cup. All right, and yeah, good luck to you, and we'll be back tomorrow at the same time again. But congratulations to you, and I hope you enjoy the finalist prize, that mat as well as the trophy card and everything.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, guys. Well, thank you guys all for joining. And again, we will catch you guys at the same time on the Twitch as well as YouTube channels. So we'll meet you guys then.